Hey there, night owls! Tonight we're stepping into a world that existed just 3 generations ago, and yet feels like another planet entirely. The year 1900. A time when horse manure was the biggest urban pollution problem, when going viral meant actual typhoid, and when the average person worked 6 days a week just to afford a diet that would make a modern prison cafeteria look like fine dining. Spoiler alert, it wasn't the romantic gaslight era your great-grandma's sepia photos suggest. Before we dive in, smash that like button if you're ready to time travel without the luxury of modern plumbing, and drop a comment. Where in the world are you watching from right now? Midnight in Tokyo? Afternoon in São Paulo? I want to know who's joining me on this trip back to an age when life expectancy was more of a hopeful suggestion than a statistic. Now dim those lights, get comfortable, and let's walk the streets of 1900 together. Trust me, by the end of tonight, you'll be grateful for every single thing you take for granted. Let's go. So picture this. You wake up tomorrow morning, and through some cosmic glitch or questionable time travel experiment, you find yourself standing on a street corner in an American city in the year 1900. The first thing that hits you isn't what you see, it's what you smell. And trust me, nothing in your 21st century experience has prepared your nostrils for this particular assault. The air carries a thick, complex bouquet that would make a modern sanitation worker weep. There's coal smoke, obviously, because every building, every factory, every locomotive is burning the stuff like it's going out of style, which, to be fair, it eventually will, but nobody here knows that yet. The smoke hangs low over the city in a perpetual grey haze, coating everything in a fine layer of soot. Your white shirt, if you were foolish enough to wear one, would be grey within the hour. The locals have long since given up on keeping anything truly clean. They've made peace with the grime, the way you might make peace with a particularly annoying roommate who simply refuses to leave. But coal smoke is just the opening act in this symphony of stenches. Underneath it, there's the unmistakable aroma of horse manure. Not a little bit of horse manure, mind you. Mountains of it. In New York City alone, roughly 150,000 horses work the streets every single day, and each of those magnificent beasts produces between 20 and 30 pounds of manure daily. That's somewhere in the neighbourhood of 3 million pounds of fresh organic material deposited on city streets every 24 hours, and that's just one city. The street sweepers do their best, naturally, but their best is roughly equivalent to trying to empty the ocean with a teacup. The manure piles up in vacant lots in alleys along curbs. In summer, it bakes in the sun and releases a fragrance that could strip paint. In winter, it freezes into treacherous brown ice sculptures that thaw into a special kind of slush come spring. The flies, predictably, think this arrangement is absolutely wonderful. They swarm in clouds thick enough to make you question whether you accidentally walked into a biblical plague. And then there are the horses themselves, not just their, shall we say, contributions, but the horses that don't survive the brutal working conditions of urban life. A horse pulling heavy loads through city streets doesn't have a particularly long career, and when their careers end, they often end right there on the cobblestones. Dead horses were such a common sight in major cities that New York had to remove about 15,000 horse carcasses from its streets annually. 15,000? That's roughly 40 dead horses per day, just sitting there on the streets until someone could be bothered to haul them away. The removal process wasn't exactly swift either. Sometimes a horse would lie there for days, slowly bloating in the sun while pedestrians stepped around it like it was a minor inconvenience, like a pothole or a particularly aggressive street vendor. The smell, as you might imagine, was memorable. Now add to this fragrant mixture the output of various industries operating with absolutely no concept of environmental regulation. Tanneries processing animal hides with chemicals that would give a modern EPA inspector an immediate heart attack. Slaughterhouses where the blood runs into gutters that empty into the same water supply people drink from. Rendering plants converting animal carcasses into useful products through processes that release odours best described as, what if death had a smell, and then that smell ate something that disagreed with it? Soap factories, glue factories, fertiliser plants, all pumping their particular contributions into the urban atmosphere with the cheerful abandon of entities who have never heard the phrase air quality standards. The rivers and harbours don't help matters. In most industrial cities, waterways have become convenient dumping grounds for every kind of waste imaginable. Raw sewage flows directly into rivers that were once sources of drinking water. Industrial runoff turns the water various festive colours depending on what the factories upstream are producing that week. The East River by 1900 is essentially a slow-moving toxic soup, garnished with dead animals, garbage, and the occasional unfortunate accident victim. Swimming in it would be roughly equivalent to taking a bath in a chemistry experiment gone wrong, which doesn't stop some desperate souls from trying during summer heat waves. The Hudson isn't much better. Neither is the Chicago River, which famously flows backward because engineers actually reversed its direction to stop it from poisoning Lake Michigan, the city's water supply. The solution to pollution, in the 19th century mindset, was dilution. Just spread the filth around until it becomes someone else's problem. Unfortunately, that someone else was usually the same people who created it, just a few miles downstream. So you're standing there, eyes watering, nose burning, deeply regretting every decision that led you to this moment when the sounds hit you. The cities of 1900 are loud in ways that modern urban environments, for all their traffic and construction, simply cannot match. There's no white noise of air conditioning units, no background hum of electronics, no smooth drone of rubber tires on asphalt. Instead, there's the constant clatter of iron-shod hooves on cobblestones, a percussion section that never stops. Hundreds of horses, thousands of horses, their metal shoes striking stone in an endless cacophony that echoes off brick buildings and rattles windows. Add to that the grinding of wooden and metal wagon wheels, the creak of leather harnesses, the shouts of drivers trying to navigate through traffic jams that would look familiar to any modern commuter, except these traffic jams are made of living animals that occasionally decide to simply stop cooperating. Horses were not always obedient urban transport units. Sometimes they spooked. Sometimes they collapsed from exhaustion. Sometimes they simply decided that today was not a good day for working and expressed this opinion by refusing to move, backing up into other horses, or treating the entire street like their personal obstacle course. The resulting chaos could block intersections for hours while red-faced drivers screamed profanity that would impress a sailor, and pedestrians tried to squeeze through gaps that didn't quite exist. The street vendors add their own layer to the audio experience. In immigrant neighborhoods especially, dozens of pushcart operators compete for attention with cries advertising their wares in half a dozen languages. Fresh fish overlaps with hot corn, overlaps with shouted offers for second-hand clothes, kitchen implements, newspapers, and approximately anything else a human being might conceivably want to purchase. There's no amplification, of course, so the vendors rely entirely on the power of their lungs and their willingness to repeat themselves endlessly. Some of them are genuinely talented at this. Their calls become almost musical, the rhythm of commerce providing a strange sort of urban soundtrack. Others sound like they're being actively murdered while trying to sell you a cabbage. Both types continue shouting until darkness falls and sometimes considerably beyond. Factory whistles punctuate the day at regular intervals, shrieking steam-powered signals that tell workers when to arrive, when to take their brief lunch breaks, and when they're finally permitted to stumble home. These whistles are designed to be heard over the general urban chaos, which means they're roughly as subtle as a cannon blast. Churches add their bells to the mix on Sundays and whenever someone important dies or gets married, which in a large city is basically constant. Fire bells clang their urgent warnings several times a day because buildings in 1900 catch fire with a frequency that would horrify a modern insurance adjuster. The fire companies themselves add to the noise as they race through streets with clanging bells and shouting firefighters clinging to horse-drawn engines, the horses trained to ignore their every instinct and run toward the flames rather than away from them. And underneath all of this, the human noise. Tenement buildings packed with people who have no concept of privacy, whose every argument, celebration, moment of intimacy and crying infant becomes shared content for everyone within 100 feet. Children playing in streets because there's nowhere else to play, their shouts and laughter mixing with the crashes of their improvised games, stickball against stoops, marbles in gutters, kick the can with actual cans scavenged from garbage heaps. Adults conducting business on sidewalks because their apartments are too hot, too crowded or too dark for anything beyond sleeping. The sick coughing through open windows. The drunk singing on their way home from saloons. The constant footsteps of a population that walks everywhere because they can't afford the nickel streetcar fare, their worn boots and shoes adding a perpetual shuffle to the city's soundtrack. Now consider what you're seeing through the smoke and tears. The streetscape of 1900 is simultaneously familiar and deeply alien. There are recognizable urban elements: buildings, sidewalks, street corners, shops with signs hanging above their doors. But the details are all wrong. The streets themselves are often unpaved in poorer neighborhoods, turning to mud in rain and dust in drought. Where there is paving, it's usually cobblestone, uneven and treacherous, designed more for horse hooves than human feet. The sidewalks, such as they exist, are narrow wooden planks in many areas, rotting and splintering, occasionally giving way entirely to reveal unpleasant surprises beneath. The buildings crowd together with no regard for light or air. In working-class neighborhoods, tenements rise 5 or 6 stories high, blocking whatever sunshine might have attempted to reach street level. The buildings often share walls and occasionally share structural problems. When one starts to lean, its neighbors tend to follow. Fire escapes, where they exist, are afterthoughts bolted onto facades, their iron platforms and ladders adding a rickety industrial aesthetic to buildings that were already architectural compromises. Laundry hangs from every available line and railing, a flutter of personal life made public, shirts and trousers and unmentionables advertising the existence of human beings packed into spaces designed for a fraction of their number. The people themselves are a visual assault of different colours and styles, though not in the way you might expect. Fashion in 1900 follows strict rules about class and propriety, but most of the people you see on these streets aren't following fashion, they're following survival. The working poor wear clothes until those clothes literally fall apart, then they patch them, then they patch the patches, then eventually they buy second-hand replacements that someone else wore until they fell apart. The colours are muted by necessity. Dirt, smoke and sun fade everything to variations of brown and grey regardless of what shade it started as. Only the wealthy can afford to wear white and keep it white, which is precisely why they do it. Nothing says I don't actually work for a living like a spotless white shirt in a city that turns everything the colour of ash. Women's clothing, even for the poor, involves more layers and complexity than modern casual wear would consider reasonable for a polar expedition. Multiple petticoats, long heavy skirts that drag in the filth if you're not careful, blouses with high collars regardless of the temperature, and of course the corset, that beloved Victorian torture device that reshapes the female body into fashionable configurations while making breathing, eating and moving freely into special challenges. Working-class women modify these requirements as much as they can get away with, loosening corsets and shortening skirts to merely ankle length instead of floor sweeping, but they can only push so far before risking being labelled improper. The wealthy, meanwhile, change outfits multiple times per day because apparently having too much free time creates its own special problems. Men's attire is only slightly less complicated. Hats are mandatory, absolutely completely mandatory. A man without a hat in 1900 is like a man without pants in the 21st century, except people would be less shocked by the pants. The specific hat signals your class, your occupation, your aspirations. Bowlers for the middle class, top hats for formal occasions and the genuinely wealthy, flat caps for workers, wide-brimmed hats for anyone spending time outdoors. Vests are standard even in summer, along with jackets that no one seems to remove regardless of how much they're sweating. Facial hair is practically a competitive sport. Mutton chops, handlebar moustaches, full beards of impressive dimensions, all carefully maintained because apparently men in 1900 have strong opinions about how much of their faces should be visible. Children are dressed as miniature adults, which looks as uncomfortable as it sounds. Little boys in tiny suits and neckties, little girls in long dresses with petticoats, none of them looking remotely like they're about to play, even though playing is theoretically what children do. The disconnect between their clothing and their activities is stark. Kids running through dirty streets, climbing fences, crawling through alleys, all while wearing outfits designed for standing still and looking presentable in family photographs. Those who can't afford presentable children's clothing simply put their kids in adult hand-me-downs cut down to size, creating a surreal effect of tiny people swimming in fabric meant for much larger bodies. The traffic flows around you in patterns that seem chaotic but apparently follow some kind of logic known only to the locals. Horse-drawn vehicles of every description jockey for position: private carriages, delivery wagons, public omnibuses, hansom cabs, massive freight drays pulled by teams of draft horses so large they make regular horses look like ponies. Streetcars add to the confusion, running on rails embedded in the roadway, pulled by horses in many cities or powered by overhead electric wires in others. The electric streetcars move faster than anything else on the road, which creates exciting situations when they encounter horse-drawn traffic that doesn't feel like moving at streetcar pace. Bicycles weave through the mess with the reckless confidence of people who haven't yet learned to fear traffic, because traffic hasn't yet become the high-speed metal death machines of the future. Bicycle messengers are the fastest couriers in the city, pedaling with urgent energy through gaps that don't look like gaps, somehow emerging intact on the other side. The bicycles themselves are those elegant curved frame models that modern hipsters pay fortunes to restore, except here they're just bicycles, practical transportation rather than aesthetic statements. And then, occasionally, something genuinely startling appears. An automobile? They're still rare enough in 1900 to draw crowds of spectators, these coughing, sputtering, unreliable machines that represent the future nobody quite believes in yet. They look like carriages that forgot their horses, which is essentially what they are. The design philosophy hasn't yet evolved beyond take the thing we know and bolt an engine to it. They're expensive, temperamental, constantly breaking down, and absolutely fascinating to everyone who sees them. Children chase them down the street. Adults stand and stare. Horses sensibly want nothing to do with them and express this opinion through attempted escape and vigorous objection. This is the world you've arrived in. A world thick with smoke and manure, loud with the chaos of too many people packed too tightly together, dressed in clothes that fight back, moving through streets designed for a different era. It's filthy, crowded, overwhelming, and somehow absolutely alive with energy you didn't expect. Because underneath all the grime and noise, there's something else. A sense of momentum. A feeling that things are changing, accelerating, becoming something new. The year 1900 sits at the hinge of history, one foot still planted in the 19th century's traditions, and the other reaching toward a 20th century nobody can quite imagine. The people around you don't know yet about the world wars coming, the technological revolutions, the social upheavals. They just know that this year feels different. Important. Like a door opening onto something vast and unknown. The optimism is visible everywhere if you know how to look for it. Newspapers trumpet advances in science and industry. Department store windows display wonders that would have seemed magical a generation ago. Politicians promise progress and prosperity. The country has just emerged victorious from a war with Spain, acquiring new territories and announcing itself as a world power. There's money flowing, for some people at least. Buildings rising. Plans being made. The future, everyone agrees, belongs to America, and America in 1900 is ready to seize it. But here's the thing about that optimism. It's distributed about as unevenly as the wealth it celebrates. The newspapers and politicians and department stores cater to a certain class of American, the comfortable middle and upper classes who can afford to think about the future because their present is secure. For everyone else, and everyone else is most people, the grand narrative of progress sounds lovely, but doesn't quite match daily experience. The factories promising industrial advancement are also the places where workers lose fingers and lungs and sometimes lives. The cities symbolizing modern civilization are also the places where families crowd into single rooms, and children die of diseases caused by the very conditions that enable all this wonderful progress. This is the essential tension of America in 1900, the promise of unprecedented advancement for a nation, while most of that nation's actual residents are just trying to survive until tomorrow. It's a country of spectacular inequality dressed up in patriotic bunting and 4th of July speeches. The Gilded Age is technically ending, but nobody's told the gilding yet. The surface still gleams while underneath, the base metal shows through in ways that grow harder to ignore. And nowhere is this tension more visible than in the great divide between urban and rural America. Two countries, really, sharing a flag and a government, but precious little else. Let's take a closer look at both, because understanding life in 1900 means understanding that there's no single answer to how did people live. The answer depends entirely on where they lived, and the differences are staggering. Let's start with the cities, specifically the immigrant neighborhoods of a place like New York, which in 1900 is both the greatest city in America and a cautionary tale about what happens when you pack human beings together like sardines, and then forget to give them adequate infrastructure. The Lower East Side alone contains population densities that modern urban planners would consider physically impossible. Census records show city blocks where more than 1,000 people occupy space designed for maybe a third of that number. Tenement buildings rise from tiny lots, each floor subdivided into apartments, if you can call them apartments, where families of 6 or 8 or 10 somehow fit themselves into 2 or 3 small rooms. The typical tenement apartment in a working-class neighbourhood offers roughly 300 square feet if you're lucky. That's the entire apartment, not one room of it. 300 square feet divided into a front room, a back room, and maybe a tiny bedroom carved out of the middle. The front room faces the street and might get some actual natural light through windows that look out onto the noise and filth below. The back room faces the building's rear, which usually means looking at another building's rear approximately 10 feet away, or perhaps a narrow air shaft that functions less as a source of ventilation and more as a vertical garbage dump and echo chamber for everyone's private business. The middle room, often used as the bedroom, has no windows at all. No natural light. No air circulation. Just walls and darkness and whoever's trying to sleep there. Into these spaces, families somehow conduct entire lives. The front room serves as kitchen, dining room, living room, and frequently workshop, because many tenement families do piecework at home to supplement whatever wages they can earn outside. Imagine a mother cooking dinner over a coal stove while her children sit at the same table, assembling artificial flowers or rolling cigarettes or finishing garments brought home from sweatshops. The smells of food mix with the smells of work materials mix with the smells of too many bodies too close together with inadequate bathing facilities. Privacy is a concept that exists in theory but has no practical application. Personal space is something rich people enjoy. The buildings themselves are designed for profit, not people. Landlords squeeze maximum rental income from minimum investment, which means cutting corners on everything from construction materials to maintenance. Stairs are narrow and steep, wooden and prone to creaking, occasionally prone to collapsing. Hallways are dark regardless of time of day because windows cost money and hallways don't need windows to collect rent. Walls are thin enough to hear your neighbours' heartbeats, or at least their arguments, their crying babies, their intimate moments, and their deaths. When someone on your floor gets sick, you know about it. When someone on your floor dies, you know about it before the body's cold. Sanitation in these buildings ranges from inadequate to essentially non-existent. Running water, if the building has it at all, comes from shared taps in hallways or courtyards, requiring residents to fetch and carry every drop they use. Hot water is whatever you heat yourself on your coal stove, assuming you can afford coal, which in winter months competes with food for priority in tight budgets. Toilets. Well, the word toilet is generous. Many tenements feature privies in rear yards, outdoor facilities shared by everyone in the building, maintained with exactly as much care as you'd expect for facilities that belong to no one in particular. In winter, the trek outside to use these facilities in the dark and cold is something residents dread. In summer, the smell makes the neighbourhood charming in ways that real estate listings would struggle to describe. Newer tenements might have indoor water closets, shared between multiple families on each floor, but newer and better aren't necessarily synonyms. These indoor facilities add their own problems, clogs, overflows, the delightful experience of waiting in line with urgent physical needs while your neighbour takes their time. The building's plumbing, when it exists, was installed by whoever bid lowest and tends to break in ways that make themselves everyone's problem. A backed-up toilet on the 5th floor becomes a waterfall cascading through apartments below, carrying with it exactly what you'd expect a backed-up toilet to carry. Landlords respond to maintenance requests with speeds ranging from eventually to never, depending on how much trouble the tenants are willing to make and whether the landlord even has a correct address for complaints. Heating these apartments is a constant battle for half the year. Coal stoves provide warmth but require fuel that costs money, and produces ash that requires disposal, and smoke that contributes to the perpetual haze hanging over everything. The stoves also produce carbon monoxide, which kills quietly and often, especially when families seal every crack against winter drafts and create perfect conditions for the gas to accumulate. Fires are another constant risk. Open flames in crowded wooden buildings filled with fabric and paper, and exhausted people who fall asleep before properly extinguishing their lights. Fire escapes offer theoretical safety, but are frequently blocked by stored items, locked to prevent break-ins, or simply too flimsy to hold the weight of fleeing families. When a tenement burns, it burns fast, and the death tolls make newspapers for a day before everyone moves on to the next disaster. Summer presents different challenges but equal misery. The same buildings that can't retain heat in winter become ovens in August. Thick walls absorb the sun's energy all day and radiate it inward all night, keeping apartments hot long after the outside temperature drops. The interior rooms without windows become unbearable, temperatures climbing to levels that cause genuine medical distress. Families who can manage it sleep on fire escapes, on rooftops, even in public parks, anywhere that offers a breath of moving air. The wealthy escape to country homes or seaside resorts. The poor just endure, sweating through nights that offer no relief, knowing that summer also brings heightened risk of the diseases that thrive in heat and crowding. Those diseases deserve their own discussion because they're as much a part of tenement life as the walls and floors. Tuberculosis is the big killer, the white plague that flourishes in exactly the conditions these buildings provide. Poor ventilation, overcrowding, weakened immune systems, inadequate nutrition. Entire families pass the infection among themselves, coughing blood into handkerchiefs, slowly fading while continuing to work and live because stopping isn't an option. There's no cure, barely any treatment, just recommendations to seek fresh air and good food, which is darkly funny advice for people who have neither. Typhoid fever makes regular appearances, spread through contaminated water and food, a direct consequence of sanitation systems that can't handle the population they serve. Cholera outbreaks still happen, though they're becoming less frequent as authorities slowly figure out the connection between sewage and drinking water. Diphtheria takes children with terrifying efficiency, their throats swelling shut while parents watch helplessly. Measles, scarlet fever, whooping cough, all rip through crowded buildings where isolating the sick is physically impossible, where one infected child means dozens of exposed children within days. Infant mortality rates in these neighborhoods are staggering by modern standards. Roughly 1 in 5 babies born in tenement districts doesn't survive their first year. The causes are various: infectious diseases, contaminated milk, summer diarrhea from bacteria multiplying in heat, plain malnutrition, but the result is consistent. Death is a constant presence in ways that modern parents can barely imagine. Families expect to lose children. They plan for it, emotionally and practically. A mother might give several of her children the same name because she knows not all of them will survive to adulthood, and she wants the name to continue. This sounds morbid to contemporary ears, but it's simple practicality for people living with death as a regular houseguest. Into this environment pour the immigrants. Because the Lower East Side and neighborhoods like it are where the new arrivals land, the huddled masses Emma Lazarus wrote about, showing up at Ellis Island with suitcases and hopes and very little else. They come from Ireland, still recovering from famine generations later. From Germany, from Poland, from Russia, fleeing poverty or persecution or both. From Italy, from Greece, from a dozen other countries where conditions are bad enough to make the American tenements look appealing by comparison. They come because they've heard the streets are paved with gold, and then they discover the streets are mostly paved with manure, but by then they're here and there's nothing to do but make the best of it. The ethnic neighborhoods layer onto each other, distinct communities occupying adjacent blocks, sometimes the same buildings, occasionally the same floors. There's Little Italy and the Jewish Lower East Side, Chinatown and German neighborhoods and Irish enclaves, each with their own languages, their own newspapers, their own groceries selling foods from home, their own religious institutions trying to maintain traditions in this chaotic new world. The boundaries are porous but real. Step from one block to another and the signs change languages. The smells from kitchens shift. The faces look different. It's a patchwork of humanity. People from every corner of the world packed together by economics and fate, learning to coexist whether they want to or not. The work available to these immigrants is whatever work Americans born here don't want to do, which is most of the hardest, dirtiest, most dangerous work available. The garment industry runs on immigrant labour, men and women and children crammed into sweatshops, cutting and sewing and pressing for pennies per piece. Construction projects use immigrant muscles to dig foundations, lay bricks, carry loads that machines can't yet handle efficiently. Factories take whoever's willing to work the longest hours for the lowest pay, which is usually whoever arrived most recently and has the fewest options. The women work too, many of them, because one income can't support a family in these conditions. They work in factories when they can, take piecework home when they can't, clean houses for wealthy uptown families, sell food from pushcarts, do whatever brings in money to add to the family pot. The children work as soon as they're physically capable, which is sooner than you might think. A child of 8 or 9 can carry messages, sell newspapers, help with piecework, contribute something to the family economy. School is theoretically available, but school doesn't pay, and when the choice is education or dinner, dinner usually wins. The kids who do attend school often go sporadically, showing up when work doesn't conflict, falling behind, eventually dropping out entirely to pursue full-time labour. Education is a luxury that poor families can't always afford, not because they don't value it. Many of them value it intensely, seeing it as the path to better lives for future generations, but because the present demands are too urgent to postpone. Life in these neighbourhoods follows rhythms dictated by economics and survival rather than preference. Wake before dawn because the factory whistles don't wait. Grab whatever counts as breakfast. Bread, maybe some coffee if there's money for it, cold leftovers from last night's thin soup. Walk to work because the streetcar nickel is better saved for emergencies. Work until the whistle signals midday break. Eat whatever was packed in a tin pail. Work again until the whistle announces freedom. Walk home through streets already darkening in winter, already sweltering in summer. Eat dinner that's been cooking slowly on the stove all day, attended by children or grandparents not able to work. Collapse into whatever sleeping arrangement fits in the available space. Repeat until Sunday, which offers a brief respite for those whose religions observe it, a chance to attend services, visit neighbours, maybe enjoy a small pleasure that the week's wages might afford. The pleasures are small but real. Saloons provide escape for men, a place to drink away frustrations and socialise with others who understand the life because they are living it too. The saloon is often the warmest room available in winter, the coolest in summer, and always a place where English isn't required, and a man's origins don't matter as long as his money spends. Women's pleasures are more constrained by propriety and responsibility, but they find community in each other, gathering in apartments and on stoops to share gossip and practical advice, and the simple human need for connection. Children make games from nothing, chasing each other through streets and alleys, turning garbage into toys and every available surface into a playground. Theatres offer cheap entertainment for those who can spare the admission. Vaudeville shows mixing comedy and music and spectacle. Nickelodeons beginning to show the flickering magic of moving pictures. But underneath all the coping and adapting and making the best of impossible situations, there's exhaustion. Bone-deep, soul-deep exhaustion from fighting every day just to stay in place. The tenement neighbourhoods produce remarkable things, cultures that blend and evolve, solidarity that defies the divisions outsiders expect, a fierce determination to survive and eventually thrive. They also produce early deaths, broken bodies, spirits ground down by relentless circumstance. The immigrants and the poor of urban America in 1900 are not passive victims. They're active agents fighting for their lives and futures. But the fight is hard, and it takes everything they have, and it doesn't always succeed. Now let's leave the city. Pack up your imaginary bags, catch an imaginary train, and travel west and south into the heartland of America, where a very different kind of life unfolds under very different circumstances. The rural America of 1900 is in some ways the opposite of urban tenements. Spacious instead of crowded, quiet instead of chaotic, isolated instead of overwhelmingly social. But opposite doesn't mean easier, and the farm families of the Midwest face their own set of challenges that make city problems look almost manageable by comparison. The first thing you notice when you leave the city is the silence. Not absolute silence, there's wind through grass, bird song, the occasional lowing of cattle, but silence compared to what you left behind. No factory whistles, no street vendors, no constant clatter of hooves on cobblestones. The soundscape of rural America is natural rather than industrial, and it takes some adjustment for ears accustomed to urban noise. At night, the silence becomes almost oppressive. No street lamps, no passing traffic, nothing but darkness and stars in numbers you forgot existed hidden by city smoke. The isolation that city people romanticize as peaceful can quickly become lonely, even frightening, when you're actually living it. The farms themselves vary widely depending on region, soil quality, and the family's economic situation, but certain features are common across the Midwest. The farmhouse is typically a wooden structure, built by the family or a previous owner, maintained through constant effort against weather and age. It's not large by modern standards, maybe 4 or 5 rooms for a family of similar size, but it feels spacious compared to tenement apartments. The rooms have windows that look out onto land rather than brick walls, and there's air that moves, and space to stretch without bumping into neighbours. These are luxuries that urban families would envy, even if rural families don't always appreciate them. The construction is practical rather than elegant. Walls might be log or frame depending on the era of building, often not particularly well insulated, admitting drafts that make winter heating a constant battle. The central stove or fireplace that provides warmth also demands fuel, and fuel means wood that must be chopped and split and carried and fed into flames that never seem to produce quite enough heat to reach the corners of the house. In the coldest months, families often live mainly in the kitchen, the one room where the cooking stove keeps temperatures bearable, venturing into bedrooms only for sleep and then piling under every available blanket and quilt. Many farmhouses in the prairie region started as sod houses, structures built literally from the earth itself, blocks of prairie grass and root cut and stacked to form walls, because there simply wasn't enough wood on the treeless plains to build any other way. Sod houses are surprisingly effective at maintaining temperature, cool in summer and warm in winter, but they're also prone to dirt falling from ceilings, insects, and occasionally snakes living in the walls, and a general aesthetic that falls short of anything you'd put on a postcard. Families who started in soddies dreamed of wooden houses and built them as soon as they could afford lumber. But in 1900, some families are still living in their original dirt walls, either from poverty or from the practical reality that a house that works is better than a dream that doesn't exist yet. Water on the farm comes from wells or nearby streams, and both sources require work to access. Wells must be dug or drilled, pumps installed and maintained, water carried bucket by bucket into the house for every use. Some more prosperous farms have hand pumps right in the kitchen, a luxury that eliminates outdoor trips but still requires physical effort for every gallon. Streams and rivers provide water for livestock and irrigation, but are often too far from the house for convenient household use. The daily water needs of a farm family, cooking, cleaning, laundry, bathing, animals, add up to staggering amounts of liquid that must be physically moved by human effort. This is one of the things people forget when they romanticize farm life. Every resource requires labour to access, and there's never a moment when the labour is done. The work rhythm of farm life follows the sun and the seasons rather than factory whistles, but don't mistake natural rhythms for relaxed ones. Farmers wake before dawn because animals need feeding regardless of how tired the farmer might be. Cows need milking on schedule, not human schedule. Skip a milking and you risk both the animal's health and the family's dairy production. Horses and mules need attention before they can work, and they need to work because almost nothing on the farm happens without animal power. The pre-breakfast chores alone would exhaust most modern people, and they're just the warm-up for the actual day's labour. What that labour involves depends on the season and the crops, but none of it is easy. Spring means ploughing fields that have spent winter frozen hard, breaking up soil that resists every effort, walking behind horse-drawn ploughs for miles and miles in rows that seem to stretch to the horizon. It means planting, thousands of individual actions of placing seeds in ground and hoping, because planting is always an act of faith that the weather will cooperate and the insects will stay away and nothing will go wrong between now and harvest. Summer means cultivating, weeding, trying to give crops a fighting chance against all the competing plants that want the same soil and water. It means heat that bakes both the crops and the people tending them, sunburn and exhaustion, and never quite enough water to drink no matter how much you carry into the fields. Harvest is the most intense period, the culmination of all the year's work, a race against weather and time to bring in crops before something goes wrong. In 1900, before widespread mechanization, harvest means human hands doing almost everything. Wheat must be cut, bound into sheaves, shocked in the field to dry, eventually threshed to separate grain from straw. Corn must be picked ear by ear, husked, stored. The work is relentless during harvest season, starting at first light and continuing until darkness makes work impossible, day after day until the last crop is safely stored. Entire families participate, children included. Neighbours help neighbours because no family can harvest alone, creating community bonds forged in shared exhaustion and mutual need. And then winter arrives, and you might think winter means rest, but you'd be wrong. Winter means maintenance of equipment that broke during the year's use. It means care of animals who still need feeding and watering and shelter. It means repairs to buildings damaged by weather, clearing snow that blocks roads and buries supplies, hunting game to supplement food stores, cutting wood to feed fires that fight the cold. Winter also means catching up on tasks postponed during the growing season, mending clothes, processing preserved foods, making and fixing the 1,000 small items a farm needs to function. The pace is slower than summer's desperate rush, but slow doesn't mean idle. Women's work on farms parallels and overlaps with men's, creating a partnership of necessity rather than choice. Farm women don't just maintain households, they're integral to the farm's economic survival. They manage poultry, the chickens and turkeys that provide eggs and meat and occasional income. They maintain kitchen gardens that supply vegetables for the family table, preserving everything possible for the months when gardens don't grow. They process dairy into butter and cheese that can be sold or traded. They handle the textile work that keeps the family clothed, not just mending and laundering, but often making clothes from raw materials, spinning thread, weaving cloth in spare moments between other responsibilities. When field work demands extra hands, women work in fields too. During harvest especially, everyone capable of contributing contributes, regardless of any notion that certain work belongs to certain genders. The theoretical division between men's outdoor work and women's indoor work collapses under practical pressure. Women drive teams, help with threshing, do whatever the situation requires. Then they come inside and make dinner for exhausted families, because the cooking still needs to happen regardless of how tired the cook might be. The double burden, field work plus household work, falls on farm women with particular weight, though the culture rarely acknowledges it as anything unusual. Children grow up working, learning farm tasks from ages that would horrify modern child development experts. By 5 or 6, a farm child has regular responsibilities, gathering eggs, feeding chickens, fetching water, minding younger siblings. By 10, they're doing serious work, helping with crops, managing animals, taking on tasks that matter to the farm's survival. By 15, a farm kid is essentially an adult worker, capable of handling most operations independently, probably operating the farm alone for stretches while parents attend to other business. Education fits around farm work rather than the reverse. Rural schools operate on schedules that accommodate planting and harvest, closing during seasons when children are needed in fields, condensing lessons into periods when they can be spared. The isolation of farm life creates both challenges and adaptations. Neighbours might be miles away, too far for casual visiting, requiring deliberate effort to maintain social connections. Churches provide the main community gathering point for many farm families, services on Sundays offering chances to see familiar faces, exchange news, arrange mutual aid. General stores in nearby towns serve similar functions. A trip for supplies becomes a social occasion, a chance to catch up on gossip and participate in a community larger than one's own household. But these connections require travel, usually by horse and wagon over roads that range from poor to nearly impassable, depending on weather and season. Medical care in rural areas barely exists in any professional sense. Doctors serve territories covering hundreds of square miles, reaching patients through horseback rides that might take hours. By the time a doctor arrives, many conditions have resolved themselves one way or another. Families rely on home remedies, folk knowledge passed down through generations, practical skills learned from necessity. Women handle most family medical care, dosing children with herbal preparations of varying effectiveness, setting minor fractures, attending births alongside neighbour women who've done it before. Major medical emergencies often mean death simply because help can't arrive in time. Appendicitis, complicated childbirth, serious injuries from farm equipment, these are death sentences in places where surgery is half a day's ride away. The isolation affects mental health in ways the era doesn't have vocabulary to describe. Farm wives in particular suffer from what later generations will recognise as depression and anxiety, trapped in endless work with minimal adult contact, watching the same horizons day after day, managing responsibilities that never diminish. Some break down visibly, requiring removal to distant relatives or institutions. Many more simply endure, their suffering invisible because it looks like just getting through another day, and everyone is just getting through another day, so what's remarkable about that? The memoir literature of farm women from this period reveals depths of despair that the cheerful agricultural mythology never acknowledges. Women who went weeks without seeing another adult woman, who lost children to accidents and disease with no support beyond their own capacity to continue functioning, who aged decades in years under burdens that seem inhuman in retrospect. The economics of farming in 1900 are brutal even when weather cooperates. Farmers don't control the prices they receive for crops. Distant markets and railroad companies and grain merchants set those prices, and farmers take what they're offered or watch their harvests rot. The costs of farming, meanwhile, keep rising. Equipment costs money. Seed cost money. Land cost money, or mortgage payments on land cost money, which amounts to the same thing. The math rarely favours the farmer, particularly the small family farmer, trying to compete against operations with more capital and better equipment. Good years barely cover costs. Bad years accumulate debt that compounds until the farm itself is at risk. Weather is the constant uncertainty that makes farming a perpetual gamble. Too little rain means drought, crops withering in fields, animals dying from lack of water, families facing not just economic loss but potential starvation. Too much rain means flooding, fields underwater, crops drowned, work of months destroyed in days. Hail can flatten a promising wheat crop in minutes. Early frost can kill corn before harvest. Grasshopper swarms descend from nowhere, eating everything green, leaving devastation that looks like some biblical judgment. Farmers watch the sky obsessively because the sky determines their fate, and the sky doesn't care about mortgages or hungry children or a year's worth of invested labour. The combination of isolation, relentless work, economic precarity, and vulnerability to forces beyond control creates a rural culture very different from urban America. Farm people are often described as stoic, conservative, suspicious of outsiders and change, and these characterizations aren't entirely wrong. They're adaptations to circumstances that punish risk and reward endurance. But there's also fierce independence, pride in self-sufficiency, deep community bonds with the neighbours who understand the life because they're living it alongside you. The rural virtues that American mythology celebrates — hard work, family loyalty, practical competence, connection to land — are real, even if the mythology tends to leave out the suffering that accompanies them. So there you have it. Two versions of American life in 1900, as different as any two ways of living in the same country at the same time could possibly be. The tenement dweller and the prairie farmer occupy the same nation but might as well inhabit different planets. Their daily experiences share almost nothing. Their challenges are opposite in character if not in intensity. The urban poor struggle with too many people, the rural poor struggle with too few. The city offers dirty air and dirty water. The country offers clean air and the backbreaking work of accessing clean water. The tenement requires navigating complex social webs. The farm requires finding any social connection at all. Yet both groups share certain fundamental realities. They work with their hands until their hands are rough and damaged. They face economic systems designed to extract their labour while giving minimum return. They watch children struggle with conditions no child should face. They live with death as a familiar presence rather than a distant abstraction. They get through each day through effort and endurance and whatever small pleasures they can scrape together, and then they get up tomorrow and do it again because there's no alternative. The specifics differ dramatically, but the essence, the daily grind of survival in a country that celebrates opportunity while distributing it very unevenly, connects them across the miles and the contrasts. This is America in 1900. Not one story, but many stories, depending on where you happen to stand and what hand fate dealt you. A land of promise and of struggle, of astonishing potential and grinding reality, of hope and exhaustion existing side by side. The century about to unfold will transform all of it beyond recognition, but the people living in this moment don't know that yet. They just know today's work, today's worries, today's small victories and defeats. They're living history, though to them it's just life, the only life they have, lived the only way they know how to live it. Now that we've established the broad strokes of where Americans lived in 1900, the crowded urban chaos versus the isolated rural expanses, let's step inside these homes and take a closer look at the actual living spaces. Because understanding life in this era requires understanding that home meant radically different things depending on where you fell on the economic ladder. And that ladder, it turns out, had a lot more rungs than you might expect, each with its own particular flavour of comfort or misery. Let's start at the bottom, with the housing that sheltered the poorest Americans, and work our way up to the gilded palaces of the elite. The contrast will give you whiplash, but that's rather the point. America in 1900 was a country of extremes, and nowhere were those extremes more visible than in where people laid their heads at night. The absolute bottom of urban housing was the lodging house, and if tenement apartments sounded grim, lodging houses make them look positively luxurious by comparison. These establishments catered to the transient poor, men mostly, though women's lodging houses existed too, who couldn't afford even a share of a tenement room. For somewhere between 5 and 15 cents per night, a lodger could rent a bed. Not a room. A bed. Sometimes not even a proper bed, but a spot on a wooden plank, or a canvas hammock strung in rows like some kind of poverty sardine arrangement. The cheapest options were 2-cent spots, where you paid for the privilege of sleeping sitting up on a bench, leaning against a rope stretched across the room. When morning came, someone would release the rope and everyone would fall forward, which was apparently the management's idea of an alarm clock. Hospitality standards were somewhat different in those days. These lodging houses packed men into spaces with no concern whatsoever for personal comfort or basic dignity. Beds might be arranged in double or triple tiers, requiring acrobatic skill to reach upper berths. The man above you might cough all night with tuberculosis. The man below you might snore like a freight train. The man beside you, because beds were often pushed together with no space between, might have opinions about personal hygiene that differed from yours. Privacy was a joke without a punchline. Theft was constant, so experienced lodgers slept with their shoes under their heads and their meagre possessions clutched to their bodies. The smell of dozens of unwashed men in an unventilated room is something that fortunately cannot be transmitted through audio, because describing it adequately would require vocabulary that doesn't exist. The lodging house keepers operated on the principle that their customers had no other options, which was usually true. Clean sheets were a theoretical concept that rarely manifested in practice. Bedbugs were so common they were barely worth mentioning. Every lodging house had them, just as every lodging house had lice, and complaining about either would be like complaining about the air. The buildings themselves were often converted warehouses or factory spaces, never designed for human habitation, and showing no signs of having been adapted for that purpose beyond the installation of beds. Fire safety was handled through the innovative strategy of hoping fires wouldn't happen, which worked right up until it didn't. Moving one step up the housing ladder, we find the tenement apartments we discussed earlier, but let's examine them more closely now. The tenements of 1900 weren't all identical. They existed on their own spectrum from barely tolerable to genuinely nightmarish. The old law tenements, built before 1879 when the first housing regulations were passed, represented the worst of the worst. These buildings were designed by architects whose primary skill was fitting maximum rental units onto minimum land, with features like windowless interior rooms and air shafts so narrow they functioned mainly as garbage chutes and disease vectors. The famous dumbbell tenement design earned its name from the shape created by those air shafts, a slight indentation on each side of the building that was supposed to provide light and ventilation, but mostly provided additional surface area for collecting trash and echoing noise. The new law tenements, required after 1901, improved on some of these horrors, mandating larger air shafts, better fire escapes, and indoor toilets on each floor rather than outdoor privies. But in 1900, most of the tenements still standing were old law buildings, and the new regulations hadn't yet transformed the housing stock. Families lived in apartments where the only natural light came from a single window facing the street or the rear yard, where interior rooms existed in permanent twilight, where the airshaft view consisted of brick walls close enough to touch and the accumulated debris of neighbours who found it easier to throw garbage out the window than carry it downstairs. The physical construction of these buildings varied, but sturdy was rarely an applicable adjective. Walls were thin, floors creaked and sometimes sagged, ceilings leaked when it rained and sometimes when it didn't. Plaster crumbled, paint peeled, woodwork rotted. Landlords invested in maintenance only when absolutely forced to by circumstances, or the rare building inspector who couldn't be bribed. The average tenement was in a state of gradual collapse that would have alarmed anyone who paused to think about it, but nobody had time to pause and think because they were too busy trying to survive. Heating these apartments in winter presented constant challenges. Coal stoves provided warmth but required fuel that ate into already tight budgets. A family might choose between adequate heating and adequate food, and often chose food huddling under blankets in rooms that stayed barely above freezing. The stoves themselves were hazards. Hot metal in crowded spaces full of children, and fabric meant burns were common, and fires from overturned stoves or sparks on nearby combustibles were a constant risk. The stovepipe running up through the ceiling had to be watched carefully, because if the pipe came loose or the joint leaked, carbon monoxide would fill the room with invisible death. Summer brought the opposite problem. Buildings designed without cross-ventilation became ovens when temperatures rose. The brick and stone absorbed heat all day and radiated it inward all night, keeping apartments hot around the clock. Families moved their activities onto fire escapes and rooftops, seeking any breath of moving air. Deaths from heat exposure were common during summer heat waves, particularly among the very young and very old. The tenements that were deadly cold in winter became deadly hot in summer, a year-round challenge with no good solutions. Now let's leave the city and examine rural housing in more detail. The farm families of America lived in structures that range from surprisingly comfortable to genuinely primitive, depending on region, resources, and how long the family had been established on their land. A prosperous farm family in Ohio or Pennsylvania might inhabit a solid frame house with multiple rooms, perhaps even a second story, built to last and maintained with pride. These weren't mansions, but they were real houses, weathertight, reasonably warm with adequate heating, spacious enough that family members could occasionally have a moment alone. The furniture might be simple and handmade, but it was functional. The floors were wooden planks, the walls plastered or papered. A visitor from the city might find such a farmhouse rustic but perfectly livable. But not all farm families had achieved this level of comfort. New settlers on the frontier, families who had moved west seeking opportunity, often lived in conditions that would shock their eastern cousins. The log cabin of American mythology was still very much a reality in 1900, particularly in the South and on the edge of settlement. These cabins were typically single-room structures, maybe with a loft for sleeping, built by the family from trees they cut themselves. The gaps between logs were chinked with mud and straw, which worked reasonably well until the weather worked it loose, requiring constant rechinning to keep out wind and rain and wildlife. The floors were often packed earth, actual dirt beneath your feet every moment you were home. Furniture was minimal: a table, some benches, beds that might be wooden frames or simply pallets on the floor. In the prairies where trees were scarce, families got creative with construction materials. The sod house, or soddy, represented genuine frontier innovation: cut blocks of prairie grass and root stacked like bricks to form walls, with a roof of more sod laid over wooden supports. These structures were remarkably effective at maintaining comfortable temperatures, cool in summer and warm in winter, better insulated than many wooden buildings. They were also prone to leaking during rain. The phrase "it's raining inside" was literal rather than metaphorical, dropping dirt and insects from ceilings, and hosting various small creatures who found the sod walls excellent habitat. Snakes were particularly fond of sod houses, which made getting out of bed in the morning an adventure in ways that modern homeowners cannot easily imagine. The aesthetic appeal was, to put it kindly, limited. But sod houses kept families alive until they could afford something better. Even below the sod house on the rural housing hierarchy were the dugouts, essentially caves carved into hillsides, with maybe a wooden front wall and door. These were supposed to be temporary, the first shelter a new homesteader threw together while working to establish their claim, but temporary sometimes stretched into years when money never materialized for anything better. Living in a hole in the ground had certain advantages: excellent temperature regulation, protection from storms, very low construction costs, but the disadvantages were substantial. Flooding was a constant risk. Pests had easy access. The psychological toll of living underground in perpetual dimness was real, even if the era lacked vocabulary to describe it. Let's climb the housing ladder now to the middle class, that growing segment of American society that wasn't quite poor but wasn't exactly rich either. Middle-class housing in 1900 represented a significant step up from both tenements and frontier cabins. In cities, middle-class families lived in row houses or small detached homes in neighborhoods that maintained respectable appearances. These homes had multiple rooms dedicated to specific purposes: a parlor for receiving guests, a dining room for meals, bedrooms that were actually used only for sleeping. They had indoor plumbing, usually, or at least indoor toilets connected to city sewer systems. They had proper heating systems, sometimes even early central heating rather than just stoves. They had gas lighting, which was considerably more convenient and less dangerous than kerosene lamps. The middle-class home was designed for display as much as function. The parlor, that front room where guests were received, was furnished with the best the family could afford: matching furniture sets, decorative objects, perhaps a piano that symbolized cultural aspiration even if nobody played it well. The parlor represented the family's public face, kept clean and formal, used mainly for impressing visitors and marking special occasions. The rest of the house might be considerably more casual, but the parlour had to maintain standards. Keeping up appearances was serious business for families whose social position required constant reinforcement. These middle-class homes featured amenities that would have seemed miraculous to tenement dwellers. Running water in the kitchen piped directly to a sink, a separate bathroom with a flush toilet and perhaps even a bathtub. Gas jets that could be turned on and off with a simple valve, providing light without the mess and danger of kerosene. Multiple bedrooms so that children didn't have to share beds with siblings or parents. A backyard, maybe, with space for a garden and room for children to play without dodging traffic. These weren't luxuries by modern standards, but in 1900 they represented solid achievement, markers of success that separated the middle class from those struggling below them. Middle-class homes in rural areas and small towns showed similar patterns, larger than necessity strictly required, designed to demonstrate prosperity and respectability. The farmhouse of a successful farmer might rival or exceed urban middle-class homes in comfort, if not in access to city conveniences. These houses had proper foundations, multiple rooms, sometimes decorative elements like porches and gingerbread trim that served no purpose except looking nice. A well-off farmer's wife could maintain a parlour just as formal as her city counterparts, even if her visitors arrived by buggy rather than streetcar. Success looked similar whether you grew crops or worked in an office, and housing was one of the primary ways that success made itself visible. But now let's talk about the really good stuff, the mansions of the wealthy, those palatial residences that made middle-class comfort look like poverty, and actual poverty look like something from another universe entirely. Because the rich in 1900 were really spectacularly, almost comically rich, and they built homes to match. The Gilded Age had produced fortunes of unprecedented size, and the families who controlled those fortunes saw no reason for restraint in displaying their wealth. The mansions of Fifth Avenue in New York, the summer cottages of Newport, calling them cottages being the era's version of humble bragging since these cottages had 40 rooms and required staffs of dozens. The estates of the robber barons. These weren't just houses but monuments to money. Take a stroll up Fifth Avenue in New York around 1900, and you'd pass a parade of architectural fantasies that seemed transported from European aristocracy. These weren't homes built for families, they were statements built for impressing, intimidating, and outshining the neighbours. Marble facades, grand staircases, ballrooms that could hold hundreds, dining rooms designed for banquets, bedrooms the size of tenement apartments. The Vanderbilts alone had multiple Manhattan mansions competing with each other in size and splendour, as different branches of the family tried to prove they were the most successful branch of an already spectacularly successful clan. Inside these mansions, every surface dripped with evidence of expense. Carved wood, imported from wherever carving was finest. Marble from Italian quarries shipped across the Atlantic at enormous cost. Paintings by old masters, acquired from European aristocrats whose fortunes had faded. Tapestries, statuary, porcelain, silver, each room a museum of expensive objects arranged to demonstrate that money was no object. The entrance halls alone might contain more valuable items than a tenement family would earn in multiple lifetimes. The effect was intended to overwhelm visitors, and it generally succeeded. These homes had technology that seemed almost like magic compared to how most Americans lived. Electric lighting was becoming available by 1900, and the wealthy were early adopters, their homes glowing with the clean, bright light that would eventually transform everything, but currently transformed mainly the experience of being rich. Central heating systems kept every room at comfortable temperatures without requiring servants to constantly tend fires, though servants still constantly tended fires because the wealthy also had fireplaces in every room because why not? Indoor plumbing of the most advanced kind, not just toilets but multiple bathrooms, hot running water from taps, bathtubs that made the tin washtubs of regular people look like jokes. Kitchens in wealthy homes were industrial operations staffed by professional cooks and equipped with every available convenience. Cast iron ranges of immense size with multiple ovens and burners capable of producing elaborate meals for dozens of guests. Separate pantries and larders for storing the quantities of food such households required. Ice boxes of substantial size, kept cold by regular ice deliveries, able to preserve perishables that ordinary families had to consume immediately. The wealthy ate differently not just because they could afford better ingredients, but because they had the facilities to store and prepare food in ways unavailable to everyone else. The contrast between this world and the tenements just blocks away was stark enough to seem fictional. A wealthy woman dressing for dinner in her mansion, attended by personal maids, choosing from a wardrobe of hundreds of garments, preparing to descend a marble staircase to a dining room where a 12-course meal awaited. This person lived in the same city at the same time as a tenement mother cooking thin soup over a coal stove while her children waited hungry. The physical distance between them might be mere miles. The experiential distance was infinite. And the rich knew this. They couldn't not know it, surrounded as they were by servants drawn from the working class, reading newspapers that occasionally covered tenement conditions, passing through streets where poverty was visible despite their best efforts to avoid it. How they reconciled their extreme comfort with others' extreme suffering varied. Some embraced philanthropy, donating portions of their fortunes to causes that might improve conditions for the poor, founding hospitals and libraries and settlement houses. Others decided they deserved their wealth and the poor deserved their poverty, a convenient philosophy that required no uncomfortable action. Most probably didn't think about it very much at all, the same way we don't think very much about working conditions in factories making our consumer goods. Out of sight, out of mind, a principle that applied across centuries. Now let's move from where people lived to what they ate, because food in 1900 was its own adventure, and not always the pleasant kind. The American diet of this era was shaped by factors we've largely forgotten. Limited refrigeration, no food safety regulations worth mentioning, seasonal availability that actually meant something, and preservation techniques that ranged from effective to genuinely dangerous. What ended up on your plate depended heavily on your economic circumstances, where you lived, and whether luck was with you on any given day. Let's start with breakfast, that meal modern Americans often skip, but 1900 Americans definitely didn't, because they needed the fuel for physical labor that would exhaust a modern gym enthusiast. For most working families, breakfast was simple and carbohydrate heavy. Oatmeal was a staple, cheap, filling, available year-round since dried oats kept indefinitely. Not the quick oats of modern convenience, mind you, but steel-cut oats that required long cooking, often started the night before and left to simmer until morning. Served with a little milk if you had it, a little sugar if you could afford it, or plain if you couldn't afford either. It wasn't exciting, but it stuck to your ribs, as the saying went. Bread was the other breakfast cornerstone, often baked at home because commercial bakeries weren't always available or affordable. Farm families baked their own bread as a matter of course, working it into the weekly routine alongside all the other tasks. Urban families might buy bread from bakeries, but tenement families often couldn't spare the pennies and baked their own in coal stoves, producing loaves that varied in quality depending on the baker's skill and the availability of decent ingredients. The bread might be spread with lard if butter was too expensive, or eaten plain if even lard was a luxury. Coffee was common where affordable, tea an alternative, both often drunk very strong and very hot to provide warmth and the illusion of energy. Eggs appeared at breakfast tables when families had chickens or money to buy eggs, which was more often in rural areas than urban ones. A farm family with a laying flock had eggs reliably. An urban family might have eggs sometimes, when prices dropped or income rose, as an occasional treat rather than a daily expectation. The eggs were cooked simply, fried, scrambled, boiled, because elaborate preparation required time and skill and additional ingredients that complicated things unnecessarily. For wealthier families, breakfast was considerably more elaborate. Multiple courses, multiple options, servants to prepare and serve it all. Eggs prepared in various styles, meat in the form of bacon or ham or sausage, freshly baked breads and pastries, fruits when available, coffee and tea served from silver pots. The wealthy ate breakfast as a proper meal, seated at dining tables, a leisurely start to days that didn't require rushing off to factory whistles. Their breakfast tables demonstrated their prosperity as surely as their parlour furniture did. Lunch, or dinner, as the midday meal was often called in this era, varied enormously depending on where you ate it. Workers who couldn't come home carried meals to their workplaces in tin pails, whatever could be packed cold and eaten without reheating. Bread again formed the foundation. Maybe some cheese if the family could afford it. Cold meat if there was meat left from a previous meal. Pickles or preserved vegetables. A piece of fruit perhaps. The tin pail lunch was functional rather than appetizing, fuel to get through the afternoon's labour, eaten quickly during brief breaks. Those who could go home for the midday meal ate whatever the household's cook, usually the mother or wife, had prepared. In many families, this was the main meal of the day, heavier and more substantial than the evening supper. Soups and stews were common, one-pot dishes that could simmer unattended while the cook handled other responsibilities. These weren't the elegant soups of restaurant dining, but practical solutions to the challenge of feeding multiple people from limited resources. The pot might contain whatever vegetables were available: carrots, potatoes, onions, cabbage, plus whatever meat the family could afford, which might be quite little. The art of stretching meat was essential knowledge for working-class cooks. A small piece of meat could flavour a large pot of soup, providing the taste and satisfaction of meat without the cost of serving meat as the main dish. Bones were even more valuable than meat in some ways. Simmered for hours, they produced rich stock that made even the simplest ingredients taste substantial. Nothing was wasted. Vegetable scraps went into the pot. Stale bread became bread pudding or thickener for soups. Meat bones were boiled and reboiled until they gave up every last bit of flavour. This wasn't frugality as lifestyle choice, but frugality as survival strategy. The evening meal, often called supper, was typically lighter than the midday dinner, particularly for families whose schedules followed this older pattern. Leftovers from dinner, perhaps, or bread and cheese, or simple preparations that didn't require extensive cooking after a day's work. Not all families followed this pattern, however. Urban workers who couldn't come home at midday might have their main meal in the evening instead, reversing the traditional order. Either way, the evening meal was usually a family affair, everyone gathered around whatever table the home provided, eating together in one of the day's few moments of shared rest. The specific foods available varied significantly by region and season, in ways modern Americans, accustomed to global supply chains and year-round availability, can barely imagine. Seasonal eating wasn't a trendy choice, but an inescapable reality. Fresh vegetables existed during growing seasons and not otherwise unless you'd preserved them. Fresh fruit was a summer pleasure that ended when the harvest ended. Winter meant eating what you'd stored. Root vegetables that kept in cellars, preserved foods in jars and crocks, dried and smoked items that would last until spring. The monotony of winter eating was real and wearing, the same limited ingredients appearing in the same limited preparations for months on end. The kitchen garden was essential for families who had space to maintain one. Rural families almost universally kept gardens, growing vegetables that supplemented what they could buy or trade. Urban families with any yard space at all often converted that space to food production. The tiny backyards of row houses, the patches of ground behind tenements, any sunlit spot that could support vegetable plants. These gardens weren't hobbies but necessities, producing food that the family budget couldn't otherwise provide. A successful garden meant the difference between adequate nutrition and genuine hunger during the growing season, and between having preserved vegetables for winter or having none. The crops in these gardens were practical rather than exotic. Potatoes because they produced reliable yields and stored well. Beans, both for fresh eating and drying for winter. Tomatoes, increasingly popular after earlier generations had suspected them of being poisonous. Cabbage, which could be eaten fresh, stored in root cellars, or preserved as sauerkraut. Onions, carrots, turnips, root vegetables that provided calories and kept well. Squash and pumpkins in varieties bred for storage. Cucumbers for pickling. The kitchen garden was a library of preservation-friendly crops, chosen not for exciting flavours, but for keeping families fed year-round. Preserving the garden's harvest was a major project consuming weeks of late summer and early fall. Canning had become widespread by 1900, glass jars and metal lids enabling families to put up foods that would keep through winter without the heavily salted or dried quality of older preservation methods. The canning process was labour-intensive, gathering produce at peak ripeness, preparing it for jars, cooking it properly, sealing the jars, storing them carefully. Mistakes in the process could lead to spoilage at best, botulism at worst. The bacteria that caused botulism were invisible, and their presence undetectable until someone got sick, sometimes fatally sick. Home canners learned proper techniques through experience and community knowledge, but accidents happened. Beyond home gardens, families obtained food through a mix of sources that looked complicated to modern eyes. Urban families bought from pushcart vendors, grocers, butchers, bakers, each type of food requiring a separate transaction, sometimes from vendors speaking different languages in different parts of the neighbourhood. There were no supermarkets combining everything under one roof. Shopping for food was a daily activity because refrigeration was limited. You bought what you'd use that day or the next, returning tomorrow for more. This required time, energy, and skill at evaluating quality and negotiating prices. The housewife, and it was almost always a wife or mother handling food shopping, needed to know which vendors sold decent goods at fair prices and which would cheat you if you weren't paying attention. The quality of food available to consumers was, to put it diplomatically, variable. Food safety regulation basically didn't exist yet. The Pure Food and Drug Act wouldn't pass until 1906, and enforcement would take years to become effective. Milk might be watered down or contaminated with bacteria. Meat might be spoiled and treated with chemicals to hide the smell. Bread might contain adulterants added to increase weight and decrease cost. Canned goods from commercial processors might be contaminated with dangerous bacteria or contaminated with lead from poorly made cans. The phrase buyer beware applied with particular force to food purchasing. Milk was especially problematic. Fresh milk spoiled quickly without refrigeration, and the dairy industry had not yet adopted pasteurization as standard practice. Raw milk from urban dairies, and there were dairy operations within cities, cows kept in conditions that would horrify modern regulators, could carry tuberculosis, typhoid, diphtheria, and other diseases. Swill milk dairies fed their cows on spent grain from breweries, producing milk of questionable nutritional value from animals kept in conditions that bred disease. Children were particularly vulnerable to contaminated milk, and milk-borne illness contributed significantly to the high infant mortality rates we mentioned earlier. Parents who could afford it bought milk from country dairies with better reputations, but many families had no choice but to buy whatever was cheapest and hope for the best. Meat presented its own challenges. Refrigerated transport was becoming available but wasn't yet universal, meaning meat often travelled from slaughter to consumer in conditions that encouraged bacterial growth. Butchers did what they could to extend the sellable life of their products, including treatments that modern consumers would find alarming. The meatpacking industry, centered in Chicago, operated under conditions that Upton Sinclair would famously expose in The Jungle a few years after 1900, conditions that included workers falling into rendering vats and being processed along with the product. Even before those revelations, thoughtful consumers had reason to question what exactly they were eating when they bought commercial meat products. Canned goods offered convenience but carried risks. The canning industry had grown rapidly, putting an enormous variety of foods into tin cans that could be shipped anywhere and stored indefinitely. This was genuinely revolutionary, making foods available year-round that had previously been seasonal, making distribution possible across distances that fresh food couldn't travel. But the canning process wasn't always done properly, and the consequences of improper canning could be severe. Botulism outbreaks traced to commercially canned goods killed consumers who had no way to know they were buying poison. The cans themselves sometimes contained lead solder that leached into acidic foods like tomatoes. Without labelling requirements, consumers couldn't know what was actually in the cans they purchased. Despite these hazards, or perhaps because familiarity breeds acceptance, Americans in 1900 ate their food and mostly survived. The human digestive system is remarkably resilient. An immune system strengthened by constant low-level exposure could handle bacterial loads that would flatten modern stomachs raised on sanitized foods. This isn't to say food contamination wasn't a problem, it killed people regularly, but most people most of the time ate questionable food without immediate disaster. The long-term health effects of lead exposure, chronic low-grade infections, and nutritional deficiencies were another matter. But those consequences took years to manifest and were difficult to trace to specific causes. For wealthy families, food quality was considerably more reliable, primarily because wealth brought access to better sources. Rich households could afford to buy from trusted vendors with reputations to maintain. They could afford ice to keep perishables cold, delivered regularly to their homes in quantities adequate for substantial ice boxes. They could afford fresh foods shipped rapidly from distant locations, enjoying fruits and vegetables out of season because they could pay the premium for speed. Their kitchens, staffed by professional cooks, could prepare foods safely and discard anything questionable without worrying about waste. Money didn't guarantee safety, but it certainly improved the odds. The wealthy also ate differently in kind, not just in quality. While working families filled up on bread and potatoes and stretched small amounts of meat across large pots of soup, wealthy families ate meat as the centerpiece of meals, multiple courses featuring different preparations, variety that working families could only dream about. Dinner parties among the upper class were competitive displays of abundance, hosts trying to outdo each other with exotic ingredients, elaborate preparations, overwhelming quantities. A formal dinner might include a dozen courses, each featuring something rare or impressive, the table groaning under food that would feed a tenement family for weeks. The disconnect between how different classes ate reflected the broader inequalities of the era. At one end, families wondering if there would be enough food for everyone at the table, mothers skipping meals so children could eat, food insecurity as a constant background stress. At the other end, families whose biggest food-related problem was boredom with the same delicacies, hosts competing to offer ever more impressive menus, waste that would have sustained families thrown away without thought. Same country, same moment in time, radically different relationships with the basic necessity of eating. Restaurant culture existed but was primarily an urban phenomenon catering to specific populations. Working men ate at cheap lunch counters offering basic fare at low prices, a bowl of soup, a sandwich, coffee, fuel for the afternoon's labour. Middle-class diners patronised respectable restaurants offering decent meals at moderate prices, places where families could dine together on special occasions. The wealthy frequented exclusive establishments, private clubs and fancy hotel dining rooms where the food was elaborate and the prices matched. For most Americans, eating out was rare or non-existent. Food was prepared and consumed at home, restaurant dining a luxury they couldn't afford. Street food filled some gaps in urban areas. Pushcart vendors sold everything from hot potatoes to pretzels to pickles to fruits, portable foods that could be eaten on the go by workers without time or money for proper meals. These vendors operated without regulation, their wares of questionable cleanliness, but they served a real need for people whose lives didn't include leisurely dining. A hot potato bought from a pushcart might not be hygienic by modern standards, but it was hot and filling and cheap, three qualities that mattered more than theoretical contamination risks when you were hungry and had 10 minutes before you had to be back at work. Alcohol consumption was widespread across classes, though drinking patterns varied. Working men frequented saloons, those ubiquitous establishments that provided beer and spirits along with free lunches designed to encourage continued drinking. The free lunch was an actual thing in this era. Saloons offered food, often salty food, to patrons who bought drinks, on the theory that salty food increased thirst and thirsty men bought more drinks. The quality of free lunch fare ranged from acceptable to genuinely suspicious, but for men who might not otherwise eat during the workday, it provided calories that mattered. The saloon served social functions beyond just drinking. It was where men gathered, where neighbourhood business was conducted, where political machines distributed favours. Temperance advocates railed against saloons as sources of family destruction, and they weren't entirely wrong, but they also missed the social functions these establishments served for populations with few other gathering places. Middle-class and wealthy drinking happened in different settings, private homes, clubs, hotel bars, but happened nonetheless. The temperance movement was building toward the prohibition that would eventually pass, but in 1900, alcohol was still legal and widely consumed. Wine with dinner was standard for upper-class tables. Beer was practically a food group. Whiskey and other spirits were available to anyone who wanted them. Patent medicines, which we'll discuss more later, often contained substantial alcohol content, providing socially acceptable intoxication to populations who officially disapproved of drinking. The medicine label covered a multitude of happy hours. Looking at food in 1900 overall, what strikes a modern observer is how precarious the whole system was. Food security, the confidence that there would be enough to eat tomorrow, was something only the comfortable could take for granted. For working families, food was a constant calculation, balancing quality against cost against availability, stretching resources to cover needs, hoping that nothing would go wrong to disrupt the fragile equilibrium. A job loss, an illness, a food price spike, any disruption could push families from managing to failing, from eating adequately to going hungry. The abundance that modern Americans expect would have seemed miraculous to people for whom abundance was always conditional. The kitchen itself deserves attention, because the workspace where food was prepared looked nothing like the gleaming laboratories of modern cooking shows. Working-class kitchens were often not kitchens at all in any dedicated sense, just corners of multi-purpose rooms where cooking happened alongside living, sleeping, working, everything else a family did in limited space. The coal stove dominated whatever space was available, its black iron bulk radiating heat that was welcome in winter and miserable in summer. Cooking on a coal stove required skills that have largely been forgotten, managing the fire to maintain proper temperatures, knowing which parts of the surface were hottest, timing dishes around the stove's temperamental behaviour rather than simply adjusting a dial. The stove demanded constant attention. Coal or wood had to be added regularly to maintain cooking temperature. Ashes had to be removed daily, a messy job that sent fine grey dust into the air and onto every surface. The stove had to be blacked, coated with stove polish and buffed to prevent rust, a regular chore that left hands and clothes stained. In summer, cooking meant heating up an already hot room to unbearable temperatures, but the alternative was not cooking, which wasn't really an alternative at all. Some tenement buildings had shared kitchens in basements or courtyards, theoretically reducing the heat burden on individual apartments, but shared kitchens came with their own complications of scheduling, cleanliness, and neighbourly conflict. Kitchen equipment beyond the stove was minimal by modern standards. Cast iron pots and pans, heavy and durable, requiring proper seasoning and care to prevent rust. Wooden spoons and ladles, often homemade. A few knives sharpened on whetstones because there were no electric knife sharpeners. A cutting board, probably well worn. Maybe a meat grinder for processing tough cuts into something more manageable. The egg beater was a relatively recent innovation that had become common, replacing the tedious fork beating that earlier generations had endured. A coffee grinder if the family drank coffee, because pre-ground coffee existed but freshly ground was considered superior. Storage was limited and problematic. The icebox, if the family had one, was a wooden cabinet with a compartment for ice and compartments for food, insulated with sawdust or other materials to slow the ice's inevitable melting. Ice had to be delivered regularly by the iceman, who hauled enormous blocks from his wagon to customers' kitchens using impressive strength and large metal tongs. The frequency of delivery depended on what the family could afford and how quickly their particular icebox consumed its supply. In hot weather, ice melted faster, requiring more frequent delivery or acceptance that the icebox wouldn't stay cold enough to preserve anything reliably. The drip pan underneath the icebox had to be emptied regularly, a chore that was easy to forget until water overflowed onto the kitchen floor. Families without iceboxes, which included many working-class families, had to shop daily for perishables and consume them quickly. Milk left out overnight would spoil. Meat purchased in the morning needed to be cooked by evening. The rhythm of daily shopping that seems quaint or inefficient to modern eyes was actually the only practical response to the reality of food that couldn't be preserved. City families had the advantage of nearby vendors. Rural families without iceboxes, most rural families, had to rely on other preservation methods or plan meals around what would keep. Those other preservation methods were varied and ingenious. Smoking meat was an ancient technique still widely practiced, the smokehouse a common feature of farms where hogs were raised. The process of curing and smoking transformed fresh pork into ham and bacon that could last for months, though the salt content was considerably higher than modern palates might prefer. Salting was used for various meats and fish, packing them in salt or brine to prevent bacterial growth. The results were edible, though often required soaking to remove excess salt before cooking. Drying worked for fruits, vegetables, and some meats. The process was simple but time-consuming, and the results ranged from acceptable to shoe leather, depending on technique and the original ingredients. Root cellars provided cool, dark storage for vegetables that could survive such conditions. Potatoes, carrots, turnips, beets, onions, winter squash, apples. These were the staples of winter eating precisely because they lasted in root cellar storage. A well-stocked root cellar represented security against winter hunger, the accumulated produce of summer's gardening efforts waiting to see the family through until spring. Managing a root cellar required knowledge, which vegetables stored best at which temperatures, how to prevent rot from spreading from spoiled items to sound ones when stores were getting dangerously low. Farm wives who maintained successful root cellars held valuable knowledge that kept families fed. Fermentation preserved foods through controlled bacterial action, transforming cabbage into sauerkraut, cucumbers into pickles, grapes into wine, apples into cider and then vinegar. These weren't exotic preparations, but practical responses to the problem of seasonal abundance, the need to do something with the produce that couldn't be eaten immediately before it spoiled. A crock of fermenting sauerkraut was standard equipment in many households, the tang and probiotics of fermented vegetables providing nutrition through winter months when fresh vegetables weren't available. Water for cooking and cleaning came with its own challenges, as mentioned earlier. Urban families with running water had convenience, but not necessarily purity. The water coming from municipal systems might carry diseases depending on where it was sourced and how it was treated. Rural families without running water hauled every gallon they used, an immense physical labour that modern people can barely imagine. Heating water for cooking, cleaning, and the occasional bath required fuel and time, making hot water a resource to be used thoughtfully, rather than the unlimited supply modern faucets provide. Dishes were washed by hand, obviously, in basins of water heated on the stove, with soap that might be homemade from animal fat and lye. The modern concept of sanitizing dishes with very hot water and letting them air dry in racks was not yet standard practice. Dishes were washed, rinsed, if water was plentiful enough, dried with cloths, and put away. The cloths themselves required washing in turn. Every aspect of kitchen maintenance involved labour that machines now perform invisibly. The cooking itself was time-consuming in ways that instant and convenience foods have eliminated. Dried beans, a staple protein source, required overnight soaking and hours of cooking. Bread required mixing, kneading, rising, shaping, rising again, and finally baking. A process that took the better part of a day, and had to be repeated regularly because bread went stale quickly. Stock required hours of simmering bones. Even relatively quick dishes took longer without pre-cut vegetables, pre-mixed spices, and recipe instructions printed on convenient packages. Cooking was skilled labour that demanded significant time and energy from whoever performed it, almost always women. Meal planning in this era meant thinking ahead in ways that modern consumers don't have to. What would be available at the market? What was in the root cellar? What needed to be used before it spoiled? How could limited resources stretch to feed everyone? A good cook in 1900 was also a good manager, economist, and planner, juggling competing demands with skills that were essential to family survival. The transformation of food production and distribution that would occur over the following century, refrigerated transport, food safety regulation, industrialized agriculture, global supply chains, preservation technologies, would make 1900s food challenges seem like ancient history. But for people living through that moment, there was no transformation visible on the horizon, just the daily reality of figuring out what to eat, where to get it, how to pay for it, and how to make it stretch far enough to keep everyone fed until tomorrow, when the whole process would start again. Now that we've explored where Americans lived and what they ate in 1900, let's talk about what they wore. Because clothing in this era was far more than just fabric covering bodies. It was a complex social signalling system, a daily physical challenge, and occasionally a genuine health hazard. What you wore told everyone around you exactly who you were, what you could afford, and where you belonged in the rigid hierarchy of turn-of-the-century America. Getting dressed in the morning was both a declaration of identity and, for many people, an endurance test that modern wardrobes simply cannot match. Let's start with women's clothing, because women's fashion in 1900 represents perhaps the most elaborate system of physical constraint ever normalized by any society. The female body was not considered ready for public viewing in its natural state. It had to be shaped, molded, compressed, and adorned through layers upon layers of garments designed to create an idealized silhouette that bore little resemblance to actual human anatomy. The process of getting dressed was not something you could do quickly or alone, and the results were not something you could comfortably move, breathe, or sometimes even sit in. Fashion in 1900 was serious business, and comfort was not invited to the party. The foundation of women's dress was the corset, that infamous garment that has become shorthand for Victorian-era oppression, but was actually worn by choice by most women of the period, which tells you something about the power of social norms. The corset was a structured undergarment, typically made of cotton or silk with channels containing strips of whalebone. Actual baleen from actual whales, harvested at great expense and effort, or steel, designed to compress the waist, support the bust, and create the fashionable S-curve silhouette that the era demanded. Putting on a corset required assistance. The laces at the back had to be tightened by another person, pulling the garment closed while the wearer held onto something stable and tried to remember how to breathe. A properly fitted corset reduced the natural waist by several inches, which sounds uncomfortable because it was uncomfortable. The pressure on internal organs was real and measurable. Tight lacing, the practice of cinching the corset as tightly as possible, could cause actual physical damage, compressed ribs, displaced organs, difficulty breathing that could lead to fainting. The fashionable practice of fainting, so associated with Victorian women, wasn't affectation or weakness. It was often the predictable result of being unable to get enough oxygen into lungs compressed by whalebone and determination. Women learned to take shallow breaths, to move carefully, to avoid exertion that would demand more air than their corsets permitted. The corset essentially trained women's bodies to be decorative rather than functional, which was rather the point. But wait, there's more. The corset was just the beginning of the layering process. Beneath the corset, women wore a chemise, a simple cotton or linen undergarment that protected the corset from body moisture and the skin from the corset's hard edges. Over the corset went the corset cover, another layer designed to smooth the lines of the corset and provide a foundation for the garments above. Then came the drawers, split-crotch undergarments that allowed women to use the toilet without removing their entire outfit, which was a practical concession to biological reality that the rest of the wardrobe seemed determined to ignore. Petticoats came next, and not just one. A fashionable woman might wear multiple petticoats to achieve the proper volume and shape of her skirt. These were often elaborately decorated at the hem since they might be glimpsed when walking or climbing stairs, and heaven forbid any layer of clothing be merely functional without also being decorative. The petticoats added weight, warmth, and bulk, contributing to the overall sensation of wearing a small tent rather than clothes. In summer, this layering was particularly delightful, as you might imagine. Nothing says comfort like multiple layers of cotton and whalebone in August heat. Finally, the actual dress went on over all of this infrastructure. Dresses in 1900 featured high necks, long sleeves, and skirts that reached the ground, covering essentially every inch of skin from chin to feet. Showing skin was inappropriate for respectable women. Even arms were covered to the wrists in daytime wear. The only exceptions were formal evening gowns, which might reveal shoulders and décolletage, but only in specific social contexts where such display was considered acceptable. The amount of fabric in a single dress was substantial. Yards and yards of material, carefully cut and sewn, often decorated with lace, embroidery, ribbons, and other embellishments that increased both the cost and the weight. The dress itself might be structured with additional boning to maintain the fashionable silhouette, because apparently the corset wasn't providing enough structural engineering. Sleeves featured elaborate designs. The leg of mutton sleeve was popular, with puffed upper arms narrowing to fitted forearms, requiring additional support to maintain the puff. Skirts might be draped, bustled, or trained depending on the current fashion, each variation requiring different understructures and different movement strategies. A woman in full formal dress was essentially wearing a costume that demanded her full attention to manage successfully. Hair added another dimension to the daily dressing challenge. Women wore their hair long, very long, often reaching to the waist or beyond, and styling it required time and effort that modern ponytail enthusiasts cannot imagine. The fashionable hairstyles of 1900 involved elaborate arrangements of pompadours, rolls, puffs, and curls, often supplemented by hairpieces, pads, and rats, mesh forms over which natural hair was arranged to add volume. Achieving these styles required curling irons heated over flames, careful pinning, generous application of pomades and fixatives, and either a skilled maid or a lot of practice. Women who couldn't afford servants learned to style their own hair and helped each other, spending significant portions of their mornings creating the elaborate structures that fashion demanded. Hats topped the whole ensemble, because no respectable woman went out in public without a hat. These weren't the simple caps of later decades, but elaborate constructions decorated with ribbons, flowers, feathers, and sometimes entire taxidermied birds. The hat industry had become controversial precisely because of its demand for exotic bird plumage, driving some species toward extinction for the sake of fashionable headwear. The hats were secured with long hat pins driven through the hair and hat together, pins that were essentially 6-inch daggers hidden in decorative accessories. Women used these hat pins for self-defense with some regularity, which gives you a sense of both the practicality and the hazards of the era. Shoes for women were equally impractical, narrow, pointed, often with small heels, designed to create the illusion of dainty feet regardless of the wearer's actual foot size. Women squeezed into shoes too small for them because small feet were considered beautiful, resulting in corns, bunions, and chronic foot pain that lasted lifetimes. Walking any distance in these shoes while wearing pounds of fabric and constrained by a corset that limited breathing, while maintaining the proper ladylike posture and gait, This was the daily physical challenge that women somehow managed while also frequently running households, raising children, and occasionally working for wages. Now let's look at men's clothing, which was considerably simpler but still elaborate by modern standards. The male wardrobe of 1900 was based on the suit, jacket, vest, and trousers, typically in matching or coordinating fabrics, worn with a shirt, collar, tie, and of course the mandatory hat. Men did not leave the house without hats any more than women did. The specific hat indicated social class and occasion, but some hat was non-negotiable. A bareheaded man was as remarkable as a bareheaded woman, which is to say extremely remarkable and vaguely scandalous. The suit itself was structured and formal compared to modern casual wear. Jackets were cut close to the body, requiring proper fit to look right, with padding in the shoulders and canvas interfacing to maintain shape. Vests, or waistcoats depending on your vocabulary, were worn beneath the jacket, adding another layer even in warm weather. The vest served practical purposes, providing pockets and warmth, but it was also essential to the finished look. A man without a vest under his jacket was improperly dressed for any public occasion. The formality of men's dress meant that wool was the standard fabric for suits, which was excellent for cold weather and somewhat less excellent for summer, when men sweltered in multiple layers of dark wool while pretending to be comfortable. Shirts in 1900 were not the simple garments of modern wardrobes. Dress shirts typically had detachable collars and cuffs, separate pieces that were starched stiff and attached to the shirt with studs. This system existed because collars and cuffs got dirty faster than shirt bodies, so they could be changed and laundered separately, extending the life of the shirt and reducing laundry loads. The starch used to stiffen collars was serious business, creating rigid structures that held their shape but also made turning one's head an interesting exercise. Men with high, stiff collars looked elegant but moved their necks carefully, lest the collar edge saw into their flesh. The detachable collar was itself a minor engineering challenge. It had to be attached properly, not too tight, not too loose, and maintained throughout the day despite movement, sweating, and the general indignities of existence. Collar studs could pop loose at inconvenient moments. Collars could wilt in humidity despite their starch. The collar was visible above the jacket, marking the transition from proper businessman to slovenly mess, so its condition mattered intensely. Men who worked office jobs developed strong opinions about collar brands, starching techniques, and the relative merits of different collar heights and styles. Neckwear was essential, whether tie, cravat, or bow tie, depending on the occasion and personal preference. Tying a proper four-in-hand or Windsor knot was a skill every man learned, practiced until the motions became automatic. The tie was not optional for any respectable man in public. To go without was to announce that you had given up on maintaining social standards. The fabric, pattern, and quality of a man's tie communicated his status as surely as the cut of his suit, making tie selection a matter of some importance for men who cared about such things. Hats for men came in varieties that indicated social position with remarkable precision. The top hat was formal wear, reserved for evening occasions and daytime events of particular importance. The bowler or derby served the middle class for everyday business wear. The flat cap marked working-class men, practical and unpretentious. The straw boater appeared in summer. Regional variations existed, Western hats in the West, styles that varied by ethnic community in immigrant neighbourhoods. Hat etiquette was elaborate: when to tip your hat, when to remove it entirely, how to hold a removed hat, what insult was implied by keeping your hat on in the wrong circumstances. The hat was not just clothing but communication, requiring knowledge of codes that modern hatless generations have entirely forgotten. Footwear for men was more practical than women's, but still required maintenance that modern shoes rarely demand. Leather shoes needed regular polishing and occasional waterproofing, the leather cared for to prevent cracking and extend useful life. Shoes were expensive relative to income, so men maintained their footwear carefully, having shoes resoled rather than replaced, wearing boots for rough conditions to preserve dress shoes for occasions that demanded them. The working man's boots were substantial items designed for durability over comfort, heavy and hot but capable of surviving the abuse of factory floors, farm fields, and city streets. Undergarments for men were simpler than women's elaborate layering but still unfamiliar to modern eyes. The union suit, a one-piece garment covering torso and legs buttoning up the front, was standard wear, providing a base layer under shirt and trousers. In winter, union suits of wool or heavy cotton offered warmth. In summer, lighter cotton versions provided at least some barrier between body and outer clothes. The famous trap door in the back of union suits allowed for toilet use without complete removal, a practical feature that was nonetheless the subject of considerable humour. Men wore their union suits under everything, changing them considerably less frequently than modern hygiene standards would prefer. Children's clothing in 1900 deserves special mention because children were essentially dressed as miniature adults, a practice that looks as uncomfortable as it probably was. Little boys wore suits with short pants until a certain age, then graduated to long pants as a marker of maturity, a transition that was socially significant in ways that modern children's fashion lacks entirely. Little girls wore long dresses, petticoats, and sometimes even child-sized corsets, learning from young ages to manage the constraints of female fashion. The idea that children might wear clothing designed for comfort and play was not yet standard thinking. Children were expected to learn adult behaviour through adult dress. Babies were wrapped in layers upon layers, long gowns that extended well beyond their feet, multiple blankets and wrappers regardless of temperature. The swaddling tradition had mostly ended, but the instinct to wrap infants thoroughly remained. Babies in 1900 were portable bundles of fabric from which tiny faces emerged, kept warm but also restricted in movement in ways that modern parenting philosophy would question. The elaborate christening gowns of the era, sometimes yards of lace and embroidery, represented the peak of infant fashion, beautiful, impractical, and definitely not machine washable. Now here's where clothing gets genuinely dangerous, beyond merely uncomfortable. The dyes used to colour fabrics in the 19th and early 20th centuries included substances that modern chemistry would classify as seriously toxic. The beautiful greens that were fashionable in mid-century were often achieved using arsenic compounds. Shields green and Paris green were both arsenic-based dyes that looked lovely and slowly poisoned everyone they touched. The arsenic didn't stay fixed in the fabric. It rubbed off onto skin, released into the air as dust, contaminated everything it contacted. Women wearing arsenical green dresses developed skin lesions, nausea, and other symptoms of arsenic poisoning. Children playing on green carpets or with green-painted toys absorbed arsenic through their skin. Factory workers who produced the dyes and applied them to fabric suffered most severely, but everyone who wore the fashionable colours received some exposure. Arsenical dyes were being phased out by 1900 as awareness of their dangers spread, but other problematic colorants remained common. Aniline dyes derived from coal tar produced vibrant colours but caused skin reactions in many wearers, rashes, blisters, and allergic responses that were attributed to individual sensitivity rather than to dangerous chemicals. Lead-based pigments appeared in various applications, contributing to the general background of lead exposure that era's residents experienced from multiple sources. The concept of testing dyes for safety before applying them to clothing that would be worn next to skin was not yet established practice. If a dye produced a pretty colour, that was sufficient qualification for use. The fabrics themselves presented hazards beyond their dyes. Cotton and linen were relatively safe, but many garments incorporated other materials with less benign properties. Celluloid, an early plastic used for collars, cuffs, and decorative elements, was extremely flammable. So flammable that celluloid items could ignite from proximity to flames without direct contact. Men wearing celluloid collars had to be careful around candles, gas jets, and cigarettes, lest their neckwear suddenly become a fire hazard. Women's elaborate hairstyles, loaded with pomades and fixatives, were similarly dangerous near open flames. The combination of flammable hair products, flammable fabrics, and ubiquitous open flames made personal combustion a genuine risk of daily life. Fur and feathers brought their own issues. Animal products and clothing could harbour parasites, mites, and bacteria that transferred to human wearers. The processing of furs and feathers involved chemicals designed to prevent decay, chemicals that remained in the finished products and contacted skin. Moths were a constant threat to woolens and furs, requiring storage with mothballs, naphthalene or camphor compounds that were toxic to humans as well as insects. The smell of mothballs permeated closets and trunks, clinging to stored garments and announcing their provenance whenever they were worn. Cleaning clothing was itself a significant undertaking that we've touched on but deserves more attention here. Laundry day was a serious production requiring hours of heavy labour. Clothes were sorted, soaked, scrubbed on washboards, boiled in large tubs, rinsed, wrung out by hand, and hung to dry. The physical effort was substantial, lifting heavy wet fabric, scrubbing against ridged metal boards, wringing water from items that resisted cooperation. Laundry was typically done weekly, which meant wearing clothes multiple times between washings, which meant living with accumulated sweat, dirt, and stains that modern laundry access wouldn't tolerate. Delicate items couldn't be scrubbed vigorously or boiled, requiring gentler treatment that was also more time-consuming. Silks had to be handled carefully. Woolens couldn't be wrung or they'd felt and shrink. Corsets required special attention to clean the boning channels without damaging the structure. Starching collars and cuffs was an art form requiring proper technique to achieve the right degree of stiffness. Ironing with heavy irons heated on stoves demanded strength, skill, and careful attention to avoid scorching. The wealthy sent their laundry out or employed servants specifically for laundry work. Everyone else faced the weekly mountain of dirty clothes themselves. The social function of clothing in this rigidly hierarchical society cannot be overstated. Your clothes announce your class, your occupation, your aspirations, and your moral character, or at least that's what observers believed they could read in fabric and cut. A working man wearing a bowler hat instead of a flat cap was putting on airs, trying to appear above his station. A woman whose dress was too bright or too decorated was advertising moral looseness through her fashion choices. A child dressed too finely suggested parents with pretensions beyond their means. Clothing was judgment made visible, and everyone was constantly judging and being judged. The wealthy used fashion as a weapon of exclusion, adopting styles that were deliberately expensive and impractical, specifically because they couldn't be imitated by those with less money and time. A woman who changed outfits multiple times daily, each outfit appropriate for a specific activity, demonstrated that she didn't need to work. Her clothing proved her leisure. A man whose suit was perfectly tailored rather than off the rack demonstrated wealth through the invisible markers of quality that only the sophisticated eye could detect. Fashion moved quickly among the upper classes precisely to stay ahead of middle-class imitation. By the time a trend filtered down, the wealthy had moved on to something new and exclusive. For working people, clothing represented a significant expense that competed with other necessities. A new suit might cost weeks of wages, so men bought carefully and maintained their purchases for years. Women made many of their own clothes and their families' clothes, a skilled labour that saved money but cost time. Ready-made clothing was becoming available in department stores, offering middle-class styles at prices working families could occasionally afford, but quality varied and fit was approximate. The second-hand clothing trade thrived in immigrant neighbourhoods, garments passing through multiple owners until they were truly worn out. Nothing was wasted, scraps became quilts, worn clothes became cleaning rags, buttons and trims were removed and reused. Now let's follow a typical American through a typical day in 1900, because understanding the daily routine reveals just how different life was when nothing was automatic, nothing was convenient, and nothing happened without human effort to make it happen. We'll trace through the hours from waking to sleeping, and you'll see how every activity required more time, more labour, and more planning than modern equivalents. The day begins before dawn for most working Americans. Factory workers, farm labourers, domestic servants, and pretty much everyone not wealthy enough to set their own schedules rises in darkness or near darkness, the first light of day still below the horizon. There's no alarm clock with gentle tones or snooze button. If the family has a clock at all, it's a mechanical device requiring daily winding, and it announces the time with enough force to wake the household. More commonly, people simply wake with habit, internal clocks trained to the rhythms of necessity. Factory workers know the whistle will blow at a certain hour, and being late means docked pay or lost employment, so they wake with time to spare. Rising in a house without central heating means rising into cold air for much of the year. The fire that warmed the house overnight has died to embers. Someone must rebuild it before the household can function. This is often the first task of the day, stirring coals, adding kindling, adding fuel, coaxing flames back to life. Until the fire catches and heat begins to radiate, everyone moves quickly, dressing in cold that makes fingers clumsy and motivation necessary. Getting dressed, as we've discussed, is not the 30-second process of modern mornings. Women especially require time and often assistance with corsets and elaborate hair. Men must manage detachable collars, starched cuffs, properly tied neckwear. Even children's clothing requires more effort than modern snaps and elastic. The morning toilet is a production without running water or indoor plumbing in many households. Chamber pots used during the night must be emptied. Wash water must be heated over the newly rekindled fire, poured into basins, used sparingly because water isn't infinite. Full baths are weekly events at best. Daily washing means face, hands, and perhaps a quick pass at other essential areas. Shaving for men requires heating water, building lather, and scraping with straight razors that demand skill and attention. Cutting oneself is easy, and infected cuts are dangerous. Women perform their own toilette rituals, arranging hair and attending to the details of appearance that propriety demands. Breakfast must be prepared, which means someone, usually the mother or wife, has been working even longer than the rest of the family. She rose first to restart the fire, heat water, prepare whatever constitutes the morning meal. The cooking takes time, nothing is instant, nothing microwavable. By the time the family sits to eat, she's been working for an hour or more, and she'll continue working after they leave while also eating whatever food she manages to grab between tasks. The meal itself is quick. There's no time for lingering when work demands attendance, and food is fuel rather than pleasure on busy mornings. Departure for work varies by circumstance. Factory workers walk or ride streetcars to manufacturing districts, timing their arrival to the whistles that mark the official start of the workday. Domestic servants employed in wealthy households may live in, having only to travel from servants' quarters to kitchen or parlour, or may live out and make their way across town before dawn to be ready when the household awakes. Farm families don't commute anywhere, but their morning chores begin immediately. Animals don't care about breakfast schedules, and cows need milking on their timeline, not yours. Children old enough to work join their parents. Children old enough for school prepare for that journey. Younger children remain home under the supervision of whoever stays behind. The workday itself consumes most of daylight hours and then some. Factory workers face 10, 12, even 14-hour shifts depending on the industry and the employer's conscience, or lack thereof. The work is repetitive, monotonous, physically demanding, and dangerous. Factory machinery operates without safety guards. Workers who lose attention lose fingers. The noise is constant and damaging. Many factory workers suffer permanent hearing loss from years of exposure to industrial clamour. The air quality in many factories is atrocious, filled with particles of whatever material is being processed, cotton dust or coal dust or chemical fumes that accumulate in lungs over years. Breaks are minimal, a short lunch period perhaps, and brief moments for necessities, but mostly the work continues without pause until the quitting whistle. Domestic service imposes different rhythms but equally long hours. A servant in a wealthy household might work from 6 in the morning until 10 at night, with brief rest periods that still require remaining available if needed. The work includes cooking, cleaning, laundry, childcare, serving meals, answering doors, and generally maintaining the smooth operation of households that run on human labour rather than appliances. Servants have little privacy and less autonomy. Their time belongs to their employers, their performance constantly monitored, their continued employment dependent on satisfying standards set by people who've never cleaned a floor in their lives. Farm work follows seasons and daylight rather than industrial schedules, but the hours are no shorter. In summer especially, farmers work from first light until darkness makes further work impossible, trying to accomplish everything the season demands in the limited time available. Even winter, the supposed quiet season, involves constant labour, animal care, equipment maintenance, all the tasks postponed during busy seasons. Farm women work alongside men in fields when needed, and then return to household tasks that don't disappear because fieldwork took all day. The farm family is a labour unit in which everyone contributes, children included, from ages that would constitute child labour violations today. The midday meal provides a brief respite from labour, though brief is the operative word. Workers who can return home eat whatever has been prepared or left available. Workers who can't carry their tin pails and eat wherever they can find a spot, factory floor, construction site, street corner. The meal is eaten quickly because break time is limited and the afternoon's work awaits. There's no lunch hour in the modern sense of taking time to relax and recharge. It's a biological necessity addressed with minimum time investment. Afternoon continues the morning's patterns until quitting time arrives. For factory workers, the whistle signals release, sudden freedom to leave the machinery behind and reclaim whatever hours remain before tomorrow's labour begins. For domestic servants, late afternoon might bring slightly reduced duties as formal entertaining ends, though dinner preparation and evening service still await. For farm families, late afternoon is often when the heaviest work pauses, animals are tended for the evening, and the household reconvenes for supper. Evening meal is the main family gathering for many households, the one time when everyone sits together with any possibility of conversation and connection. The food may be simple, the stews and bread and seasonal vegetables we discussed earlier, but the moment is significant. This is when families share information about their days, when parents instruct children, when decisions are made and news is delivered. The meal is eaten by fading daylight in summer or by lamplight in winter, the quality of illumination depending on what the family can afford. Kerosene lamps provide light for most American households in 1900. The soft yellow glow is nothing like the brightness of electric lights. It illuminates a limited radius around the lamp, leaving corners of rooms in shadow. Reading by kerosene light strains the eyes. Working by kerosene light, sewing, mending, any task requiring visual precision, demands positioning close to the lamp and squinting to see details. The lamps themselves require maintenance. Wicks need trimming. Kerosene must be replenished. Glass chimneys cleaned of soot accumulation. The smell of kerosene burning is constant background to evening hours, a scent that modern noses rarely encounter, but that signified home and warmth to generations of Americans. Evening activities are limited by light, energy, and available entertainment. Reading is popular among those who can read and have access to books, newspapers, or magazines. Handicrafts continue. Women sew, knit, mend, perform the textile work that keeps families clothed. Men might whittle, repair tools, plan tomorrow's tasks. Children do homework if school assigns it, or practice whatever lessons their parents consider important. Families with musical instruments or members who can sing make music together. Visiting neighbours is a social activity when weather and distance permit, gathering around each other's fires to share company and conversation. For many workers, evening also means continued labour. Piecework taken home from factories must be completed. Sewing garments, assembling small items, rolling cigars, whatever task pays by the piece rather than by the hour. The whole family might participate in this work, children included, turning the evening into an extension of the workday that never quite ends. The income from piecework is essential for families barely surviving on wages. The cost is evenings that never become rest. The wealthy experience evening entirely differently. Dinner is a formal occasion, multiple courses served by staff, conversation expected to be witty and engaging. After dinner comes entertainment, card games, musical performances, reading aloud, receiving visitors or making calls. The evening extends later because tomorrow doesn't demand early rising. Servants will handle morning tasks while employers sleep. The wealthy live by rhythms that don't align with the sun, their evenings stretching into hours when working people have long since collapsed into bed. Bedtime comes early for most Americans, driven by exhaustion and the cost of keeping lamps burning. Once darkness falls and supper ends, the day is effectively over for people who must rise before dawn. Beds are prepared. Warming pans filled with coals might heat the sheets in winter, though many simply climb into cold beds and let body heat gradually warm the bedding. Nightclothes are put on, prayers are said if the family is religious, and bodies worn out from physical labour surrender to sleep. The sleeping arrangements vary with circumstances. In crowded tenements, multiple people share beds, children with siblings, parents with young children, sometimes entire families in a single bed because that's all the space allows. Privacy for sleeping, like privacy for everything else, is a luxury the poor can't afford. Farm families often have more space, separate beds or even separate rooms, though children typically share with siblings until they're old enough to leave home. The wealthy have separate bedrooms, sometimes separate beds within those bedrooms, the space and privacy that money buys. Sleep itself is interrupted by rhythms that modern climate control and plumbing have eliminated. The fire dies during the night, and someone must rise to tend it in the coldest weather or wake to freezing temperatures. Chamber pots require use during the night since outhouses are too far and too cold for middle-of-the-night trips. Children wake and need attention. The sounds of crowded living, neighbours' noise, street sounds, crying babies intrude into rest. A full night's uninterrupted sleep is a luxury that circumstances deny many people. And then morning comes again, and the cycle repeats. Dawn, fire, dressing, breakfast, work, meals, work, evening, bed, dawn. Day after day, week after week, with variations for Sundays that provide partial rest and occasional holidays that offer brief respite. This is the rhythm of life for most Americans in 1900. Relentless labour punctuated by brief recovery, the body worn down gradually by demands that never cease. It's exhausting just to describe, and they lived it continuously. Sunday offered the only real break from this cycle for most working Americans. Religious observance aside, Sunday was typically the one day when labour ceased, at least for those whose employers respected the tradition. Factories closed, shops shuttered, even farm work reduced to the absolute necessities of animal care. Families dressed in their best clothes, the Sunday best that existed specifically for this purpose, kept separate from everyday wear and maintained carefully against weekly use. Church services provided social gathering as well as spiritual sustenance, opportunities to see neighbours, hear news, participate in community beyond the immediate household. After church, Sunday afternoons offered rare leisure. Families might gather for larger meals than weekday schedules permitted. Visiting relatives or receiving visitors was common. Children played without the usual obligations of work or school. Men might engage in the recreational activities prohibited on work days, fishing, hunting, simply sitting without feeling guilty about idleness. Women had less leisure even on Sundays. Meals still needed cooking, children still needed minding, but the pace was different, less frantic, more human. The value of this weekly rest cannot be overstated for people whose lives otherwise consisted of unrelenting labour. Sunday was psychological survival, the one day when body and spirit could recover enough to face another week. The religious justification for Sabbath rest had practical wisdom behind it. Societies that worked people 7 days a week saw the consequences in broken bodies and broken spirits. American Sunday was imperfectly observed. Businesses in immigrant neighbourhoods often stayed open. Some industries ran continuous operations. Domestic servants rarely got full days off. But the cultural norm of weekly rest provided essential relief for those who could access it. Holidays punctuated the year with additional respite. Christmas brought several days of reduced activity for many workers, though the celebration looked different from modern commercialised versions. Decorations were simpler, perhaps a small tree, handmade ornaments, candles that required careful attention to prevent fires. Gift-giving existed, but on a scale modern children would find disappointing. A piece of fruit, a simple toy, perhaps a new item of clothing. The celebration centred on family gathering, special meals, religious observance, rather than the acquisition of consumer goods that would come to dominate later Christmas traditions. 4th of July offered summer holiday, patriotic celebration combined with relief from work. Parades, picnics, fireworks displays marked the day in communities large and small. Other holidays varied by region and population. Religious holidays for Catholic and Jewish communities, ethnic celebrations in immigrant neighbourhoods, harvest festivals in rural areas. These breaks in routine were anticipated and treasured, bright spots in calendars otherwise filled with work. The seasonal variations in daily routine deserve mention as well. Summer days were longer, permitting more work hours but also more daylight evening time. The heat made some tasks harder but eliminated the cold that made winter mornings brutal. Farm families worked hardest in summer, the growing season demanding everything they had, but they also enjoyed fresh food, warm nights, the simple pleasure of being outdoors without fighting the elements. Winter compressed the day, darkness coming early and lasting late, cold seeping into everything. But winter also brought indoor time, quieter evenings, the forced pause that snow and ice imposed on outdoor work. The physical toll of this lifestyle accumulated over years. People aged faster in 1900 than they do today, worn by labour and hardship into elderly appearance while still chronologically middle-aged. A 40-year-old factory worker might look 60 to modern eyes, his body used up by decades of physical demand. Women wore the particular marks of their lives, the strain of multiple pregnancies, the effects of tight lacing corsets over years, the posture and gait shaped by endless domestic labour. Even children showed the effects of lives without adequate nutrition, rest or protection. Smaller than well-fed modern children, marked by childhood illnesses that left permanent traces. The divide between wealthy and poor showed starkly in physical appearance. The wealthy aged more gracefully, their bodies spared the worst abuses of labour, their nutrition adequate, their medical care, such as it was, available. They stood straighter, moved more easily, looked healthier because they were healthier. The poor literally wore their circumstances on their bodies, the slumped shoulders of exhaustion, the rough hands of manual labour, the gaunt faces of inadequate food, the pallor of indoor work or the weathering of outdoor work. You could read someone's class position from across a room simply by how their body looked after years of living it. The contrast with modern life is stark enough to seem fictional. We wake to heated homes and electric lights, dress in minutes, grab breakfast that required no preparation, commute in vehicles that don't require feeding, work in climate-controlled environments, eat lunches prepared by others, return to homes that clean themselves comparatively, spend evenings illuminated brilliantly at the touch of a switch, and sleep in beds warmed automatically to whatever temperature we prefer. Every convenience we take for granted represents labour that someone in 1900 had to perform manually, time that modern technology has returned to us for other purposes. The people of 1900 didn't experience their lives as primitive or deprived. This was simply how life worked, how it had always worked, how they assumed it would continue to work. The changes coming in the 20th century, electrification, automation, labour regulations, modern conveniences, would transform daily existence beyond recognition. But standing in 1900, those transformations were barely imaginable. There was only the day's work, the evening's rest, the morning's return to labour, endlessly repeated until the body gave out or circumstances changed. It was life lived at the pace of human muscle and kerosene flame, and it was the only life most people had ever known. Now we need to talk about the children. And I should warn you up front, this section isn't going to be as light-hearted as discussions of fashion mishaps or questionable canned goods. The experience of childhood in 1900, particularly for children of working families, was something that modern sensibilities find genuinely difficult to process. The concept of childhood as a protected period of development, play and education was a luxury reserved for the comfortable classes. For everyone else, children were economic assets expected to contribute to family survival as soon as they were physically capable, which turned out to be considerably sooner than modern child development experts would recommend. The numbers are stark. In 1900, approximately 2 million children under the age of 16 worked for wages in the United States. 2 million. That's not counting children who worked on family farms, in family businesses, or performing domestic labour in their own homes, just children employed outside the home in jobs that paid actual money. If you included all the children doing significant productive labour, the number would be considerably higher. Child labour wasn't an unfortunate exception or a scandal being addressed. It was a normal, expected part of how the American economy functioned. Industries actively recruited children, designed jobs specifically for children, and fought vigorously against any suggestion that maybe there should be limits on employing 7-year-olds in dangerous factories. The textile mills of the South and New England were among the largest employers of child labour, and the conditions there deserve particular attention. Cotton mills in particular relied heavily on children because the machinery was designed in ways that made small bodies genuinely useful. The spinning frames that twisted raw cotton into thread required constant attention. When threads broke, someone had to reconnect them quickly to prevent wasted material and machine damage. The connecting process, called doffing and piecing, required reaching into the machinery while it was still running, because stopping the machines cost money. Adult hands were often too large to reach into the tight spaces between spindles. Children's hands were perfect. So children as young as 6 or 7 years old worked in cotton mills, reaching into spinning machinery to connect broken threads, crawling under operating equipment to clean accumulated cotton fluff, standing for 12 or 14 hours tending machines that required their constant attention. The mills were loud beyond description. The clatter of hundreds of machines in enclosed spaces damaged hearing permanently. The air was thick with cotton dust that coated everything and everyone, filling lungs with fibres that caused respiratory diseases with charming names like brown lung, that weren't charming at all when you were coughing your life away at 30. The humidity was deliberately kept high because cotton threads work better in moist conditions, creating an atmosphere that was simultaneously sweltering and choking. The machinery that made children so useful also made them vulnerable. Moving parts didn't care whether the small hands reaching into them belonged to employees or obstacles. Children lost fingers with disturbing regularity, lost entire hands, lost arms, occasionally lost lives when they were caught in mechanisms designed without the slightest consideration for human safety. A child who fell asleep from exhaustion at a machine, and many did fall asleep because working 12-hour shifts is exhausting even for adults, might wake up minus a limb if the machinery caught their drooping body. The mills employed these children anyway, because small hands that occasionally got mangled were still more economically efficient than adult hands that couldn't reach the tight spaces. The work schedule for mill children was brutal by any standard. Shifts of 10, 12, or 14 hours were common, depending on the mill and the season. Night shifts existed, worked by children who were supposed to be sleeping. The mills operated 6 days a week, sometimes 7, leaving children with minimal time for rest, play, or anything resembling normal childhood development. The phrase "working like adults" doesn't quite capture it. Many adults had labour protections and union representation that children completely lacked. Children were working like children were expected to work in an era that hadn't yet decided children deserved protection. The coal mines presented their own particular horrors for child workers. Mining was dangerous for everyone, but boys as young as 8 or 9 were employed in various capacities that exposed them to the full spectrum of mining hazards. The most common job for young boys was breaker boy, sitting hunched over moving belts of coal, picking out rocks and slate from the passing stream of black chunks. Hour after hour, day after day, boys picked through coal with their bare hands, the sharp edges cutting fingers, the coal dust blackening skin and lungs alike. They sat on wooden planks positioned over the moving belts, their backs permanently curved from the hunched position required to reach the coal, their hands perpetually black regardless of how much they washed. The breaker buildings where this sorting happened were deliberately left unheated. Management figured the boys would work faster if they were cold, which tells you something about management's priorities. In winter, breaker boys worked in freezing conditions, their fingers numb to the point where cuts went unfelt until blood appeared on the coal. The dust was constant and choking, visibility often reduced to a few feet, the roar of machinery and tumbling coal loud enough to require shouting for any communication. Boys who complained were replaced. There were always more boys whose families needed the pittance the mines paid. Older boys, perhaps 12 or 14, might graduate from breaker work to jobs inside the mines themselves. Trappers sat alone in darkness for entire shifts, opening and closing ventilation doors when coal cars passed. Essential work for mine safety, performed by children sitting in complete blackness, waiting for the distant sound of approaching cars, trying not to fall asleep in the dark because falling asleep meant the doors wouldn't open and the coal wouldn't move and there would be consequences. Mule boys drove the animals that pulled coal cars through tunnels, working underground for entire shifts in conditions that would horrify modern, occupational safety experts. Low ceilings that required permanent crouching, air quality that barely qualified as breathable, darkness interrupted only by small lamps that barely dented the blackness. The actual mining work, cutting coal from seams with picks and shovels, was reserved for adult men, but boys worked alongside them as helpers, carrying tools, clearing debris, performing whatever tasks the adult miners assigned. These boys breathed the same coal dust, faced the same risks of cave-ins and gas explosions, worked in the same cramped and dangerous conditions. They weren't protected by their age, they were simply smaller targets for the same hazards that killed and maimed adult miners. The canneries employed children for work that seemed less dramatic than mills or mines, but was still relentless and grinding. Seafood canneries, particularly along the Gulf Coast, hired children to shuck oysters and pick crab meat, tasks requiring nimble fingers and tolerance for extremely long hours of repetitive work. The shells were sharp, the seafood acidic enough to eat away at skin with prolonged exposure, the conditions wet and cold and miserable. Children started work before dawn, standing at processing tables for 12 or more hours, their fingers bleeding from shell cuts and chemical burns, their pay calculated by the quantity they processed rather than the hours they worked. Vegetable canneries operated seasonally with intense bursts of activity when crops came in, and children were essential to the processing rush. Husking corn, snapping beans, peeling tomatoes, tasks that required little skill but enormous endurance, performed by children standing at tables for as long as the produce lasted. Cannery work often employed entire families, including children too young to actually be useful, because families were paid by piece rates and needed everyone contributing to earn enough to survive. Toddlers might be present in canneries, nominally helping, but really just present because there was no one home to watch them. The glass industry employed carrying-in boys, who performed one of the more peculiar forms of child labour. Glass blowing required teams, and the traditional team structure included boys who carried finished pieces from the blowing station to the annealing ovens. The catch was that the finished pieces were still extremely hot, not quite molten but hot enough to cause severe burns if handled incorrectly, hot enough that the boys developed distinctive burns and calluses that marked them as glass workers. The work required speed and precision, carrying hot glass through crowded workshops where one stumble meant broken product and possibly broken children. The newsboys, newsies as they were often called, represented one of the most visible forms of child labour in urban areas. These boys, some as young as 5 or 6, bought newspapers from publishers at wholesale prices and sold them at retail on street corners, keeping the difference as their earnings. It sounds almost entrepreneurial until you consider the reality. Small children working streets at all hours, in all weather, competing with each other for prime corners, sleeping in doorways or under bridges when they had nowhere else to go. Many newsboys were essentially homeless, living off their sales, vulnerable to every predator and hazard that city streets offered. The romanticized image of the plucky newsboy shouting headlines obscures the reality of children surviving by their wits in environments that chewed up and discarded children regularly. Street trades of all kinds employed urban children. Bootblacks shined shoes on corners. Messengers ran packages between businesses. Peddlers sold small items door to door. Children scavenged useful items from garbage heaps, coal from ash piles, rags for paper mills, anything that could be sold for a few pennies. These jobs were often invisible to reformers focused on factory conditions. They happened in public view but were so common as to be unremarkable. A child working on a street corner was just part of the urban scenery, no more notable than the pigeons or the horse droppings. Agricultural child labour was perhaps the most widespread but least visible. Farm children worked from early ages at tasks that increased in complexity and danger as they grew. Gathering eggs at 4 or 5, feeding chickens soon after, graduating to milking cows, ploughing fields, handling equipment that could maim or kill inattentive operators. The farm was a workplace where children were expected to contribute, and the family structure meant that no one was really supervising whether the work was appropriate for the child's age or development. Farm accidents involving children were common, kicked by animals, injured by equipment, exhausted by work that exceeded their physical capacity. Migrant agricultural labour employed entire families, including children, moving from farm to farm following harvest seasons. These families picked cotton, harvested vegetables, did whatever seasonal work was available, with children working alongside adults in fields that offered no shade, no rest, no sanitary facilities. The migrant labour system kept families in perpetual poverty. Moving constantly meant no stable housing, no education for children, no opportunity to build anything better. Children in migrant families might never attend school at all, growing up illiterate and trapped in the same cycle of seasonal labour their parents endured. Domestic service employed girls in particular, placing them in households as servants at ages that seemed shockingly young. A girl of 10 or 12 might be sent to work in a wealthier family's home, performing cooking, cleaning and childcare tasks in exchange for room, board and minimal wages. These girls were effectively separated from their own families, living in employers' homes, subject to employers' rules, with little recourse if conditions were unfair or abusive. The isolation of domestic service, one girl alone in a household without co-workers or witnesses, made it particularly vulnerable to exploitation. The legal framework surrounding child labour in 1900 was essentially non-existent at the federal level and spotty at best in the states. There was no national minimum age for employment, no limit on working hours for children, no requirement for education instead of work. Some states had begun passing child labour laws, but these laws were often weak, poorly enforced and full of exemptions. The textile industry had successfully lobbied against regulation in southern states, arguing that restricting child labour would handicap their competition with northern mills, as if economic competitiveness justified putting 8-year-olds in front of dangerous machinery. Enforcement of existing laws was nearly impossible anyway. Factory inspectors were few and often corrupt, easily bribed to overlook violations. Birth certificates weren't routinely issued, so children's ages were whatever their parents claimed, and parents who needed their children's income had strong motivation to claim their 10-year-old was actually 14. The whole system was designed, or at least had evolved, to extract maximum labour from the smallest bodies at minimum cost, and changing it would require fighting industries that depended on cheap child labour and families that depended on children's earnings. The argument for child labour wasn't that it was good for children, even in 1900 few people claimed that, but that it was necessary for families and for the economy. Poor families genuinely needed their children's income to survive. Forbidding child labour without addressing family poverty would simply make poor families poorer. Industries argued that they couldn't compete without cheap child labour, that regulation would destroy businesses and cost adult jobs too. These arguments weren't entirely wrong about the economic realities, but they conveniently ignored the moral dimension of building economic systems on the backs of exhausted, uneducated, physically damaged children. The reformers fighting against child labour, people like Lewis Hine with his devastating photographs, organisations like the National Child Labour Committee, were making progress by 1900, but that progress was slow and incomplete. The moral case against child labour was increasingly clear to the public, but translating moral clarity into effective law proved difficult. It would take decades more before federal regulation finally restricted child labour nationally, and even then enforcement remained challenging. The children working in mills and mines and canneries in 1900 had no idea that reformers were fighting for them. They just knew they had to be at work when the whistle blew. Let's turn now to the children who did get to attend school, because even that experience was nothing like modern education. The one-room schoolhouse of American mythology was still the dominant form of rural education in 1900. A single building, a single teacher, students of all ages crowded together in a space designed more for economy than for learning. These schools were democracy in action, in the sense that everyone was equally uncomfortable and equally subject to whatever the teacher decided was appropriate. The physical structure of a one-room school was typically Spartan. A wooden building, perhaps with a small bell tower or cupola, heated by a single stove that kept students near it roasting while students far from it froze. Rows of wooden desks, often shared by multiple students, sized in graduated heights to accommodate children from 6 to 16. Windows on one or both sides providing natural light, essential since artificial lighting was minimal. A blackboard at the front, chalk being the primary educational technology. The teacher's desk on a raised platform, both for visibility and for establishing the authority dynamic that defined classroom management. The students in a one-room school ranged across the entire span of childhood education, from beginners just learning their letters to older students working on whatever passed for advanced subjects. A single teacher managed all of these students simultaneously, which meant that most students spent most of their time working independently, while the teacher focused attention on one group at a time. First graders might recite their alphabet, while sixth graders worked arithmetic problems, while eighth graders read from their literature texts, all in the same room, all expected to concentrate despite the constant background activity. The curriculum emphasized the basics with single-minded determination. Reading, writing, and arithmetic, the 3 R's, formed the core of instruction, with some geography, history, and perhaps basic science added as students advanced. The educational philosophy, if you could call it that, was memorization and recitation. Students memorized facts, rules, and texts, then recited them on demand to demonstrate mastery. Critical thinking, creative expression, understanding underlying concepts, these weren't priorities. The goal was producing students who could read basic texts, perform basic calculations, and know enough facts to function as citizens and workers. Anything beyond that was gravy. The McGuffey readers were the dominant textbooks in American schools, used by generations of students learning to read. These graded readers progressed from simple words and sentences through increasingly complex texts, embedding moral lessons in every story. Children learning to read also learned that hard work brings success, that honesty is the best policy, that respecting authority is essential to good character. The McGuffey readers weren't just teaching literacy, they were teaching ideology, shaping students to become the kind of citizens and workers that the established order preferred. Whether this was admirable values education or indoctrination depends on your perspective, but it was definitely deliberate. The teacher in a one-room school was typically a young woman, often barely older than her oldest students, teaching for a few years before marriage removed her from the profession. Teaching was one of the few respectable occupations available to educated women, so schools had access to qualified teachers at wages that would have embarrassed a factory worker. The gendered wage gap made women's labour cheap, and schools exploited this enthusiastically. Male teachers existed, particularly at higher grades and in town schools, and they were paid more than female teachers because of course they were. Teacher training ranged from substantial to nearly non-existent. Normal schools provided formal teacher education in many areas, but rural schools often hired whoever was available and willing, credentials being less important than presence. A young woman who had completed 8th grade herself might be qualified to teach 8th grade, the logic being that she'd done it, so she could teach it. Professional development was minimal. Teachers were largely left to figure out classroom management and instructional methods on their own, with whatever guidance more experienced colleagues might offer. Discipline in 1900 schools was physical and unquestioned. The teacher's authority was absolute, enforced through corporal punishment that modern standards would classify as assault. The paddle, the ruler, the switch, these were standard classroom equipment, used freely to punish errors, misbehaviour, disrespect, and anything else the teacher found objectionable. A student who gave a wrong answer might receive a rap across the knuckles. A student who talked out of turn might be switched across the legs. A student who committed more serious offences might be paddled in front of the class as a lesson to everyone. The specific implements and techniques varied by region and teacher preference. Some teachers favoured the wooden paddle, a flat board applied to the student's posterior with whatever force the teacher deemed appropriate. Others preferred the hickory switch, flexible and stinging, capable of leaving welts through clothing. Rulers were convenient for hand strikes, extended palm up, receive your punishment, return to your seat. Some schools maintained dedicated punishment tools, others relied on whatever was handy. The common element was pain, applied by adults to children, considered not just acceptable but necessary for proper education. Standing in corners, wearing dunce caps, staying after school, these were the milder punishments for lesser offences. Public humiliation was built into the system, the understanding being that shame was educational, and children learned better when their failures were visible to their peers. A child who couldn't recite properly might stand at the front of the class wearing a pointed cap that announced their intellectual inadequacy. A child who misbehaved might be made to stand facing the corner for hours, back to the class, marker of disgrace. These methods were considered kind compared to physical punishment, at least they didn't leave bruises. The relationship between school attendance and agricultural labour shaped the academic calendar in ways we still live with today. The long summer vacation exists not because children need extensive rest, but because 19th century children needed to help with farm work during growing season. Schools in farming communities often operated on schedules that accommodated planting and harvest, shorter terms, breaks during critical agricultural periods, understanding that students would be absent when families needed their labour. Education was important, but not important enough to interfere with economic necessity. Attendance in general was irregular by modern standards. Children came to school when they could, when they weren't needed for farm work, when they weren't sick, when weather permitted the journey, when they had adequate clothing and shoes. A student might attend regularly in winter when outdoor work was minimal, then disappear for months during growing season. This irregular attendance made systematic education challenging. Teachers couldn't build on previous lessons when students came and went unpredictably. For urban working-class children, school attendance competed directly with wage labour. A child working in a factory was bringing home money that the family needed. A child in school was not. Compulsory education laws were being enacted in many states by 1900, requiring school attendance to certain ages, but enforcement was inconsistent and exemptions were common. Children could often get working papers that exempted them from school attendance requirements, papers that were supposed to certify the child's age and the family's need, but were handed out with minimal verification. The quality of urban schools varied enormously depending on neighbourhood and resources. Schools in wealthy areas had proper buildings, qualified teachers, adequate supplies, and reasonable class sizes. Schools in immigrant neighbourhoods and poor areas were overcrowded, underfunded, staffed by whoever would take the job, and housed in buildings that ranged from inadequate to dangerous. A child's educational opportunity depended largely on accident of birth. Where their family could afford to live determined what kind of school they could attend. High school education was far from universal in 1900. Most students completed elementary education at best, with only a minority continuing to secondary school. High schools existed mainly in towns and cities. Rural areas might have no secondary education available at all. For students who did attend high school, the curriculum offered a choice between academic tracks preparing for college and vocational tracks preparing for skilled trades. The assumption was that most students wouldn't need extensive education. Basic literacy and numeracy prepared them for the jobs they would actually hold. The gender dynamics of education reflected the era's assumptions about appropriate roles. Girls and boys attended school together in most settings, but expectations differed. Girls were steered toward domestic subjects, sewing, cooking, home economics, on the theory that their future roles as wives and mothers didn't require advanced academic training. Boys might receive more attention in academic subjects, more encouragement to continue education, more support for career ambitions. Co-education existed, but it didn't mean equal treatment. Immigrant children faced particular challenges in American schools. Many arrived knowing no English, thrust into classrooms where instruction was entirely in English, expected to sink or swim linguistically. The assimilation philosophy of the era saw schools as agents of Americanization, transforming immigrant children into proper American citizens by suppressing their heritage languages and cultures. Speaking your native language at school might be punished. Expressing your cultural traditions might be discouraged. The schools were producing Americans, and Americans spoke English, dressed properly, and behaved according to established norms. Children with disabilities had essentially no educational options. There were no special education programs, no accommodations for different learning needs, no understanding that some children might require different approaches. A child who couldn't see or hear, who had intellectual disabilities, who processed information differently, that child simply didn't fit into the educational system. They might stay home entirely, might attend school and fail repeatedly, might be institutionalized as feeble-minded. The cruelty wasn't always intentional. Often it was simply that no one knew how to help, and the system had no flexibility to try. Despite all of these limitations, school remained important to many families, particularly immigrant families who saw education as the path to better lives for their children. Parents who had never attended school themselves might sacrifice to keep their children in school, seeing literacy and learning as the tools their children would need to escape the poverty that trapped the parents. The faith in education as social mobility was powerful even when the educational system delivered that promise unevenly. The physical experience of attending school was often uncomfortable. Walking to school in all weather, sometimes miles without proper winter clothing through roads that turned to mud or ice. Sitting on hard wooden benches for hours in rooms that were too hot near the stove and too cold away from it. Using outdoor privies regardless of weather. Bringing lunches that might be minimal or absent depending on family circumstances. Sharing books and supplies because individual copies were too expensive. The romantic image of the little red schoolhouse obscures the daily discomforts that students endured. Recess and playtime existed but were minimal compared to modern schedules. Students might have a brief break mid-morning and mid-afternoon plus a lunch period. Games were simple: tag, ball games with whatever equipment was available, jump rope for girls, wrestling and roughhousing for boys. The playground might be nothing more than the schoolyard, equipment non-existent, playtime a brief interruption in the serious business of education rather than a recognised need for child development. The school year itself was shorter than modern standards, perhaps 6 or 7 months rather than 9, and the school day might be shorter too, particularly in winter when darkness came early. The total hours of instruction a 19th century student received was substantially less than a modern student, concentrated in those basic skills that the curriculum prioritised. A student who completed 8th grade might be considered well educated by the standards of the time, ready to enter adult life with the literacy and numeracy that most jobs required. What was missing from this education, by modern standards, is almost easier to list than what was present. No physical education beyond unstructured play. No art or music as serious subjects. No science beyond basic natural history. No foreign languages for most students. No library access beyond whatever few books the school owned. No individual attention for struggling students. No enrichment for advanced students. No career counselling, no social services, no recognition of student needs beyond basic instruction. The school existed to transmit a body of knowledge, tested students on whether they had received that transmission, and moved on. Everything else was someone else's problem. The tension between child labour and education was real and largely unresolved in 1900. Reformers argued that children needed education more than work, that the nation's future depended on educated citizens, that child labour perpetuated poverty by denying children the skills to escape it. Employers and some families argued that children needed to work, that economic reality trumped educational ideals, that most children didn't need extensive education for the lives they would actually lead. Both sides had points. Neither side was entirely wrong about the constraints they faced. The solution, eventually, would involve both compulsory education and child labour restrictions, plus economic changes that made family survival less dependent on children's wages. But that solution was decades away in 1900. The children working in mills and mines, the children sitting in overcrowded classrooms, the children combining work and school in exhausting schedules, they lived in the tension between ideals and reality that the 20th century would slowly, incompletely resolve. Looking at childhood in 1900 is uncomfortable because it reveals how recently the modern concept of protected childhood developed. The idea that children have a right to education, that they shouldn't work dangerous jobs, that their development matters more than their economic productivity, these aren't timeless truths but relatively recent achievements. The children of 1900 lived before those achievements, in a world that valued their labour more than their potential, that educated them minimally and worked them maximally. Understanding their experience helps us appreciate what was won in the century that followed, and reminds us that protections we take for granted had to be fought for by people who believed children deserved better than they were getting. The psychological effects of this system on children went largely unexamined in an era that didn't have vocabulary for childhood trauma or developmental psychology. Children who worked in mines developed permanent stoops from years of crawling through low tunnels. Children who worked in mills developed respiratory conditions that would shadow them for life. Children who experienced daily corporal punishment in schools learned that authority meant pain, that mistakes deserved physical consequence, that submission was the appropriate response to power. These weren't bugs in the system, they were features, preparing children for adult lives in factories and farms where similar dynamics prevailed. The teachers themselves were often trapped in the system as surely as their students. Young women teaching in rural schools might board with local families, rotating among them on a schedule, never having a home of their own. They were expected to maintain standards of moral purity that bordered on impossible. No dancing, no card playing, no keeping company with young men, behaviour codes that treated them as permanent children, even as they were responsible for educating actual children. A teacher who broke these moral codes could be dismissed instantly. Her career ended by behaviour that would be unremarkable for any other young woman. The salaries these teachers received were barely enough to survive on, and survival was expected to be temporary. Teaching was a way station before marriage, not a career. Women who remained unmarried and continued teaching might achieve some security with experience, but they remained underpaid relative to male colleagues and undervalued relative to their actual importance. The feminization of teaching created a labour force of educated, dedicated professionals available at bargain prices, a pattern that would persist for generations. School supplies were the responsibility of students and their families in most cases. Textbooks were purchased, not provided, which meant that poor families might share a single textbook among several children, or do without entirely. Slates and chalk served for writing practice, allowing erasure and reuse, cheaper than the paper and ink that permanent work required. Students who couldn't afford supplies faced obvious disadvantages, their poverty visible in their empty hands and borrowed books. The graduation ceremony for students who completed their education, whether 8th grade or high school, was a significant community event, marking transition from childhood to adult responsibility. Students recited pieces, demonstrated their learning, received acknowledgement of their achievement. For many families, particularly immigrant families, seeing a child graduate represented vindication of sacrifices made and hopes invested. The diploma was tangible proof that education had happened, a document that might open doors that remained closed to the uneducated. But for every child who graduated, many more left school before completing their education. The demands of family economics, the appeal of wages, the boredom of repetitive instruction, the humiliation of corporal punishment, all of these pushed children out of schools and into the workforce. The dropout rate, to use modern terminology, was enormous, though no one called it that at the time. Children simply stopped coming to school when school no longer seemed worth the opportunity cost of lost wages, or when the educational experience became intolerable. The debate over what education should accomplish was lively in 1900, with reformers advocating for progressive methods that would make school more engaging and relevant. John Dewey and others argued that education should prepare children for democratic citizenship, should engage their natural curiosity, should connect learning to real-world experience. These ideas were gaining traction but hadn't yet transformed the typical classroom, where recitation and discipline remained the dominant modes. The one-room schoolhouse, for all its limitations, would persist well into the 20th century in rural areas, its methods changing slowly as the world around it transformed. The intersection of child labour and education created particular problems for immigrant communities. Families who had come to America seeking opportunity often found that opportunity required their children's labour to survive, even though they valued education as the path to better futures. The tension between immediate economic necessity and long-term advancement through education was real and painful. Some families managed to keep children in school despite hardship. Others had no choice but to send children to work, watching dreams of education defer to demands of survival. The photographs that Lewis Hine took of child labourers, small faces aged beyond their years, bodies bent to machines, eyes showing exhaustion that children shouldn't know, would eventually help turn public opinion against child labour. But in 1900, those photographs hadn't yet been taken, and the children in the mills and mines were invisible to comfortable Americans who preferred not to think about where their cotton cloth and coal came from. The reform movement was building, but for the children living through it, reform was a future promise rather than a present reality. The contrast between wealthy children and working-class children was perhaps even more stark than the contrast between wealthy and poor adults. A rich child in 1900 lived a life of genuine childhood. Nurseries and governesses, toys and games, education in private schools or with private tutors, protection from the adult world until an appropriate age. These children learned music and languages, played in parks and gardens, wore clothes designed for their comfort and appearance rather than for labour. Their childhood looked something like what modern middle-class childhood resembles, protected and prolonged and focused on development. Meanwhile, children in the same city, sometimes just blocks away, worked 12-hour shifts in factories, their childhood effectively non-existent. The wealthy child and the working child might be the same age, might even see each other on streets as they move through their different worlds, but their experiences shared almost nothing. One was being prepared for leadership and leisure, the other was being used up to produce goods the first might someday consume. The inequality that defined adult American life began in childhood, shaping futures before children were old enough to understand what was happening to them. The health consequences of child labour extended beyond immediate injuries to lasting physical damage. Children whose bones were still growing carried heavy loads that deformed their spines. Children who breathed industrial air developed lung conditions that shortened their lives. Children who worked instead of playing developed bodies adapted for specific repetitive tasks but lacking the general physical development that play provides. The stunted, hunched, prematurely aged adults that emerged from childhood labour bore the marks of their exploitation visibly, their bodies testimony to what had been done to them. What remains striking about the education and labour systems of 1900 is how completely they reflected adult priorities rather than children's needs. Schools existed to produce workers and citizens, not to develop children's individual potential. Child labour existed because industries needed cheap hands and families needed income, not because work was good for children. The entire system was designed around what adults wanted from children, with minimal consideration of what children needed from adults. The 20th century would gradually shift this balance, recognizing children as people with their own rights, rather than just small workers in training. The children of 1900 couldn't know that they stood at a turning point, that the century ahead would transform their descendants' experience of childhood beyond recognition. They knew only the world they lived in, the factory floor or the schoolroom bench, the discipline of the foreman or the teacher, the exhaustion of labour that seemed endless. They adapted because adaptation was the only option, growing up fast in ways that robbed them of childhood but taught them survival. Their resilience deserves recognition even as we acknowledge that resilience shouldn't have been necessary, that children deserve better than survival as their best available outcome. Now let's talk about what happened when people in 1900 got sick, because getting sick in this era was an entirely different experience than it is today. And by different, I mean considerably more terrifying, substantially less effective, and frequently fatal for conditions that modern medicine handles with a prescription and a week of rest. The medical landscape of 1900 existed in a strange twilight zone between ancient superstition and modern science, where germ theory was gaining acceptance but hadn't yet transformed practice, where doctors might recommend treatments based on the latest research or on traditions stretching back to medieval times, and where the line between legitimate medicine and outright quackery was so blurry as to be essentially invisible. Let's start with the basic reality of disease in this era, because the numbers tell a story that modern people find genuinely difficult to process. Life expectancy at birth in 1900 was approximately 47 years, not because everyone died at 47, but because so many people died so young that they dragged the average down dramatically. Infant mortality was staggering. Roughly 1 in 10 babies died before their first birthday, and in poor urban neighbourhoods the rate was considerably higher. A woman who gave birth to 6 children might reasonably expect to bury 2 or 3 of them before they reached adulthood. This wasn't tragedy in the modern sense of an unexpected deviation from normal experience. This was normal experience, the expected background radiation of human existence. The diseases that killed people in 1900 read like a catalogue of horrors that modern Americans have largely forgotten. Tuberculosis was the leading cause of death, the White Plague or consumption that killed slowly, romantically in literature and hideously in reality, as patients coughed blood and wasted away over months or years. Pneumonia and influenza together formed another major killer, respiratory infections that modern antibiotics can usually defeat, but that 19th century medicine could only watch helplessly. Diarrheal diseases killed children in enormous numbers, particularly in summer months when bacteria multiplied in contaminated food and water. Typhoid fever struck communities through contaminated water supplies, its distinctive fever and intestinal complications killing thousands annually. Diphtheria terrorized parents, this bacterial infection that caused a membrane to grow across children's throats, slowly suffocating them while families watched helplessly. Scarlet fever, measles, whooping cough, these childhood diseases that modern vaccines have made rare or eliminated were routine killers in 1900, sweeping through communities and taking children with ruthless efficiency. Smallpox still occurred despite the existence of vaccination, outbreaks killing and disfiguring victims while public health authorities struggled to implement vaccination programs against resistance from populations who didn't trust the procedure. The thing about these diseases is that people knew they existed and knew roughly how they spread, but they couldn't actually do much to prevent or treat them. Germ theory, the understanding that microscopic organisms cause infectious disease, had been established by Pasteur and Koch and others in the preceding decades, but translating that knowledge into effective medical practice was a slow and incomplete process. Doctors in 1900 understood, intellectually, that bacteria cause disease. They didn't yet have antibiotics to kill those bacteria. They could diagnose typhoid fever with reasonable accuracy. They couldn't cure it. They could identify tuberculosis. They could only recommend rest and fresh air and hope the patient's immune system would do what medicine couldn't. This gap between understanding and capability created a medical landscape that looked strange to modern eyes. Doctors knew more than ever before about what caused disease, but they couldn't do much more than doctors a century earlier to actually treat it. The surgeon had anesthesia now, making operations possible that would previously have been torture, and antiseptic technique was reducing surgical mortality dramatically. But the physician treating infectious disease was largely as helpless as his predecessors, able to diagnose but not to cure, able to explain but not to fix. Into this gap between knowledge and capability rushed an enormous industry of patent medicines, proprietary remedies, and outright quackery that promised what real medicine couldn't deliver. The patent medicine industry of the late 19th and early 20th century was a remarkable phenomenon. A multi-million-dollar business built on extravagant claims, secret formulas, and the desperate hope of sick people who had nowhere else to turn. These weren't medicines in any modern sense. They were branded products, often containing alcohol, opiates, or other psychoactive substances, marketed with claims that would get a modern pharmaceutical company sued into oblivion. The names alone were magnificent exercises in hopeful branding. Mrs. Winslow's soothing syrup promised to calm fussy babies, which it did, being essentially morphine dissolved in alcohol, the kind of treatment that definitely makes babies quiet and occasionally makes them dead. Hamlin's Wizard Oil claimed to cure everything from deafness to cancer, which was ambitious marketing for a mixture of alcohol, ammonia, camphor, and chloroform. Lydia Pinkham's vegetable compound targeted female complaints and contained enough alcohol to make any complaint seem less urgent. Dr. Pierce's golden medical discovery, Kickapoo Indian Sagwa, Hostetta's stomach bitters. The parade of proprietary remedies seemed endless, each promising miraculous cures for whatever ailed you. The advertising for these products was a creative achievement even if the products themselves were not. Full-page newspaper advertisements featured testimonials from satisfied customers, many of whom were entirely fictional, Before and after illustrations showed the dramatic transformation from suffering invalid to robust health, transformations that the products could not actually produce. Medical-sounding language gave a veneer of scientific respectability to products that had no scientific basis whatsoever. The word cure appeared liberally despite the fact that these products cured nothing, their manufacturers having apparently never met a claim too extravagant to print. The actual contents of patent medicines were trade secrets, which was convenient for manufacturers who preferred that customers not know they were essentially buying flavoured alcohol with a side of opiates. Analysis of these products, when it was eventually performed by investigators and journalists, revealed a consistent pattern: alcohol as the primary ingredient, often at concentrations that would make the medicine stronger than wine or beer, plus various drugs that made the user feel better without actually making them better. Morphine and opium appeared in products marketed for pain relief, and troublingly for children. Cocaine showed up in tonics and brain foods. Chloroform, cannabis, and various other substances made appearances depending on the product and the era. The opiates deserve particular attention because they created genuine addiction problems that the era barely recognized as such. A respectable woman who would never dream of visiting an opium den might become thoroughly addicted to her soothing syrup, or nerve tonic, consuming opiates daily while believing she was simply taking her medicine. When she felt terrible upon stopping her medicine, this was taken as proof that she needed her medicine, not as evidence of withdrawal. The patent medicine industry created addicts by the thousands, people who would never have sought out drugs deliberately, but who became dependent through the innocent act of treating their headaches or calming their nerves. Children were particularly vulnerable to patent medicine dosing. Products specifically marketed for infants contained opiates that could and did kill babies. The morphine that quieted a crying infant also depressed respiration, and the line between a soothing dose and a fatal dose was not well understood by parents measuring medicine by the teaspoon. Coroners recorded deaths from soothing syrup with depressing regularity, though the connection between the medicine and the death wasn't always recognized. Parents who had given their baby the medicine to help it sleep sometimes genuinely didn't understand why the baby wasn't waking up. Beyond the patent medicines sold commercially, there was an enormous body of folk remedies and home treatments that families applied to their sick members. Every family, every community had its preferred treatments for common ailments, passed down through generations, varying by region and ethnicity, ranging from the harmless to the actively dangerous. The home medicine chest of 1900 contained an array of substances that modern parents would never give their children, and shouldn't have given them then either, though nobody knew that yet. For chest colds and coughs, the standard treatment often involved goose grease, or some similar animal fat, rubbed on the chest and covered with warm flannel. The theory, such as it was, held that the warmth and the penetrating quality of the fat would loosen congestion and promote healing. Whether this actually helped is questionable at best. The warmth probably felt comforting, and the ritual of treatment may have provided psychological benefit, but the goose grease itself wasn't doing anything medically useful. Still, it was cheap, available, and had been used by grandmother and great-grandmother, which was recommendation enough. Mustard plasters were another popular treatment for respiratory complaints, a paste of mustard powder and flour applied to the chest to create heat and draw out the illness. These actually did something. They irritated the skin enough to cause redness and warmth, which might have provided some comfort and possibly some slight benefit through increased blood flow to the area. They could also cause burns if left on too long or made too strong, and children's sensitive skin was particularly vulnerable to mustard plaster injuries. The treatment was unpleasant enough that it might have been confused with effectiveness, something that uncomfortable must be working, right? Onion poultices, turpentine steam, kerosene rubbed on the throat. The home remedies for respiratory illness were varied and inventive, if not particularly effective. Families had their preferences and their traditions, treatments that had worked for previous generations in the sense that some people who received them eventually recovered, which was taken as proof of the treatment's value. The fact that some people who received them also died, or that people would have recovered anyway without treatment, didn't factor into the folk evaluation of effectiveness. For fevers, the treatments were similarly varied and similarly questionable. Cold baths to bring down temperature made some physiological sense, though the shock of cold water on a sick body had its own risks. Willow bark tea contained salicylates, the precursor to aspirin, and actually did reduce fever. This was one of the few folk remedies that later proved to have real medicinal value. Whiskey appeared in various fever treatments, which did at least make the patient feel like something was being done, even if that something was getting drunk while sick. Bleeding, the ancient practice of drawing blood to remove illness, was finally falling out of favour by 1900, but it hadn't disappeared entirely. Some physicians still believed that removing blood could relieve certain conditions, and some patients still expected bleeding as part of their treatment. The lancets and cups that had been standard medical equipment for centuries were becoming antiques, but slowly, with pockets of practice persisting. The shift away from bleeding represented one of the few areas where medical practice was actually improving by abandoning harmful interventions. Purging, the use of strong laxatives and emetics to clear the body of illness, remained more common than bleeding. The logic held that disease represented an imbalance of humours, or a build-up of toxic material, and forcing that material out through violent evacuation would restore health. Calomel, a mercury compound, was a popular purgative that produced impressive results in terms of emptying the bowels while simultaneously poisoning the patient with mercury. The phrase feeling blue may derive from the bluish discoloration that chronic calomel use caused. The treatment was effective at producing something, just not health. Castor oil was another favourite purgative, forced on sick children who found the taste memorable in all the wrong ways. The belief that a good cleaning out would cure what ailed you persisted despite limited evidence, and children in particular were subjected to regular doses of castor oil as both treatment and prevention. The experience was unpleasant enough that the threat of castor oil served as behavioural motivation in some households. Be good, or you'll get a dose of oil. Whether this was effective parenting is debatable. It was definitely effective at making children hate castor oil. Poultices and plasters for injuries and infections represented another major category of home treatment. A wound might be dressed with bread and milk poultice, with chewed tobacco, with spider webs, with various plant materials depending on local tradition. Some of these treatments were actively harmful, introducing bacteria into wounds that were trying to heal. Others were probably neutral. A few, like honey, actually had some antimicrobial properties that made them genuinely useful, though the users didn't know why they worked. The trial and error of folk medicine had occasionally hit on effective treatments, but it had also perpetuated countless ineffective or harmful ones, and there was no systematic way to tell the difference. For more serious conditions, families turned to whatever professional help was available, which varied enormously depending on location and resources. In cities, multiple options competed for patient dollars. Regular physicians with medical school training practiced alongside homeopaths, osteopaths, naturopaths, eclectics, and various other schools of medical thought that had their own theories and treatments. The boundaries between legitimate medicine and quackery were legally murky. Almost anyone could hang out a shingle and call themselves a doctor, and many did. Medical education itself was in a state of transition. The best medical schools, Johns Hopkins being the new gold standard after its founding in 1893, were adopting rigorous scientific training modelled on German medical education. But many American medical schools were essentially diploma mills, requiring minimal qualifications for entry and providing minimal training before graduation. A doctor might have studied for years in a program emphasizing laboratory science and clinical experience, or might have attended a few months of lectures and bought a diploma. Both could legally practice medicine, and patients often couldn't tell the difference. The Flexner Report, which would be published in 1910, would eventually transform American medical education by exposing the inadequacy of most medical schools and forcing reforms that closed the worst institutions. But in 1900, that reform was still a decade away. Patients seeking medical care navigated a marketplace where quality ranged from excellent to fraudulent, and where the excellent practitioners often couldn't do much more for infectious disease than the fraudulent ones. Hospitals in 1900 were not the temples of healing that modern institutions have become. For most of American history, hospitals were places where poor people went to die, charity institutions that provided care for those who had no family to care for them, no home to recover in. Respectable middle-class people avoided hospitals if at all possible, preferring to be sick at home where family could tend them and where the stigma of hospitalization didn't apply. The wealthy had doctors come to them. They certainly didn't go to institutions associated with poverty and death. This was beginning to change by 1900 as hospitals adopted antiseptic surgery and became genuinely safer, but the transformation was incomplete. Hospital mortality rates were dropping as surgeons learned to wash their hands and sterilize instruments, but the reputation of hospitals as death traps persisted. The poor still filled the charity wards, and the diseases that brought them there, tuberculosis, typhoid, infectious diseases of all kinds, still killed in large numbers because medicine still couldn't treat them effectively. Surgical treatment had improved dramatically thanks to anesthesia and antiseptic technique, two innovations that made possible operations that would previously have been unthinkable. A patient could now be rendered unconscious during surgery, sparing them the agony that had previously made operations a last resort undertaken only when death was the alternative. The surgeon could now work in a reasonably sterile field, with instruments and hands clean to reduce the bacterial contamination that had previously made post-surgical infection almost inevitable. But surgery remained crude by modern standards. Surgeons operated by feel as much as by knowledge, anatomical understanding incomplete, imaging technology non-existent. There was no blood typing for transfusions, making the procedure a gamble that sometimes helped and sometimes killed. Antibiotics didn't exist to control post-operative infections. Recovery depended largely on the patient's constitution and luck. Surgery was getting safer, but safer was relative. Mortality rates that would be considered catastrophic failures today were celebrated improvements from the even worse rates of the past. The treatment of specific diseases reveals both the progress and the limitations of medicine in 1900. Tuberculosis, the era's greatest killer, had no effective treatment. The best medical advice was to seek fresh air, rest, and good nutrition. The regimen offered at sanatoriums, which were essentially hotels for the dying where patients could cough out their lives in pleasant surroundings. Some patients recovered, their immune systems eventually conquering the infection. Many did not, and sanatoriums became warehouses of slowly dying consumptives, isolated from society to prevent spread of their disease. The understanding that tuberculosis was contagious, spread by the bacteria expelled when patients coughed, was relatively new and driving public health efforts to reduce transmission. Spitting in public was being outlawed in many cities, the ubiquitous spittoons of earlier decades becoming symbols of unhygienic past practice. TB patients were encouraged to use handkerchiefs to contain their coughs, to avoid spreading infection to family members, to consider the public health implications of their illness. But treatment remained supportive rather than curative. Rest, air, hope, and eventually either recovery or death. Typhoid fever illustrated both the promise and limits of public health approaches. The disease spread through contaminated water, a connection that had been established and was driving efforts to improve water supply and sewage treatment. Cities that cleaned up their water saw typhoid rates drop dramatically, proof that prevention could work even when treatment couldn't. But many communities still lacked clean water, still mixed sewage with drinking supply, still experienced regular typhoid outbreaks that killed the vulnerable and weakened the survivors. A patient who contracted typhoid received supportive care, fluids, rest, careful nursing, and either recovered through their own immune response or died when the infection overwhelmed them. There was no specific treatment, no antibiotic to kill the bacteria, just time and hope. Childhood diseases presented particular challenges because they moved so quickly and killed so efficiently. Diphtheria, the strangling angel of children, was beginning to be treatable with antitoxin, one of the first genuinely effective specific treatments for infectious disease. The antitoxin, developed in the 1890s, could neutralize the toxin produced by diphtheria bacteria, giving the immune system time to fight the underlying infection. This was genuine medical progress, lives saved that would previously have been lost, and the distribution of diphtheria antitoxin was a public health priority. But the antitoxin had to be administered early, before the disease progressed too far, and it wasn't always available in remote areas or poor communities. Scarlet fever, measles, whooping cough. For these childhood killers, there was no specific treatment, only supportive care and quarantine to prevent spread. Families with sick children isolated them as best they could, hoping other children in the household wouldn't catch the infection, knowing they probably would. The course of childhood illness was watched anxiously. Was the fever rising or falling? Was the rash spreading or fading? Was the cough getting better or worse? Parents who had already lost children to these diseases lived through each new illness with terror that was entirely rational given the mortality rates. The medical profession's response to its own limitations was sometimes humility and sometimes overconfidence, depending on the practitioner. Some doctors honestly acknowledged how little they could do, providing comfort and guidance while admitting that nature would decide outcomes medicine couldn't control. Others maintained an air of authority that their actual capabilities didn't justify, prescribing confidently even when they were essentially guessing, projecting certainty that helped maintain patient faith in medicine even when that faith wasn't warranted. Mental illness in 1900 was treated, if treated is the right word, with approaches that modern psychiatry would find horrifying. The understanding of mental illness was primitive at best, mixing moral judgment with medical theory in ways that harmed patients. The insane were locked away in asylums that range from well-intentioned if ineffective to actively abusive, institutions where patients might spend entire lifetimes once committed. The asylum system was designed for custody rather than cure, warehousing the mentally ill away from society rather than helping them return to it. Treatments for mental illness included various physical interventions based on theories that have since been discarded. Restraints and isolation were common. Hydrotherapy, baths of various temperatures, was considered therapeutic. Some patients were subjected to procedures intended to calm their agitated states through physical means. The concept of mental illness as a medical condition requiring medical treatment was gaining ground over older ideas of moral failing or demonic possession, but the medical treatments available were not much more effective than the approaches they replaced. Addiction was barely recognized as a medical condition, and the treatments that existed were often worse than the addiction itself. Patent medicines created addicts who didn't understand their own condition. Legitimate medicine had limited tools to help them once addiction developed. The concept of addiction as a disease rather than a moral failing was still controversial, and many addicts were treated as moral problems requiring punishment rather than medical problems requiring treatment. The same society that sold morphine-laced soothing syrups over the counter condemned those who became dependent on the products it sold. Women's health was a specialized arena of medical practice with its own particular problems. The female body was understood through frameworks that mixed biology with cultural assumptions about women's nature and proper role. Menstruation, pregnancy, and menopause were treated as quasi-pathological states requiring medical management. The nervous system was considered particularly delicate in women, prone to disorders that could arise from education, ambition, or other departures from proper feminine behavior. Hysteria was a common diagnosis for women exhibiting symptoms that didn't fit neatly into other categories, and treatments for hysteria range from rest cures to institutionalization. Childbirth was undergoing a transition from traditional midwife-attended home birth to physician-attended hospital delivery. Both systems had advantages and problems. Midwives had experience and often excellent practical skills, but lacked the surgical training to handle complications. Physicians had instruments and could perform caesarean sections, but they also introduced infections through examinations performed with unwashed hands. The maternal mortality rate was stubbornly high regardless of who attended the birth, women dying from hemorrhage, infection, and complications that modern obstetrics handles routinely. Giving birth in 1900 was genuinely dangerous in ways that modern births, while still carrying some risk, simply are not. The costs of medical care were a constant concern for families of limited means. Doctors' fees had to be paid, medicines had to be purchased, lost wages during illness had to be absorbed. There was no health insurance in any modern sense, no system that spread medical costs across large populations, no protection against catastrophic medical expenses. A serious illness could bankrupt a family, consuming savings, forcing the sale of property, leaving survivors in poverty. The wealthy could afford the best care available. The poor relied on charity hospitals, dispensaries, and the uncertain help of practitioners who might or might not demand payment. The public health movement was gaining momentum in 1900, recognizing that many health problems were better addressed through prevention than through individual treatment. Clean water campaigns, sanitation improvements, vaccination programs, quarantine enforcement. These collective approaches could reduce disease in ways that individual medical treatment couldn't. The great mortality declines of the late 19th and early 20th century owed more to public health measures than to medical treatment, more to preventing disease than to curing it. Cities that invested in water treatment and sewage systems saw death rates drop, even though their doctors knew no more than before. Vaccination against smallpox was the great success story of preventive medicine, demonstrating that a specific intervention could eliminate a specific disease. Smallpox vaccination had been available since the end of the 18th century, and by 1900 its effectiveness was well established. But vaccination programs faced resistance from populations suspicious of the procedure. objecting on grounds ranging from religious to political to simple fear of the unknown. Mandatory vaccination laws existed in many places but were irregularly enforced, and outbreaks continued to occur in populations with low vaccination rates. The future of medicine, antibiotics, vaccines for major childhood diseases, sophisticated surgical techniques, imaging technology, was invisible from the vantage point of 1900. The people living through this era didn't know that effective treatments for tuberculosis and typhoid were decades away, that diseases killing thousands would eventually be controlled or eliminated. They knew only the present reality. Getting sick was dangerous, treatment was uncertain, death was a familiar presence in every community. They coped as best they could with the tools available, folk remedies, patent medicines, whatever professional help they could access and afford, and they buried their dead with the weary resignation of people who had buried many dead before. The transformation of medicine that the 20th century would bring, the antibiotics, the vaccines, the surgical advances, the understanding of disease that would make treatment genuinely effective, would change the human relationship with illness in ways that 1900 couldn't imagine. Life expectancy would nearly double. Childhood diseases would become rarities. Conditions that were death sentences would become manageable chronic illnesses or complete cures. But that transformation was a future that hadn't arrived yet, and the people of 1900 lived in a present where getting sick meant facing mortality in ways that modern medicine has made unfamiliar. The resilience required to face that reality deserves recognition. Parents who raised children knowing that disease might claim them at any time, who buried children and continued having more because that was what life demanded, who nursed sick family members through illnesses that offered no certainty of recovery. These people lived with a relationship to death that modern Westerners have largely lost. They weren't braver than us necessarily. They were just more practiced at living with mortality as an ever-present reality rather than a distant abstraction. Their coping strategies, the folk remedies, the patent medicines, the faith in treatments that didn't work, were human responses to circumstances that demanded response, even when effective response wasn't possible. Understanding medicine in 1900 helps us appreciate what we've gained and what was required to gain it. The reforms that improved medical education, the research that developed effective treatments, the public health infrastructure that prevents disease, none of this happened automatically. It required effort, investment, and often struggle against interests that benefited from the status quo. The patent medicine industry fought regulation vigorously. It took muckraking journalism and public outrage to pass the Pure Food and Drug Act of 1906. Medical schools fought reform until their inadequacy was undeniable. Every improvement was won against resistance, and the winning required people who believed things could be better than they were. The gap between 1900 and today in medical capability is so vast that it can be hard to grasp. A child with strep throat in 1900 might develop rheumatic fever and die. Today we give them antibiotics and they're fine in days. A woman with a difficult childbirth in 1900 might die from complications. Today we perform caesarean sections as routine procedures. An infection that was a death sentence is now an inconvenience. The transformation is so complete that we've largely forgotten what we were saved from, taking for granted a world where antibiotics exist and vaccines prevent epidemics and hospitals are places people go to get better rather than to die. The people of 1900 would have found our medical world miraculous. We find it merely normal, which is perhaps the greatest measure of how much has changed. The dental care of the era deserves mention as its own category of medical horror. Dentistry in 1900 was primitive by modern standards, focused primarily on extraction rather than preservation. A tooth that developed problems was usually pulled rather than filled, and the pulling was done with forceps and brute force, anesthesia being optional and often unavailable. The local barber might double as the local tooth puller in rural areas, the striped pole outside barbershops actually representing the bloody bandages of dental and surgical work that barbers had historically performed. Toothaches were treated at home with clove oil, whiskey, and various patent remedies that promised relief and delivered temporary numbness at best. The pain of an infected tooth before extraction was remembered by sufferers as among the worst experiences of their lives, throbbing, relentless, impossible to escape. Dental abscesses could become life-threatening, infections spreading to jawbones and beyond, occasionally killing patients who had simply neglected a painful tooth too long. The result of this approach to dental care was widespread tooth loss at ages that modern people would find shocking. A person of 40 might have lost most of their teeth. A person of 50 might have none. Dentures existed but were expensive and often poorly fitted, making eating difficult and speaking awkward. The toothless smile became a marker of age and class, wealthy people able to afford better dental care preserving their teeth longer than poor people who couldn't. The modern expectation of keeping natural teeth for life would have seemed wildly optimistic to people accustomed to losing teeth throughout adulthood. Eye care was similarly limited in its capabilities. Glasses existed and were prescribed for vision problems, but eye examination was more art than science, and getting a correct prescription was somewhat hit or miss. Cataracts could be treated surgically, but the surgery was risky and recovery uncertain. Diseases of the eye that modern medicine treats routinely led to blindness that was permanent and accepted as fate. Trachoma, a bacterial eye infection, was common in immigrant communities and institutions, spreading through shared towels and close contact, leaving scarred corneas and damaged vision in its wake. Hearing loss was even less treatable than vision problems. There were no hearing aids worth the name, no surgical interventions for most conditions, no understanding of many causes of deafness. People who lost their hearing adapted as best they could, learning to read lips, relying on others to communicate, becoming increasingly isolated as their condition worsened. The deaf community had its own culture and its own sign language, but the hearing world offered little accommodation for those who couldn't hear. No amplification, no accessibility requirements, just the assumption that hearing was normal and deafness was an unfortunate defect to be managed privately. The experience of being sick at home in 1900 was substantially different from modern illness. There was no calling the doctor's office and getting an appointment that afternoon. Doctors made house calls, but scheduling them required sending someone to fetch the doctor, who might be miles away and might be attending other patients. The wait for medical attention could stretch to hours or days depending on the doctor's availability and the urgency perceived by whoever received the summons. When the doctor did arrive, his black bag contained limited tools by modern standards. A stethoscope to listen to heart and lungs, a thermometer to measure fever, various instruments for examination, and medications that were mostly symptom relief rather than cure: morphine for pain, calomel for purging, quinine for malaria, digitalis for heart conditions. The doctor might stay for a while, examining the patient, prescribing treatment, offering advice to the family members who would provide most of the actual care. Then he would leave, perhaps promising to return, and the family would be alone with the sick person and whatever treatment had been prescribed. The nursing care that modern hospitals provide was performed by family members at home, usually by women who had other responsibilities competing for their attention. A mother nursing a sick child was also supposed to be cooking meals, cleaning house, caring for other children, maintaining all the domestic tasks that didn't pause because someone was ill. The constant attendance that serious illness required pulled women away from everything else, exhausting them while they tried to do too many things at once. Professional nursing existed but was a luxury most families couldn't afford. Trained nurses worked in hospitals and in wealthy households, not in the homes of ordinary people. The death that too often followed illness happened at home, surrounded by family, attended by whatever religious rituals the family practiced. Death in 1900 was not the medicalized, hospitalized event it has largely become. It was a family matter, happening in family space, witnessed by family members of all ages. Children saw parents die, saw siblings die, saw grandparents die. The dying process was visible in ways that modern death, often occurring in hospitals and hospices away from family homes, simply isn't. This familiarity with death was both burden and preparation. People knew what dying looked like, knew what to expect, had practiced grief enough times to have developed their own rituals of mourning. The mourning practices of the era were elaborate and codified in ways that modern bereavement largely isn't. Widows wore black for prescribed periods, a year of deep mourning, followed by a period of half mourning when muted colours were acceptable. Houses were draped in black crepe to announce a death. Mirrors were covered. Social activities were curtailed. The elaborate mourning jewellery of the era, brooches containing hair of the deceased, jet and onyx accessories, represented grief made material and visible. Mourning was a public performance with social expectations, not a private emotion to be managed quietly. The photographs of the era included a genre that modern sensibilities find disturbing, but that the era considered natural and important: post-mortem photography, images of the dead posed as if sleeping or sometimes propped up to appear alive. These photographs were often the only images families had of deceased loved ones, particularly children who had died young before sitting for other portraits. The photographs were treasured keepsakes, memorials to lives cut short, acceptable and even expected forms of remembrance. The modern discomfort with such images reflects how thoroughly death has been removed from everyday visibility. Living with this constant proximity to death required psychological adaptations that modern people have largely abandoned. Faith provided comfort for many, belief in afterlife, in divine purpose, in reunion with loved ones after death. The religious frameworks of the era offered explanations for suffering that made it meaningful, or at least bearable. Those without strong faith developed other coping mechanisms: fatalism, stoicism, the simple determination to continue living despite loss. The alternative to coping was breakdown, and breakdown was a luxury that most people couldn't afford. The transformation of death in the 20th century, the medicalization, the hospitalization, the removal from domestic space, the extension of life expectancy that made death increasingly a phenomenon of old age rather than a risk at every stage, would change the human relationship with mortality profoundly. The people of 1900 lived with death as a familiar presence. Their descendants would come to see death as an aberration, a failure, something that happened elsewhere to other people. Both relationships with mortality have their advantages and costs, but the shift between them represents one of the most significant changes in human experience that the modern era has produced. The medicine of 1900, for all its limitations, represented genuine progress from what had come before and genuine foundation for what would come after. The germ theory that couldn't yet cure disease would eventually enable antibiotics that could. The surgical techniques being refined would eventually become the sophisticated operations of modern hospitals. The public health understanding taking shape would eventually eliminate diseases that killed thousands. Progress was happening, even if it wasn't yet sufficient to prevent the suffering that progress would eventually address. The people living through this era were part of a transition they couldn't fully see, standing on a threshold between old ways of dying and new possibilities of living that hadn't yet arrived. Now let's talk about how Americans actually earned their livings in 1900, because the world of work in this era was a landscape of sweat, danger, and compensation that wouldn't cover a modern coffee habit. The jobs available to most people were physically demanding, frequently hazardous, and paid wages that required careful calculation to convert into survival. The modern concept of workplace safety, regulations, inspections, liability for injuries, was essentially science fiction. The modern concept of work-life balance was a phrase that hadn't been invented yet because work was life, and life was work, and the balance was whatever you could grab in the hours between shifts. The factory was the defining workplace of industrial America, and factory work was the defining experience for millions of workers. Manufacturing had transformed the economy over the preceding decades, concentrating production in large facilities where machinery multiplied human labor and owners multiplied their fortunes. The factories of 1900 produced everything the growing nation consumed: textiles, steel, machinery, processed food, consumer goods of every description. They also produced injuries, disabilities, and deaths at rates that would shut down any modern operation immediately and permanently. The machinery that made factories productive also made them deadly. Industrial equipment in 1900 operated without the safety guards, emergency shutoffs, and protective barriers that modern regulations require. Moving parts moved exposed, gears meshed openly, belts and pulleys ran through spaces where workers had to reach. The pace of work was set by the machines, not by human capacity, and workers who couldn't keep up with mechanical rhythms found themselves in dangerous positions trying to catch up. Tired workers made mistakes, and mistakes around industrial machinery had permanent consequences. Amputations were so common in factory work that they barely rated mention, unless the victim was particularly young or the circumstances particularly dramatic. Fingers went first, caught in gears, crushed by presses, severed by cutting equipment. Hands followed when workers reached too far into mechanisms that didn't pause for human error. Arms disappeared into machines designed without regard for the humans who operated them. The mangled worker was a routine figure in industrial communities, someone whose productive capacity had been reduced by the same work that was supposed to provide their living. Workers' compensation didn't exist in any meaningful form. A worker who lost a hand might receive nothing from the employer whose machinery took it, might be fired for no longer being able to perform the job that had maimed them. The steel industry represented industrial danger at its most extreme. Steel mills were infernos of molten metal, extreme heat, heavy equipment, and processes that could kill through 100 different mechanisms. Workers handled materials at temperatures that would vaporize flesh on contact. They operated near vats of liquid metal that occasionally spilled, occasionally exploded, occasionally claimed victims with sudden and terrible efficiency. The noise was deafening, the air was thick with particles, the physical demands were brutal. And the compensation, while better than some industries, wasn't remotely proportional to the risks being taken. Foundry workers developed distinctive health problems from years of breathing metal dust and working in extreme heat. Their lungs accumulated particles that modern medicine would recognize as occupational hazards, but that 1900 medicine couldn't treat or prevent. Their bodies wore out faster than workers in less demanding industries, used up by conditions that employers considered simply the nature of the work rather than problems to be solved. The moulders and pourers and handlers of molten metal were industrial soldiers whose casualties didn't make headlines because they were too common to be news. The meatpacking industry, centered in Chicago's stockyards, offered its own particular horrors. The disassembly lines that Upton Sinclair would famously expose a few years later were already operating at full efficiency in 1900, converting livestock into consumer products through processes that prioritize speed over everything else, including worker safety and sanitary conditions. Workers stood on floors slick with blood and fat, wielding sharp knives at speeds that made accidents inevitable, in temperatures that ranged from freezing in refrigerated areas to sweltering in processing rooms. The injuries in meatpacking were characteristic of the industry, knife wounds primarily, ranging from minor cuts that never fully healed to catastrophic accidents that ended careers or lives. Repetitive motion injuries turned workers' hands into claws unable to straighten fully. The cold of refrigerated areas damaged joints and circulation. The blood and waste that covered every surface carried diseases that transferred to workers through cuts too numerous to protect. The phrase packing town became synonymous with a particular kind of working-class suffering, communities built around industries that used up human beings as efficiently as they used up cattle. Mining presented dangers that were literally built into the job. We've discussed the child labour in mines, but adult miners faced the same hazards with adult awareness of what those hazards meant. Coal mines were dark, cramped, dusty, and prone to sudden catastrophic failure. Cave-ins buried workers under tons of rock, sometimes killing them quickly, sometimes trapping them to die slowly from injuries or suffocation. Gas explosions, methane accumulated in mine shafts and ignited from lamps or equipment, could kill dozens or hundreds in single incidents, the newspapers reporting mining disasters with regularity that suggested this was simply what mining involved. The slower killers were just as effective over time. Coal dust accumulated in miners' lungs, causing the black lung disease that would eventually be recognized as an occupational illness, but that 1900 treated as simply what happened to miners. The darkness and cramped spaces damaged vision and posture. The constant heavy labor wore out bodies faster than surface work. Miners aged visibly, their faces lined with coal dust that washing couldn't entirely remove, their breathing labored from lungs that could no longer process air efficiently. The communities built around mines were communities built around the knowledge that the mine would eventually take something, maybe everything, from the men who worked it. Railroad work was another occupation that combined essential economic function with routine physical danger. The railroads that connected the nation also killed the workers who operated them with disturbing efficiency. Coupling railroad cars was particularly hazardous. The link and pin system required workers to stand between cars being pushed together, inserting pins into couplings at the moment of impact, a procedure that regularly crushed hands, arms, and entire workers when timing went wrong. Brakemen rode on top of freight cars in all weather, applying brakes manually, falling to injury or death from platforms that offered no protection against wind, rain, ice, or simple missteps. The casualty rates among railroad workers were so high that the profession developed its own fatalistic culture, songs and stories acknowledging that the railroad took its toll and that workers accepted this as the price of employment. The Casey Jones folk hero, driving his engine into disaster rather than abandoning his post, represented a certain idealization of a railroad sacrifice that the real railroad workers probably viewed with considerable ambivalence. They knew what the railroad cost. They worked it anyway because the wages were needed and the alternatives were limited. Construction work in the era of rapidly growing cities offered employment for anyone willing to climb heights and risk falls. The skyscrapers beginning to transform American skylines were built by workers operating without safety harnesses, hard hats, or any of the protection modern construction workers consider baseline. They walked steel beams hundreds of feet above streets, balanced on structures that were still being assembled, trusted their footing and their courage to keep them alive. Falls happened with depressing regularity, bodies plummeting to streets below, families receiving news that the job had taken another victim. The famous photographs of construction workers eating lunch on steel beams high above New York City are often celebrated for their apparent fearlessness, but they also document working conditions that modern safety regulations would never permit. Those workers weren't superhuman in their disregard for danger. They were ordinary men doing the jobs that were available, taking risks because the alternative was taking different risks in different dangerous occupations or taking no job at all. The buildings they built still stand. Many of the workers who built them didn't survive to see them completed. Now let's look at agricultural work, which employed more Americans than any other sector, but which popular imagination often romanticizes beyond recognition. Farm work in 1900 was not the pastoral idyll that urban dwellers sometimes imagined. It was grueling physical labor performed from dawn to dusk, dependent on weather that could destroy a year's work in an afternoon, compensated by markets that farmers didn't control and often couldn't even predict. The mechanization that would eventually transform agriculture was just beginning in 1900. Some farms had horse-drawn mechanical reapers and threshers that reduced the hand labor required for harvest. But most farm work remained what it had been for centuries, human bodies applying human strength to tasks that needed doing, whether or not those bodies were up to the demands being made. Ploughing meant walking behind horses for miles, fighting the plough through resistant soil. Planting meant stooping, bending, placing seeds by hand across acreage that seemed to stretch forever. Harvesting meant cutting, gathering, binding, loading, hauling, each step requiring its own back-breaking effort. The farm equipment that did exist was dangerous in its own ways. Machinery designed for animal power and operated by farmers who learned through experience rather than training produced its share of injuries. Threshing machines pulled in more than grain if operators weren't careful. Hay balers, corn cutters, and various other implements extracted their toll in fingers, hands, and worse. Farm accidents rarely had the drama of factory explosions or mining disasters, but they accumulated steadily, individual tragedies in individual fields adding up to significant carnage across the agricultural sector. Women's work on farms was essential but often invisible in economic calculations. Farm wives worked hours as long as their husbands, combining domestic labour with direct farm work, but their contribution was subsumed under family farming rather than counted as separate employment. They raised poultry, managed gardens, processed dairy, preserved food, and stepped into field work whenever extra hands were needed, which was frequently. A successful farm required the labour of both partners. A farm wife's death or disability could threaten the entire operation as surely as a farmer's. Gender restrictions on employment shaped the working lives of women across the economy, limiting options and depressing wages for the jobs that were available. The ideology of separate spheres, men in public life and commerce, women in domestic and private realms, hadn't disappeared despite the reality that many women had to work for wages. Women who worked were often seen as unfortunate exceptions whose labour was necessary but not quite respectable, whose proper place remained the home even if economics forced them elsewhere. The occupations open to women were circumscribed by both law and custom. Teaching was acceptable, one of the few professional options available to educated women, though it paid less than comparable men's work and often required surrendering the position upon marriage. Nursing was emerging as a profession but still associated with domestic service and religious orders rather than medical expertise. Clerical work was opening up as typewriters created new office positions, and employers discovered that women could be hired for less than men to perform the same tasks. The typewriter girl became a new figure in urban offices, respectable enough for middle-class women but paid wages that reflected gender rather than productivity. Domestic service employed enormous numbers of women, particularly immigrant women and women of colour for whom other options were even more limited. Working as a servant in a wealthy household meant long hours, minimal privacy, complete subordination to employers' demands, and wages that were low even by the standards of an era when all wages were low. Live-in servants had room and board included, which helped justify the minimal cash wages, but they also had essentially no time off and no life outside their employer's household. A servant's day began before the family woke and ended after the family slept, a bracket of service that left little room for personal existence. Factory work for women meant textile mills, garment factories, and various light manufacturing operations that employed female labour at wages substantially below what men earned for comparable work. The garment industry in particular relied on female workers, both in factories and through the putting-out system that sent piecework home to be completed by women who couldn't leave their domestic responsibilities. Sewing garments at home for pennies per piece allowed women to contribute to family income without abandoning other duties, but it also meant working endless hours for minimal return, exploitation that hid behind the facade of domestic flexibility. The jobs available to men were more varied, but not necessarily more rewarding. Beyond the dangerous industrial work we've discussed, men found employment in an array of positions that range from skilled trades to unskilled labour. Skilled craftsmen, carpenters, masons, blacksmiths, machinists, commanded better wages and some job security based on expertise that employers needed. These were the aristocracy of labour, workers whose skills gave them leverage that unskilled workers lacked. But even skilled workers faced competition from machines that could perform some of their tasks, immigration that increased the labour supply, and economic downturns that eliminated demand for their services. Unskilled labour was the default position for workers without specialised training, and it encompassed an enormous range of activities. Digging, hauling, loading, lifting, carrying. The brute physical tasks that every economy requires were performed by men whose primary qualification was their willingness to trade physical effort for wages. Construction labourers, dock workers, factory hands, teamsters. These were the workers who built and moved and made things happen, compensated at rates that barely covered survival, and offered no security beyond the next day's work. The street trades provided employment, or something like it, for those who couldn't find regular positions. Peddlers sold goods from pushcarts competing for customers on crowded urban streets. Scavengers collected rags, bones, metal scraps, anything that could be sold to salvage dealers for tiny amounts that added up to survival. Bootblacks shined shoes, newsboys sold papers, and various other small entrepreneurs carved out niches in the informal economy that existed alongside regular employment. These weren't good jobs by any definition, but they were something, and something was better than nothing for people with no other options. Unemployment was a constant threat that hung over workers at every level. There was no unemployment insurance, no social safety net to catch workers when jobs disappeared. A factory closure, an economic downturn, an employer's whim, any of these could leave a worker with nothing, scrambling to find new employment before savings ran out and the family faced genuine destitution. The charity organisations and settlement houses that tried to help the poor could only do so much. The numbers of people falling through the cracks were larger than private charity could catch. The organising efforts of labour unions represented workers' attempts to gain some collective power against employers who held all the individual cards. Unions had been growing throughout the 19th century, fighting for better wages, shorter hours, and safer conditions. The American Federation of Labour, founded in 1886, represented skilled workers in craft unions that bargained with employers as organisations rather than as isolated individuals. These unions won some victories, establishing better conditions in some industries, but they also faced fierce employer resistance, government hostility, and internal divisions that limited their effectiveness. Strikes were the ultimate weapon available to organised workers, and strikes in 1900 were often bitter, violent affairs. Employers hired replacement workers, brought in armed guards, enlisted government support to break strikes by force. Workers faced the choice of accepting whatever employers offered or risking everything, their jobs, their safety, sometimes their lives, to fight for better. The labour movement would eventually win significant protections, but in 1900 those victories were still ahead, and workers who organised faced real costs for their activism. Now let's turn to the technologies that were beginning to transform this world of labour, because 1900 sat at a fascinating threshold between old ways and new. The technologies that would define the 20th century were already emerging, visible to anyone paying attention, but not yet widespread enough to have transformed daily life for most Americans. Electricity, telephones, automobiles. These weren't science fiction fantasies but existing realities, available to some and anticipated by more. The future was arriving, just not evenly distributed. Electricity was perhaps the most transformative technology beginning its conquest of American life. Electric lighting had been demonstrated by Edison in 1879, and by 1900 electric lights illuminated the streets and buildings of major cities with a brilliance that gas and kerosene couldn't match. The electric arc lights that lit main streets were dazzlingly bright, transforming night into something approaching day, enabling commercial activity after dark in ways that previous generations couldn't have imagined. The incandescent bulbs that were replacing arc lights in interior spaces provided softer, more controllable illumination that didn't require the dangerous open flames of gas jets. But electricity in 1900 was primarily an urban phenomenon, and even in cities it wasn't universal. Wealthy neighborhoods had electric lights. Poor neighborhoods often didn't. The infrastructure required to deliver electricity, power plants, transmission lines, local distribution networks, was expensive to build and was built first where customers could pay the most. The tenements of the Lower East Side were largely still lit by kerosene, while the mansions of Fifth Avenue glowed with electric radiance. The technology existed. The distribution was shaped by economics that favored the already favored. The electrification of homes went beyond lighting, though lighting was the most visible application. Electric motors were beginning to power small appliances, though the array of electric devices that modern households take for granted was mostly still future development. The electric fan existed, offering relief from summer heat without the labor of manual fanning. The electric iron was available, eliminating the need to heat heavy metal implements on stoves. But electric refrigerators, electric stoves, electric washing machines, the appliances that would eventually transform domestic labor, were still experimental or non-existent. The revolution that electricity would enable was just beginning. Factories were adopting electric power with enthusiasm, recognizing that electric motors offered advantages over the steam engines and belt systems that had previously powered industrial equipment. Electric motors could be placed wherever power was needed rather than requiring everything to connect to a central steam source. They were cleaner, quieter, more flexible. Factory layouts could be reconceived around electric power, and manufacturers who adopted the new technology gained competitive advantages. The transformation wasn't complete by 1900, but it was clearly underway. The telephone was another technology in the early stages of its conquest. Alexander Graham Bell had invented the practical telephone in 1876, and by 1900 telephone networks connected major cities and were expanding into smaller communities. But telephone service in this era was nothing like the instant unlimited communication modern people experience. It was a luxury service, primarily for businesses and wealthy households, expensive enough that ordinary families couldn't justify the cost. Making a telephone call in 1900 required operator assistance for almost everything. The caller picked up the receiver, hand-cranked to signal the operator, and asked to be connected to the desired party. The operator then physically connected the calling line to the receiving line through a switchboard, plugging cables into jacks to create the circuit. If the called party was on a different exchange, additional operators were involved, relaying the connection through the telephone system's network. Long-distance calls were even more complicated, requiring coordination between multiple exchanges, sometimes taking hours to complete and costing amounts that made them genuine extravagances. The operators themselves were primarily young women, hired because their voices were considered more pleasant and because they could be paid less than men. The telephone operator became a distinctive occupation of the era, a job that required patience, memory, and the ability to remain pleasant while connecting sometimes difficult customers. Good operators knew their subscribers personally, could provide information about whether someone was home or when they'd return, served as human directories in communities where everyone knew everyone. The impersonality of modern telephone service, automatic connections, no human intervention, lay decades in the future. Party lines were common in residential telephone service, multiple households sharing a single line with different ring patterns to indicate which home was receiving a call. This meant that any conversation could theoretically be overheard by neighbours who chose to pick up their receivers, creating both privacy concerns and opportunities for community knowledge sharing that modern phone users can't easily imagine. The phrase, "everyone's business is everyone's business," applied rather literally when the telephone system was designed around shared resources. The automobile was perhaps the most exciting new technology visible in 1900. though it remained very much a novelty rather than a practical transportation option. Cars existed. There were perhaps 8,000 registered automobiles in the entire United States that year, but they were expensive, unreliable, and confined primarily to wealthy enthusiasts who could afford both the initial purchase and the constant maintenance these temperamental machines required. The cars of 1900 looked nothing like modern automobiles. They resembled horse-drawn carriages that had misplaced their horses, high-wheeled and upright, with passengers sitting exposed to weather on elevated seats. There was no standard design. Manufacturers experimented with steam power, electric power, and the internal combustion engines that would eventually dominate. Each type had advantages and disadvantages. Steam cars were powerful but required time to build pressure. Electric cars were quiet and clean but limited by battery range. Gasoline cars were flexible but noisy, smelly and prone to breakdown. The gasoline engine would eventually win this competition, but in 1900 the outcome was far from obvious. Driving one of these early automobiles was an adventure rather than a routine activity. The machines were difficult to start, difficult to control, and difficult to stop. Breaking down was not an exceptional occurrence, but a routine expectation. Early motorists needed mechanical knowledge and a willingness to make repairs on the roadside. The roads themselves were designed for horses, not motor vehicles, unpaved in most places, rutted, muddy, and offering challenges that modern pavement has eliminated. A cross-country automobile trip was an expedition requiring planning, supplies, and considerable courage. Public response to automobiles was mixed. Some people saw them as marvels of progress, harbingers of a transformed future. Others saw them as dangerous nuisances that frightened horses, scattered pedestrians, and filled the air with noise and fumes. Regulations began appearing, speed limits that seemed comically slow by modern standards, requirements to have someone walk ahead of the car waving a flag to warn people of its approach. The idea that automobiles would eventually replace horses seemed absurd to many observers. Horses had been the foundation of transportation for thousands of years, and these noisy, unreliable machines hardly seemed capable of displacing them. The icebox represented the state of food preservation technology for most households. A wooden cabinet insulated with sawdust or cork, kept cold by blocks of ice that melted steadily and required regular replacement. The ice industry was substantial, harvesting ice from northern lakes in winter, storing it in insulated warehouses, delivering it to customers throughout the year. The iceman with his wagon and tongs was a regular visitor to households that could afford his service, hauling heavy blocks upstairs and into kitchens where melting ice would keep food cool for a few days until the next delivery. The icebox worked, sort of. It kept food colder than room temperature, extending the life of perishables beyond what unrefrigerated storage could manage. But it was a constant battle against melting, a never-ending cycle of ice delivery and meltwater disposal. The drip pan under the icebox had to be emptied regularly. Forgetting meant a kitchen flood. The ice itself took up space that reduced food storage capacity. The temperature inside the icebox varied depending on how recently ice had been delivered and how hot the surrounding kitchen was. It was better than nothing, but it was far from the reliable cold that modern refrigerators provide. Mechanical refrigeration existed but wasn't yet practical for home use. The technology that would eventually make electric refrigerators possible was being developed for commercial and industrial applications, meat packers, breweries, facilities that needed reliable cold at scales that justified the expense and complexity. Home refrigerators were still decades away. The icebox would remain standard kitchen equipment until well into the 20th century. The phonograph offered another glimpse of technological transformation, a machine that could capture and reproduce sound in ways that seemed almost magical to people first encountering them. Thomas Edison had invented the phonograph in 1877, and by 1900 improved models were available for purchase by those who could afford them. The machines played cylindrical records at first, later flat discs, offering recorded music and spoken word in homes that had previously known only live performance. The sound quality of early phonographs was, by modern standards, terrible, scratchy, thin, barely recognizable compared to the original performances. But to people who had never heard recorded music, these imperfect reproductions were wonderful. You could hear famous performers without attending their concerts, could replay favourite pieces as often as you wished, could have music in your home without musicians being present. The phonograph represented the beginning of recorded entertainment, the first step toward the radio, television, and streaming services that would transform how people consumed cultural content. Motion pictures were also emerging as a new form of entertainment. The kinetoscope and similar devices had been displaying short films to individual viewers since the early 1890s, and by 1900, projection technology allowed films to be shown to audiences in theatres. These early movies were extremely short, a minute or two at most, and showed simple scenes: trains arriving at stations, workers leaving factories, brief comic sketches. But audiences were fascinated by moving images that captured reality in ways that photography alone couldn't. The movie industry would explode in the coming decades, but in 1900 it was still finding its feet, experimenting with what this new medium could do. The technologies we've surveyed — electricity, telephones, automobiles, improved refrigeration, recorded sound, motion pictures — would all transform daily life profoundly over the century ahead. But standing in 1900, that transformation was more promise than reality for most Americans. The wealthy had access to new technologies. Everyone else experienced them occasionally, if at all. The future was visible but not yet distributed, concentrated in cities and in the hands of those who could afford to be early adopters. The optimism about technology that characterized the era was genuine and widespread. Progress seemed inevitable, each new invention proving that human ingenuity could solve problems that had plagued previous generations. The idea that tomorrow would be better than today, that technology would lift humanity to new levels of comfort and capability, was an article of faith for people watching electric lights and automobiles and telephones appear in their world. That optimism wasn't entirely misplaced. The 20th century would indeed bring technological transformations beyond anything 1900 could imagine. But the optimism also obscured how unevenly those transformations would be distributed, how the benefits of progress would flow first and most abundantly to those who already had the most. The workers in dangerous factories, the farmers struggling against weather and markets, the women limited by gender to circumscribed options — these people would eventually benefit from technological progress, but not immediately and not automatically. The same industries that developed new technologies also developed new ways to exploit workers. The same innovations that improved life for some made others obsolete. Progress wasn't a rising tide lifting all boats. It was a selective force that rewarded some while displacing others, that created new opportunities while destroying old ones. Understanding both the promise and the complexity of technological change helps us see 1900 not as a simpler time, but as a time grappling with transformations every bit as disruptive as those we face today. The people of 1900 couldn't know which emerging technologies would prove transformative and which would fade into obscurity. They couldn't know that the automobile would reshape cities, that electricity would transform homes, that communication technologies would connect the world. They could only see the present reality, a world in transition, with new possibilities emerging alongside familiar hardships, with optimism and anxiety mixed in proportions that varied by circumstance and temperament. They were living through changes they couldn't fully comprehend, making decisions with imperfect information, trying to position themselves and their families for futures they couldn't predict. In that sense, at least, they were very much like us. The wages that workers earned for all this dangerous labour deserve specific attention, because the numbers reveal just how precarious economic survival was for most Americans. An industrial worker in 1900 might earn between $1 and $2 per day, roughly $10 to $20 per week for 6-day work weeks, perhaps $400 to $600 per year if employment was steady, which it often wasn't. These numbers sound impossibly low, and they were low even adjusted for the era's different price levels. Food was cheaper than today in absolute terms, but it consumed a larger portion of income. Rent was cheaper, but housing conditions were far worse. The mathematics of survival on industrial wages required careful management and constant anxiety. Women's wages were substantially lower than men's for comparable work, typically 50 to 60% of what men earned for the same tasks. This wasn't accidental or unconscious. Employers explicitly justified paying women less on the theory that women didn't need to support families, that their wages were supplementary rather than primary income. The reality that many women were sole supporters of themselves or their families didn't change the wage structure. Single women, widows, abandoned wives, all received less because of their gender, regardless of their actual financial responsibilities. The lack of labour protections meant that workers had little recourse when conditions became intolerable. There was no minimum wage law to establish a floor beneath which compensation couldn't fall. There was no maximum hours law to limit how long employers could demand workers stay. There was no occupational safety regulation to require that workplaces meet any particular standard. Workers who didn't like conditions could quit, which employers correctly understood as an empty threat for workers who needed income to survive. The power imbalance between individual workers and industrial employers was enormous, and it showed in every aspect of the employment relationship. The concept of the weekend as we know it didn't quite exist. Most workers had Sunday off for religious and customary reasons, but Saturday was a workday in most industries. The 5-day work week was still decades away, a victory that labour unions would eventually win but hadn't yet achieved. Workers got 1 day of rest in 7, and that day was expected to include religious observance, family obligations, and all the personal tasks that couldn't be accomplished during the work week. Leisure time as a regular expectation, rather than an occasional luxury, was not part of working-class experience. Retirement was similarly foreign to working-class expectations. There was no social security, no pension system for most workers, no organised way for people to stop working when age reduced their capacity. Workers worked until they couldn't work anymore, then depended on family support, charity, or the poorhouse if family and charity failed. The elderly poor were a visible presence in communities, people whose working lives had ended but whose needs continued, surviving on whatever resources they had managed to accumulate, plus whatever help others would provide. The modern expectation of a funded retirement, with years of leisure following a working career, would have seemed fantasy to people whose relationship with work ended only when their bodies gave out. The contrast between different classes of workers was as stark as the contrast between workers and owners. A skilled craftsman might earn 3 or 4 times what an unskilled labourer earned, might have some job security based on expertise, might accumulate savings that provided a buffer against hard times. An unskilled labourer lived paycheck to paycheck, assuming paychecks came regularly, one illness or injury away from destitution. The working class wasn't a monolith. It was a hierarchy with its own gradations of security and deprivation. Professional workers occupied a different economic universe entirely. Doctors, lawyers, engineers, people with specialised education and credentials, earned incomes that placed them firmly in the middle class or above. A successful physician might earn several $1,000s per year, enough to maintain a comfortable household with domestic help, to own property, to send children to good schools. The path to professional status was narrow and required family resources that working-class families couldn't provide, but for those who achieved it, professional employment offered security and comfort that industrial work couldn't match. The business owners and investors at the top of the economic pyramid operated on scales that made professional incomes look modest. The great fortunes of the Gilded Age, Rockefeller, Carnegie, Morgan, Vanderbilt, represented concentrations of wealth that dwarfed anything seen before in American history. These men controlled industries, influenced governments, built monuments to their own success while the workers who generated their profits struggled to survive. The inequality of the era was visible everywhere, from the mansions of the wealthy to the tenements of the poor, from the yachts of the privileged to the factories of the labourers. The sewing machine represents an interesting case study in how technology both helped and complicated working-class life. The sewing machine had been transforming garment production for decades by 1900, making it possible to produce clothing faster and more efficiently than hand sewing allowed. For middle-class women, the home sewing machine was a convenience, making it easier to produce and repair family clothing. For working-class women, particularly those doing piecework in the garment industry, the sewing machine was both opportunity and trap. It enabled them to earn money from home, but it also enabled employers to demand ever more production for the same meagre pay. The typewriter had created an entirely new occupation, the typist or stenographer, that was becoming a pathway into office work for women. By 1900, typing was recognised as a valuable skill, and women who could type and take shorthand found employment opportunities in businesses that needed clerical support. The typewriter girl was a new figure in the American workforce, working in offices alongside male clerks, earning wages that weren't great but were better than factory work, achieving a certain respectability that industrial labour didn't provide. The bicycle had emerged as a practical technology that ordinary people could actually afford, unlike automobiles. Bicycles had dropped in price throughout the 1890s as manufacturing improved, and by 1900 they were within reach of many working families. A bicycle meant independence of movement, the ability to cover distances that would be exhausting on foot, freedom from streetcar fares that accumulated over time. For women, the bicycle was particularly liberating, offering mobility that challenged Victorian restrictions on female independence. Riding a bicycle in the streets was a kind of public assertion that more conservative elements found threatening. The cash register, the adding machine, the time clock, business technologies were proliferating, making commerce more efficient and more controlled. The time clock in particular represented a new form of labour discipline, replacing supervisors' observations with mechanical records of when workers arrived and departed. The phrase punching the clock entered the vocabulary as workers adapted to having their attendance monitored by machinery. These technologies served employer interests primarily, but they also standardized employment in ways that eventually supported worker protections. Hard to claim you're not paying overtime when the time clock records exactly when workers arrived and left. Photography, while not new, was becoming more accessible and more common in daily life. The Kodak camera, introduced in 1888 with the slogan "You press the button, we do the rest," had simplified photography enough that amateurs could participate. By 1900, family photographs were becoming common, recording milestones and ordinary moments alike. The democratization of image-making changed how people documented and remembered their lives, creating visual records that previous generations couldn't have produced. The photograph album became a standard household item, preserving memories in ways that would outlast the memories themselves. The technologies of transportation beyond the automobile were also evolving. Streetcar systems in cities were transitioning from horse-drawn to electric-powered, the electric trolley offering faster, cleaner service than horse cars could provide. The elevated railways of New York and Chicago moved passengers above congested streets, early versions of the mass transit systems that would eventually serve millions of urban commuters. The subway was under construction in New York, that engineering marvel that would open in 1904 and transform how New Yorkers moved through their city. Public transportation was becoming faster and more efficient, though it remained crowded, uncomfortable, and inadequate to the demands placed upon it. The railroad remained the dominant long-distance transportation technology, its network reaching essentially everywhere in the settled parts of the country. Train travel was faster and more comfortable than any alternative, making journeys possible that would have been major undertakings by horse or foot. But train travel was also expensive enough that ordinary people didn't undertake it casually, and dangerous enough that accidents claimed significant numbers of victims annually. The romance of the railroad, celebrated in song and story, coexisted with the reality of crowded cars, uncomfortable seats, and schedules that prioritized freight over passengers in many cases. Looking at work and technology together in 1900 reveals a society in the midst of transformation that its participants could feel, but not fully understand. The old ways of making a living, craft skills, agricultural knowledge, physical labor applied to familiar tasks, were giving way to new arrangements that required different capabilities and offered different rewards. The new technologies emerging onto the scene promised futures that would look different from the present, though exactly how different remained unclear. The workers sweating in factories, the farmers labouring in fields, the women managing on limited wages and limited options. These people were building the economy that technological progress would eventually transform. Their labour created the wealth that funded research and development, that built the infrastructure for new technologies, that generated the demand for new products. They didn't experience that labour as contribution to progress. They experienced it as daily survival, getting through each day to face the next one. The progress that would eventually improve their descendants' lives was happening, but it was happening slowly, and for the people living through it, slowly was often indistinguishable from not at all. The hope that technology would solve problems and improve lives coexisted with the reality that technology was being deployed primarily for the benefit of those who controlled it. Electric lights illuminated wealthy neighbourhoods while poor neighbourhoods stayed dark. Telephones connected businesses and mansions while ordinary homes remained unreachable. Automobiles carried the privileged while workers walked or crowded onto streetcars. The pattern of technological progress benefiting the already advantaged first, and reaching everyone else eventually if at all, was being established in ways that would persist throughout the century ahead. Yet the optimism wasn't entirely misplaced. The technologies emerging in 1900 really would transform life for ordinary people over the coming decades. Electricity really would reach into every home. Communication really would become instant and universal. transportation really would become faster and more accessible. The future that people in 1900 could glimpse but not quite reach would eventually arrive, bringing changes beyond anything they could fully imagine. The gap between their world and ours measures the distance that progress actually travelled, for all its unevenness and delay. After everything we've explored tonight, the grime and the struggle, the danger and the disease, the endless labour and the precarious survival, you might be wondering how anyone in 1900 managed to find any joy at all. And that's a fair question, because the picture we've painted has been heavy with hardship. But here's the thing about human beings. We're remarkably good at finding pleasure even in difficult circumstances, at carving out moments of happiness from lives that seem designed to prevent them. The people of 1900 worked hard, suffered much, and died younger than we do. But they also laughed, celebrated, fell in love, made music, told jokes, and generally insisted on being human despite everything conspiring against their humanity. Entertainment in 1900 was nothing like the endless streaming options and smartphone diversions of modern life, but it was vibrant, varied, and genuinely beloved by the people who consumed it. The absence of electronic entertainment didn't mean an absence of entertainment. It meant different kinds of entertainment, often more communal, frequently more participatory, and usually requiring some effort to access. People didn't expect to be constantly amused. They saved their entertainment for specific occasions and appreciated it more intensely as a result. The vaudeville theatre was the great entertainment institution of the era. The Netflix and YouTube and live concert venue of its time rolled into one. Vaudeville had emerged in the 1880s as a cleaned-up version of earlier variety shows, deliberately designed to be family-friendly enough that respectable people could attend without damaging their reputations. The format was brilliant in its variety. A typical vaudeville bill might include a dozen different acts, ranging from comedians to acrobats, from singers to magicians, from trained animals to dramatic sketches. If you didn't like one act, you just waited a few minutes for the next one. Something for everyone was the explicit business model. The vaudeville theatres themselves ranged from modest neighbourhood houses to grand palaces that proclaimed entertainment as serious business. The major vaudeville circuits, Keith Albee, Orpheum and others, operated chains of theatres across the country, standardising the vaudeville experience so that audiences in Cleveland could see the same acts that had played New York a few weeks earlier. A performer who succeeded in vaudeville could tour for years, playing the same act in city after city, perfecting every gesture and timing every laugh through endless repetition. The performers who graced vaudeville stages included many names that would remain famous, and many more that history has forgotten. Comedy teams developed routines that would influence humour for generations. Singers introduced songs that became standards. Magicians developed illusions that still amaze. The ethnic humour that was popular in vaudeville, Irish jokes, Jewish jokes, German jokes, reflected the immigrant composition of urban audiences and helped those communities laugh at themselves while finding common ground in shared amusement. Not all of this humour ages well, but it served functions of community bonding and social commentary that were real even when the stereotypes were crude. The admission prices for vaudeville were deliberately kept accessible because the business model depended on volume. A ticket might cost 10 or 25 cents, sometimes more for reserved seats in better theatres, but always within reach of working people who saved their entertainment money for Saturday nights out. The affordability made vaudeville genuinely democratic entertainment. Audiences included factory workers sitting in the balcony and businessmen in the orchestra, immigrants and natives, men and women and families with children. The shared laughter in a vaudeville house crossed boundaries that divided people in other contexts. Beyond vaudeville, other theatrical entertainments competed for audience attention. Legitimate theatre, plays with continuous narratives rather than variety acts, flourished in major cities, offering everything from Shakespeare to contemporary melodramas. The melodrama was particularly popular, with its clear moral divisions between virtuous heroes, suffering heroines, and moustache-twirling villains. Audiences hissed the villains and cheered the heroes with an engagement that modern audiences trained on ironic detachment might find naive, but that expressed genuine emotional investment in storytelling. The minstrel show, unfortunately, remained a major entertainment form, its racist caricatures representing a stain on American entertainment history that we have to acknowledge even while we wish we didn't. White performers in blackface performing stereotyped versions of black culture had been popular since before the Civil War and continued to draw audiences into the 20th century. The harm these shows caused, perpetuating stereotypes, dehumanizing black Americans, making mockery of black culture into mainstream entertainment, was real and lasting. Noting this history honestly is necessary even in a discussion of period entertainment, because understanding the past requires seeing its ugliness as well as its charms. Circus performances brought entertainment to communities that might not have theatres, the travelling circus being one of the few entertainments that reached rural areas and small towns as well as cities. The great circuses, Barnum and Bailey, Ringling Brothers, were massive operations requiring logistics that would impress a military commander, moving by rail from city to city, setting up enormous tents, presenting shows that combined human performers with exotic animals in spectacles designed to amaze. The circus coming to town was an event, anticipated for weeks, talked about for weeks after, a highlight of the year in communities where highlights were rare. The Wild West show was a distinctively American entertainment that was reaching the peak of its popularity around 1900. Buffalo Bill's Wild West was the most famous, presenting romanticized versions of frontier life complete with cowboys, Native Americans, sharpshooters, and reenactments of famous events. Annie Oakley demonstrated shooting skills that were genuinely remarkable, regardless of the problematic framing of the shows that featured her. The Wild West shows sold a version of American history that was more mythology than fact, but they were enormously entertaining and genuinely impressive as spectacle. For those who couldn't afford theatre tickets or circus admission, street entertainment provided free amusement in urban areas. Musicians, acrobats, and performers of various kinds worked street corners, passing the hat for contributions from appreciative audiences. The organ grinder with his monkey was a familiar figure, the mechanical music drawing crowds who might toss coins to the performer and his simian partner. Puppet shows, strongman acts, escape artists. The variety of street performance was limited only by performers' imagination, and the tolerance of police who might or might not permit such activities depending on location and mood. Music permeated American life in 1900 in ways that required human participation rather than passive consumption. Without recorded music readily available, if you wanted to hear music, someone had to play it. The parlor piano was a status symbol in middle-class homes, and the expectation that daughters would learn to play ensured a steady supply of amateur pianists capable of providing musical entertainment at family gatherings and social occasions. Singing around the piano was genuine entertainment, families and friends making music together in ways that modern recorded music has made unnecessary, but that created bonds of shared participation. Community bands provided musical entertainment in towns across America, their concerts in parks and public squares drawing audiences who came to hear familiar tunes played by their neighbours. The 4th of July concert, the Sunday afternoon in the bandstand, the holiday parade with band accompaniment. These were civic rituals that brought communities together around shared musical experience. The band members were amateurs mostly, tradesmen and clerks who practiced in their spare time, their dedication evident in performances that might not have been perfect, but were genuinely offered and genuinely appreciated. Church provided entertainment as well as spiritual sustenance for many Americans, the social functions of religious communities extending well beyond Sunday services. Church suppers brought congregations together over shared meals, the food prepared by women of the congregation, and the company valued as much as the cuisine. Church socials offered opportunities for young people to meet under appropriate supervision, the courting rituals of the era requiring settings where unmarried men and women could interact without scandal. Choir rehearsals, Bible study groups, mission societies. The church calendar was full of events that were as much social as spiritual, building community through regular gathering. Church dances occupied an interesting position in the entertainment landscape because dancing itself was controversial in some religious traditions. Conservative churches considered dancing sinful, the physical contact between men and women and the excitement of movement being threats to moral purity. But other churches embraced dancing as innocent recreation, hosting dances that provided young people with supervised opportunities to practice social skills and meet potential spouses. The square dance, with its called figures and group formations, was considered more respectable than couples dancing, which allowed more intimate contact. The debates over which dances were acceptable and which were scandalous occupied considerable energy in communities where such distinctions mattered. Holidays provided scheduled occasions for celebration that punctuated the year's rhythm of work. Christmas was the great winter festival, Though Christmas in 1900 looked considerably different from the commercial extravaganza it would become. The Christmas tree was established tradition by this point, but trees were typically smaller than modern standards and decorated with candles, actual burning candles attached to branches, which was exactly as much of a fire hazard as it sounds. The candles were lit only on Christmas Eve, carefully watched, buckets of water standing by, the brief illumination magical enough to justify the risk. Tree decorations were often homemade, strings of popcorn and cranberries, paper ornaments, simple crafts that children could help create. Gift-giving at Christmas was modest by modern standards. Children might receive a single toy, perhaps an orange or some candy, practical items like new clothes or shoes. The expectation of expensive gifts for every family member hadn't yet developed. Christmas was about religious observance and family gathering rather than commercial exchange. The Christmas dinner was the centerpiece of celebration, roast goose or turkey for families who could afford them, ham or chicken for others, the best meal of the year accompanied by whatever special foods the family traditionally prepared. New Year's celebrations marked the calendar change with varying degrees of revelry. City dwellers might attend public celebrations, the crowds that gathered in New York's Times Square already establishing traditions that continue today. Private parties offered opportunities for drinking and dancing that respectable families might avoid at other times. The custom of making New Year's resolutions was well established, the fresh calendar inspiring annual commitments to self-improvement that were probably as successfully kept then as they are now, which is to say, not very. 4th of July was the great summer holiday, patriotic celebration involving parades, speeches, picnics, and fireworks. The parades featured marching bands, veterans organizations, civic groups, and anyone else who wanted to participate, processing through town streets while crowds lined the routes. Speeches reminded listeners of American ideals and accomplishments, the rhetoric patriotic and predictable, but genuinely felt in communities that took national identity seriously. The picnic was the social heart of the celebration, families gathering in parks or open spaces, sharing food, enjoying games and conversation, celebrating community as much as nation. The fireworks that concluded the day were simpler than modern pyrotechnic displays, but equally anticipated. The rockets and sparklers marking the holiday's climax with light and noise. Thanksgiving had been established as a national holiday by Lincoln during the Civil War and was observed with family gatherings centered on food. The turkey had already become the traditional centerpiece, accompanied by regional variations in side dishes and desserts. The holiday was primarily domestic, a day for extended family to gather and eat together, for gratitude to be expressed through the ritual of the meal. Football was beginning to associate with Thanksgiving, college games providing entertainment for those who followed the sport, the tradition of Thanksgiving football starting to develop. Easter brought its own traditions, the religious observance of Christ's resurrection, accompanied by secular customs of Easter eggs, Easter bonnets, and springtime celebration. The Easter parade, actually just well-dressed people walking on display, was a tradition in cities where showing off spring fashions became a social ritual. For children, the Easter egg hunt provided excitement, coloured eggs hidden for discovery, the simple pleasure of finding what was concealed. Local holidays and ethnic celebrations added variety to the calendar depending on community composition. Irish communities celebrated St. Patrick's Day with parades and festivities that were already establishing the traditions of green and revelry that continue today. German communities had their own festivals, Italian communities theirs, the immigrant populations of America maintaining cultural traditions that connected them to homelands, while adapting those traditions to American contexts. These celebrations provided opportunities for ethnic communities to assert their identities and share their cultures with neighbours who might otherwise know little about them. Sports provided another avenue for entertainment, both participating and spectating. Baseball was the great American game by 1900, professional leagues drawing crowds to ballparks and sandlot games occupying vacant lots in every neighbourhood. The rules were essentially the same as modern baseball, the gameplay recognisable, though the culture around the sport was rougher and more working class than the family entertainment baseball would later become. Football was popular on college campuses, though the game was so violent that periodic reform efforts attempted to make it safer, with limited success at this point, the sport claiming fatalities that seemed acceptable costs for the excitement it provided. Boxing drew passionate fans despite its legal ambiguity, prize fighting being technically illegal in many jurisdictions but enormously popular wherever it could be staged. The heavyweight championship was genuinely important to fight fans, champions becoming celebrities whose matches drew intense interest. Horse racing remained popular among those who appreciated equine competition and those who appreciated betting on equine competition, the track being one of the few venues where gambling was socially acceptable. Bicycle racing had its moment of intense popularity, velodrome tracks drawing crowds to watch competitors sprint and strategize, though the cycling craze would fade as automobiles began capturing public imagination. For individual recreation, options were limited but real. Reading was entertainment for the literate, novels and magazines providing escape and stimulation for those with time to read. The publishing industry produced popular fiction in enormous quantities, dime novels and story papers offering adventure, romance and melodrama at prices even poor readers could manage. Libraries existed in major cities and were expanding through philanthropic efforts. Andrew Carnegie's library building campaign was transforming access to books across the country, free public libraries opening in communities that had never had them. Games brought families and friends together for shared amusement. Card games were popular across all classes. From simple games children could play to poker and bridge that occupied adults for hours. Board games existed, though not in the variety modern stores offer. Checkers and chess were standards, with newer games like Parcheesi adding variety. Outdoor games for children required no purchased equipment. Tag, hide and seek, kick the can, jump rope, games of imagination that cost nothing but time and energy. Courting and romance provided their own entertainment for young adults navigating the path toward marriage. The rituals of courtship were more formal than modern dating, involving proper introductions, chaperoned visits, family approval at various stages. Young men called on young women at their homes, sitting in parlours under parental supervision, attempting to have meaningful conversations while being watched. The progression from first meeting to engagement to marriage followed understood steps, though the emotions involved were as intense and confusing as they've always been. The saloon provided entertainment for working men, a social space where alcohol was consumed but where community was also built. The saloon was more than a bar. It was a gathering place, an information exchange, a refuge from crowded tenements and demanding families. Political discussions happened in saloons, union organizing happened in saloons, friendships were maintained and business was conducted in saloons. The temperance movement railed against saloons as sources of family destruction, and they weren't entirely wrong about the damage excessive drinking caused, but they often missed the social functions these establishments served for populations with few other gathering spaces. Women's entertainment was more circumscribed, social expectations limiting where respectable women could go and what they could do. Shopping emerged as acceptable female recreation in the era of the department store. These retail palaces designed explicitly to attract women with pleasant environments and social spaces. The department store tea room allowed women to dine in public without scandal, the shopping trip becoming an occasion for female socializing as well as commercial exchange. Women's clubs provided intellectual and social outlets, book discussions and lectures, and charitable work offering respectable activities outside the home. Amusement parks were emerging as new entertainment destinations, combining rides, games, and spectacle in dedicated pleasure grounds. Coney Island in New York was becoming the prototype for this new form of entertainment, its beaches and boardwalks drawing crowds seeking escape from hot city summers, its mechanical rides offering thrills that previous generations couldn't have experienced. The Ferris wheel, introduced at the Chicago World's Fair in 1893, had spawned imitators at amusement parks across the country, lifting riders above the crowds for views that combined excitement with novelty. The roller coaster was evolving from simple gravity rides to increasingly elaborate constructions that delivered screams and laughter in equal measure. The World's Fairs that had been transforming public consciousness since the 1870s continued to draw massive audiences, expositions showcasing technological progress and cultural achievement. The Paris Exposition of 1900 was underway as we speak, drawing visitors from around the world to see the latest marvels of human ingenuity. These fairs served educational functions as well as entertainment ones, introducing audiences to innovations they might not otherwise encounter, creating demand for new products and technologies by demonstrating their possibilities. Photography was becoming accessible enough that ordinary families could document their lives, portrait studios offering affordable pictures that preserved images of loved ones. The family photograph, carefully posed and formally presented, captured moments that memory alone might lose. The faces of children who would grow, of elders who would pass, of gatherings that would never quite reassemble in the same configuration. These photographs were treasured possessions, displayed in parlours, tucked into albums, preserved across generations as tangible connections to vanished moments. Letter writing remained an important social practice, the mail being the primary means of maintaining relationships across distance. Families separated by migration kept connections alive through correspondence, the arrival of a letter being an event worth noting. The art of letter writing was taught and practiced, the ability to express oneself on paper considered a valuable skill. Love letters, business letters, letters to family and friends, the mail carried the communications that bound society together before electronic alternatives existed. Lodges and fraternal organisations provided social belonging for men across class lines. The Masons, the Oddfellows, the Knights of Pythias, and dozens of similar organisations offered ritual, brotherhood, and mutual aid to members who paid their dues and participated in lodge activities. The secrets and ceremonies of these organisations might seem silly from outside, but they provided genuine community for members, a sense of belonging to something larger than oneself. The lodge hall was a gathering place, the lodge brothers a support network, the lodge rituals a shared language of belonging. Ethnic associations served similar functions for immigrant communities, mutual aid societies that helped newcomers navigate American life while maintaining connections to homeland cultures. The Italian Mutual Aid Society, the Jewish Landsmannschaft, the Polish Fraternal Organization, these groups provided insurance against disaster, assistance finding work and housing, social events where familiar languages could be spoken and familiar customs observed. The immigrant experience was eased by these networks of support. The strangeness of America made more bearable by the presence of compatriots who understood where you came from. The penny press and yellow journalism provided information and entertainment in forms accessible to mass audiences. Newspapers competed fiercely for readers, using sensational headlines and dramatic coverage to attract attention in crowded newsstands. The competition between Hearst and Pulitzer had helped drive the nation toward war with Spain just 2 years earlier, demonstrating both the power and the irresponsibility of the popular press. Readers who couldn't afford books or magazines could still afford newspapers, making print news a genuinely democratic medium despite its biases and sensationalism. Magazines offered more substantial reading for those who wanted it, periodicals covering every imaginable interest from fashion to farming, from politics to religion. The magazine illustrated with photographs and drawings brought visual content to readers who might never visit the places and events being covered. Ladies' magazines taught domestic arts and offered fiction. Men's magazines covered sports and business. General interest magazines like McClure's and Collier's published the muckraking journalism that was reshaping public opinion. The magazine rack offered variety that modern internet browsing has expanded but not fundamentally changed. Public lectures drew audiences who came to be informed and entertained by speakers addressing topics of current interest. The Lyceum movement and its successor, the Chautauqua, brought lecturers to communities across the country, travelling speakers who might address science, history, reform movements, travel, or any other subject likely to attract paying audiences. These lectures served educational functions in communities where educational opportunities were limited, bringing knowledge and ideas to people who hungered for intellectual stimulation. Now let's turn from entertainment to something more serious but equally important: the hope for reform that was building in American society around 1900. Because amid all the hardship we've documented, there were people working to make things better, movements gaining strength, ideas spreading that would eventually transform the conditions we've described. The Progressive Era was beginning, though no one had given it that name yet, and the changes it would bring were starting to take shape. The labour movement represented workers' organised efforts to improve their conditions through collective action. We've mentioned unions briefly, but they deserve more attention here because they represented one of the most significant forces for change in working people's lives. The American Federation of Labour, led by Samuel Gompers, organised skilled workers in craft unions that negotiated with employers for better wages, shorter hours, and safer conditions. These unions had real power in some industries, their ability to withhold skilled labour giving them leverage that individual workers lacked. The strikes that unions called were often bitter confrontations, but they sometimes won real victories. Workers who had been powerless individually discovered that acting together changed the calculus for employers. The 8-hour day, which would eventually become standard, was a union demand that seemed radical, but expressed workers' reasonable desire for lives that included more than labour. The weekend, which we take for granted, was something unions fought for against employers who saw no reason workers should ever stop working. These battles weren't won quickly or easily, but they were being fought, and the fighters believed they would eventually prevail. The settlement house movement brought educated reformers into poor neighbourhoods, establishing institutions that provided services and advocacy for immigrant and working-class communities. Hull House in Chicago, founded by Jane Addams, was the most famous example, offering kindergarten, classes, social clubs, and advocacy for neighbourhood residents, while also documenting conditions that needed changing. The settlement workers lived in the neighbourhoods they served, their presence representing a commitment to understanding poverty from inside, rather than merely observing it from comfortable distance. The reformers who worked in settlement houses and similar institutions developed expertise in social problems that would influence policy for generations. They conducted surveys documenting working conditions, housing conditions, health conditions. They advocated for protective legislation, limits on working hours for women and children, requirements for workplace safety, regulations on housing construction. Their advocacy didn't always succeed immediately, but it built the case for reforms that would eventually pass, established the facts that future legislators would cite, trained the reformers who would staff future government agencies. Muckraking journalism was exposing conditions that comfortable Americans preferred to ignore. The muckrakers, though Theodore Roosevelt wouldn't coin that term until 1906, were already at work, investigating and publishing accounts of corruption, exploitation, and abuse that demanded response. Ida Tarbell was researching the Standard Oil Company, work that would appear as a devastating series exposing monopolistic practices. Lincoln Steffens was documenting urban political corruption. Upton Sinclair would soon turn his attention to the meatpacking industry. These journalists believed that exposing wrongdoing would create pressure for change, and they were largely right. Public outrage at revelations they published helped drive reforms that followed. The political reform movement was challenging the corruption and boss rule that characterized many city governments. Political machines that had controlled cities through patronage and manipulation faced challenges from reform candidates promising honest government and efficient administration. The results were mixed. Machines proved remarkably resilient, and reformers didn't always deliver on their promises, but the pressure for cleaner government was building, and it would eventually produce real changes in how cities were governed. Women's suffrage was gaining momentum, the long campaign for women's voting rights approaching what would eventually be success. The suffragists had been working for decades, their cause dismissed and ridiculed but persistent. By 1900, some Western states had granted women the vote, proof that female suffrage didn't destroy civilization as opponents predicted. The national campaign continued, with new generations of suffragists adopting more aggressive tactics that would eventually force the issue. The 19th Amendment was still 20 years away, but the movement that would achieve it was very much alive and growing. The temperance movement, whatever its blind spots about saloon social functions, represented a genuine response to the real damage that alcohol abuse caused to families and communities. The Women's Christian Temperance Union and similar organizations advocated not just against alcohol but for broader social reforms, women's suffrage, labor protections, education reform. The connection between temperance and other reform causes reflected the era's tendency to see social problems as interconnected, requiring comprehensive response rather than piecemeal fixes. Public health reform was reducing disease through systematic attention to sanitation, water supply, and disease prevention. The understanding that clean water prevented typhoid, that proper sewage handling reduced disease, that vaccination could eliminate smallpox, these insights were being translated into public policy that would save countless lives. The mortality rates that had been so devastating were beginning to drop as cities invested in infrastructure that protected public health. The transformation wasn't complete, but it was underway, and the trajectory was clearly positive. Education reform was expanding access to schooling and improving the quality of instruction. Compulsory education laws, though imperfectly enforced, were establishing the principle that children had a right to education that superseded their value as workers. New pedagogical ideas were filtering into schools, the progressive education movement challenging the rote memorization and harsh discipline that had characterized traditional schooling. The education system that would eventually become universal and expected was taking shape, each reform building on those that preceded it. The changes these various movements sought were not yet achieved in 1900. The year stood at the beginning of reform rather than its culmination. Workers still faced dangerous conditions and low wages. Women still lacked the vote. Children still laboured in factories. Disease still killed in numbers that would later seem preventable. The hardships we've documented throughout tonight's journey were very real, very present, very much the daily experience of millions of Americans. The conservation movement was beginning to protect natural resources from the unchecked exploitation that had characterized American development. The national park system, established with Yellowstone in 1872, was expanding as people recognized that wilderness had value worth preserving. The forests being clear-cut, the wildlife being hunted toward extinction, the landscapes being transformed beyond recognition. These losses were beginning to trouble people who believed future generations deserved to inherit something of natural America. Theodore Roosevelt, who would become president the following year, would make conservation a major cause, but the movement was already underway, building support for protections that would eventually preserve millions of acres. The Pure Food and Drug movement was building the case for regulation that would eventually produce the Pure Food and Drug Act of 1906. The patent medicines poisoning consumers, the adulterated foods being sold without disclosure, the dangerous products reaching market without any safety review. These outrages were being documented and publicized by reformers who believed consumers deserved protection. The fight against the patent medicine industry and against food adulteration was gaining strength, and the regulatory framework that would eventually govern food and drug safety was taking shape in proposals and advocacy. Housing reform was addressing the tenement conditions we discussed earlier, pushing for building codes and regulations that would require minimum standards for light, air, and sanitation. The New York Tenement House Act of 1901, still in the future from our vantage point but clearly coming, would establish new requirements for construction that would gradually improve housing conditions. The reformers documenting tenement horrors were building the case for regulations that would eventually make such horrors illegal, even if enforcement remained challenging. But hope was equally real. The belief that things could be better, that human effort could improve conditions, that the future didn't have to repeat the past. This hope animated reformers, sustained workers in their struggles, motivated the slow accumulation of changes that would eventually transform American life. The people living in 1900 couldn't see the future that was coming, but many of them believed it would be better than the present, and they were right. The 20th century would bring transformations beyond anything they could imagine. Medical advances that would double life expectancy, labor protections that would make work safer and fairer, technologies that would ease burdens they accepted as inevitable, rights expansions that would include people previously excluded. Standing in 1900 looking forward, you couldn't know which reforms would succeed or when. You couldn't know that antibiotics would make infectious disease manageable, that child labour would eventually be eliminated, that weekends and vacations would become normal expectations rather than impossible dreams. You could only know that people were trying, that movements were growing, that the arc of history seemed to bend, however slowly, toward improvement. That knowledge was enough to sustain hope, and hope was enough to sustain effort, and effort eventually produced the changes that hope had envisioned. The people of 1900 were not fundamentally different from us. They loved their families, worried about their futures, wanted better lives for their children. They found joy in entertainment and community, marked time with holidays and celebrations, believed in causes they considered worth fighting for. They lived in circumstances more difficult than ours, circumstances that would break many modern people, but they didn't consider themselves tragic figures. They considered themselves people doing the best they could with what they had, which is what people in every era consider themselves. Understanding their lives helps us understand our own. The conveniences we take for granted, clean water from taps, antibiotics when we're sick, weekends and paid vacations, workplace safety regulations, none of these fell from the sky. They were won through effort, struggle, advocacy, and the slow accumulation of changes that seemed impossible until they became inevitable. The reformers of 1900 didn't live to see everything they fought for achieved, but their efforts laid groundwork for achievements their successors would complete. We are those successors, beneficiaries of their work, inheritors of their progress. The nostalgia that sometimes attaches to the past, the sense that earlier eras were simpler, more authentic, more meaningful than our complicated present, dissolves somewhat when you actually examine how people lived. 1900 was not a simpler time. It was a harder time, a more dangerous time, a time when survival demanded more and offered less. The complexity we sometimes resent in modern life is often the complexity of systems designed to protect us from harms that our ancestors faced unprotected. We can appreciate the past without wanting to return to it, can admire the resilience of those who lived it without envying their circumstances. And so we reach the end of our journey through America in 1900, through the smoky streets and crowded tenements, the dangerous factories and struggling farms, the limited entertainment and earnest reforms. We've seen how people lived when nothing was easy, when survival was work and work was often dangerous, when death was familiar and hope was necessary. We've seen ordinary people doing extraordinary things simply by getting through each day, raising children, maintaining communities, building futures they wouldn't live to see. Their world is gone now, transformed beyond recognition by the century that followed. The technologies they were just glimpsing, electricity, automobiles, telephones, became universal and were themselves superseded by technologies they couldn't have imagined. The diseases that killed them became treatable or preventable. The working conditions they endured became illegal. The lives their great-grandchildren lead would seem miraculous to them, full of ease and security and longevity they couldn't have dreamed. But something connects us across that gulf of time and transformation. The human experiences that mattered to them, love and loss, work and rest, hope and fear, matter to us too. The questions they faced, how to live well, how to treat others, how to build something worth building, remain our questions. The progress they began continues, incomplete but ongoing, their achievements foundations for achievements yet to come. Thank you for taking this journey through time with me. I hope it's given you something to think about, some appreciation for how far we've come and how much effort that progress required. The past isn't just history, it's the story of how we got here, the record of what was tried and what worked and what remains to be done. The night's getting late now, and it's time for us to part. Wherever you are in the world, whatever time your clock shows, I hope you're comfortable and safe, warm and secure in ways that the people of 1900 would have envied. The bed you'll sleep in tonight is better than most beds in 1900. The water you drank today was cleaner. The food you ate was safer. The life you're living is longer and healthier and more secure than the lives we've discussed tonight. So as you drift off to sleep, perhaps give a moment's thought to those who came before, who lived through harder times and built the foundations of easier ones. Their struggles made your comforts possible. Their hopes became your realities. Their world is gone, but their legacy surrounds you. Sweet dreams, everyone. May your sleep be peaceful, your rest be deep, and your tomorrow be everything you hope it will be. Thank you for spending this time with me, for caring about the past, for being curious about how people actually lived when living was harder than it is today. Until next time, take care of yourselves and each other. Good night.